Okay, everybody, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. Thank you, 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 thank you.
I don't want to get mixed up with a guy like me. I'm a loner, Daddy. A rebel.
Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Morning Sky Show. It's back and better than ever. Oh, lordy, lordy. Look what's happening. Oh, my goodness gracious. Look, everybody's here. It's Wednesday. It's hump day, everybody. I'm back. I'm back, Fly for Truth and Justice. I'm back. With Skyjack Morgan. Pop, 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 pop. My hot coffee's in my cup right now. I'm going to get started. Let's go. Morning Sky, you need to know. Hey, Morning Sky, you need to know. What's the deal? How you feel? Oh, let's cut it out. Hey, thank you so much for being here. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. And boy, am I excited to see you today. What a beautiful morning we're having here. I went outside to empty my cup of coffee. Like every morning, you have to do something with the grounds, and you can't put them down the drain. It's bad for the drain. So I go outside, I throw them in the garden, and this was on my stoop. Route 66. Look at how cool this cover. I don't know if it's coming in, but it's like hot pink, kind of like an orange pink. Not really pink. Who cares? It's like a cool mimeograph style, really cool kind of mimeograph style neighborhood association newsletter. Look at this. The Nob Hill, that's the centerfold, but it's got little things about the neighborhood. And I'm new in the neighborhood. They do this twice a month apparently. But I think it looks so. First of all, it looks awesome. It's got horoscopes on the back. It tells you what's happening, how to take care of mosquitoes in the neighborhood, so everyone can not have mosquitoes here. It talks about all sorts of $1,000 grant from the Tree Lovers Fund. How to get involved in Meals on Wheels. I think it's great. It's got advertisements for local businesses, so I know who to support. I think that's rad. I'm stoked. I can't wait to read it all. And there's a meeting on Friday, the annual Neighborhood Association annual meeting at the Monta Vista Christian Church. I tend to get a little hot in Christian churches, but I want to go. I've been talking for so long about wanting community. I'm going to go to this. The Nob Hill Neighborhood Association annual meeting. I can't wait. I'm doing it, baby. I'm going to do it. That's what community is all about. That's what anarchism's all about. You're supposed to build community so that when we're together, we can survive anything. That's what it's all about. FBI warns drone attack on California. A drone attack. Who's going to attack? Is the first thing I thought when you said that, drone attack, I'm like, the United States is going to attack, the federal government's going to attack California, because that Donald Trump is saying he wants to bomb the Kennedy Center. Donald Trump wants to bomb the Kennedy Center. That's what's happening. What's happening today is Donald Trump wants to bomb the Kennedy Center. And I think that he's just run out of shit to do. I mean, he says he's a great builder. I'm a great builder. I want to build stuff. But the building stuff isn't really working out for him, is it? He can't get this pool construction project under wraps. He can't figure that one out. He can't figure out the whole East Wing thing. They made him take his name off of the Kennedy Center. I mean, he's just coming up lose every day, poor Donnie boy. And now he says he wants to bomb the Kennedy Center. There's Iranians there apparently. We need to make sure that the Kennedy Center does not get nukes. We cannot excuse this. We will not allow the Kennedy Center to get nukes. So that's what we're going to do. Yes. But it will come. They say Iranian drone attack in California. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. Iran's really far away from California. How much energy, how much juice you think these drones got? They're going to park a truck. They're going to drive it. They're going to drive it here. And they're going to park it in California like they did in in the Ukraine. You know, they took those trucks, they parked them, they opened them up, and the drones all flew out. Can they do that? Is it possible? I don't know if it's possible. So I'm excited to find out what happens next. In the meantime, we're bombing the Kennedy Center, everybody, until the Kennedy Center opens the Strait of Hormuz. We are bombing the Kennedy Center. That's the new news this week. He could quit so we can prosecute him for crimes. That would keep him busy for a while. That'd be rad. That'd be nice. Yeah. Jack! Jocelyn Sierra just says, Jack! Yes, Jocelyn. What's the deal, Jocelyn? How you doing, Jack? How you doing, Jocelyn? How you doing, Joss? People call you Joss for short. People call you Josie. Oh my God! If we knew each other, Jocelyn, I'd definitely call you Josie. Hey, Josie. How you doing, Josie? Don't you cry, baby doll. I got you, Josie. I got you. The Kennedy Center BS is so ridiculous. We're bombing it. We're bombing the Kennedy Center. But first, we've got to talk about these flock cameras. These flock cameras are getting out of control, man. I'm under surveillance all the time, man. I can't handle it, Josie. I can't do it. What up? It's Tony. Hey, Tony. How you doing, Tony? How you doing, Tony? Hey. Trump proved that immigrants will do the jobs that Americans won't with his 2 foreign wives. Oh, no, he bought them for far. They do call you Joss. They call you Joss, but not Josie. Oh, Josie. Josie, where do you live? Can we be friends? Or do you live far away? Wouldn't that be a terrorist attack if that dipshit bombed it? Well, you know, the United States arguably is a terrorist organization. You see, a terrorist is a group or individual who uses violence against civilians for political goals. So the fact that Donald Trump murdered a school full of children, civilians, I mean, they can't be, I mean, you can't say they're enemy combatants or like secret operatives, school children, in order to, I don't know, do something political with the Iranians, that is terrorism. That's a terrorism. No way around it. A terrorist is a person or group that attacks civilian populations in order to reach political ends. That's a terrorist. Terrorists. A terrorist. A tyranny attack. Yeah, there you go. We're not living in hell. No, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. Oh, you live in the big sky state. Too far away to be you will just have to be friends online, Josie. Sorry. I'm looking for people to hang out with and go see movies with over here in Albuquerque. One of my favorite things about living at a higher altitude, the coffee is always the perfect temperature. I'm always like waiting for it to burn my face, and it's always like perfect. It's wild. It gets cold fast, so you got to drink it fast. But that's okay, because I like drinking coffee quickly, which again is why it's such a great thing that it's at such a wonderful moderate temperature. Because apparently it only takes 202 degrees to boil water up here. I think it's gorgeous. Stop hitting on Jocelyn, Jack. We can hide out at Angela's. I like it. Stop hitting on Jocelyn. I'm not hitting on Jocelyn, baby doll. Don't you worry, Nurse Rod. I'm as gentle as a lamb in the Bible, baby. I'm as gentle as a lamb in the Bible.
I've been meeting with Flock all week.
I've been meeting with What the Flock? What the Flock?
I've had some good conversations, and honestly, the majority were not the greatest of conversations. Honestly, what the Flock happened.
Oh, man, he nailed it. What the Flock happened. I had some good conversations, but most of them were not very good. So the good ones were about the weather and such. The good ones were about Los Dodgers. We talked about Los Dodgers, about how great season the Dodgers were having, and those were good conversations about the Dodgers. But then we talked about state surveillance and how the data centers are being used as surveillance hubs so that they can eventually put any dissidents or anyone who criticizes the government in ovens. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for watching. That's a horrible thing. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and cultural commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube, The Morning Sky Show. Like and subscribe. Drop an emoji in the chat, please, to let me know what's the deal and how you feeling. What's your vibe today? I love when people just drop an emoji. Let me know what your vibe is today, baby doll.
After meeting with flock representatives in Atlanta, Bernalillo County Sheriff John Allen says they are moving on from the company and their cameras. Thank you for joining us at 10. I'm Doug.
Waka flocka flame. That's funny. Waka flocka flame is a very funny thing to write in the chat. Thank you, Josie.
Fernandez.
And I am Sasha Leninger in for Shelley tonight. Reporter John Rapolo talking to Sheriff Allen about what happens next for the future of license plate readers in the state's largest county. He joins us live now from Alameda and 2nd Street.
Yeah, Doug, Sasha, the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office say they use 21 cameras here in the county. Take a look. This is one of them right here on 2nd Street. Allen says the Sheriff's Office is looking for a new vendor for these license plate readers. He says they have been very successful in solving crimes here.
Oh, yeah, very
This
successful.
is a flock camera in Bernalillo County, otherwise known as an
Very successful in solving crimes. What crimes are you solving? What crimes are you solving that good old gumshoe detective work can't do? You know what I mean? Like, make these cops work. That's all I'm saying. Is it so hard to do your job, officer? Is this so, maybe you should get out of your squad car and whistle and twirl your baton, walk up and down the street like the old school cops used to. I would love to see that. Wouldn't you love to see cops just walking down the street like Andy Griffith? Wouldn't you like that? Now, Barney. Andy, I can't do it, Andy. I've never shot a gun, Andy. That's my Don Knotts. That's my Don Knotts impersonation.
automated license plate reader. They are easy to miss, but they read your license plate and store that information for a set retention period. They were first installed in Bernalillo County.
Like, I think that's what they mean when they say make America great again. Take the cops, put them in the street, make them walk up and down the neighborhood. Do that. Whistle the Andy Griffith Show theme. Maybe get an Opie. The Opie of the masses. That's what Ron Howard was. He was the Opie of the masses. Get Opie to walk up and down the street with Andy Griffith. That's what I think would make America great again. Put the cops on two legs. Imagine how thin they'll be. The people would start looking at cops as heroes again, because they'll be all svelte. They'll be all thin with all the exercise, They could say hello to the mailman when they see him. Hey, George. Hey, Bill. And they can be like, pretty quiet day in the neighborhood today. That's how we like it, right, Bill? That's how we love it, Frank. That's how we love it. All right, well, have a good day. Have a good day to you too, Bill. Thanks, Frank. That's what I want the interactions with police to be. And then when the police come across something, they're like, something isn't right here. Seems like something's afoot. What is it? There's a litter bug at large. Do we need flock cameras to catch the litter bug? Nah. Just put the guy walking up. Just keep an eye out. That dude that was walking up and down the road. Just keep an eye out, okay? For a litter bug. We got a litter bug on Central Ave.
In late 2023, they've helped in investigations from stolen vehicles, missing persons cases, even violent crimes.
And if you come up in a crime, and we look at a license plate, or a witness gives us a license plate, or even a description for the vehicle, it gives that information back to us.
But Bernalillo County Sheriff John Allen.
You know what? I don't understand why why you need cameras for this. Look, if you commit a crime, right? And I'm like, yo, I got his driver's license. What is it? The officer says. Well, Frank, let me tell you, I don't like talking to cops, but this man definitely committed a crime. So here's the license plate number, and he's like 6593407. Let me type that into a computer. Oh, here's where that person lives, and then they go pick him up. What the hell do you need what do you need a flock camera for? What do you need a flock camera for? I don't get it. Unless it's to, keep an eye on everybody.
Isn't happy with the company Flock Safety. He's ending all 3 contracts the county has with that company.
You're absolutely right. It's taking away cops' jobs. You think that the policemen's union would have something to say about these flock cameras. Like, the bartenders union is very upset about robotic bartenders. So you'd think that the policemen's union would want to do something about these flock cameras.
But I'm having issues with the data
Waka
privacy.
flocka flame.
You've seen the stories around the nation from all over on privacy issues, people hacking. That's a general concern for me.
Some local law enforcement agencies have canceled or suspended contracts with Flock Safety, citing those very same data privacy concerns.
Mark Lewis. Mark Lewis has never met a black person. I grew up in a black neighborhood, Mark Lewis. Go die. Go die. The black community does not want cameras all over them with the government spying on them all the time. What they want is reasonable policing. That's what they want. They want fair and equitable policing. That's what they want. That's what everybody wants. Because everybody wants the same thing. They want to feel safe. Do cameras make you feel safe? No. They don't make me feel safe. Do the flock cameras make anybody feel safe in the chat? Anybody? Just pipe up. Let me know if it makes you feel safe. If this little guy, don't worry about this little guy. This little guy makes you feel safe? This little guy makes you feel safe?
There have also been reports of officers using the data to track romantic partners. Sheriff Allen says that's never happened at BCSO, but he does an audit once a month on the system.
I have an accountability sergeant. I have an accountability team. We verify what the case numbers are.
The sheriff says there's been other problems with Flock. He says one camera was torn down, and the company never notified the sheriff's office.
Why weren't we ever aware of that? So if you can't tell us a camera's been cut down, that's hardware. What do I expect for you not to get wrong on the software side? That concerns me.
All right.
Yeah, this concerns me too, buddy. Maybe we should stop arguing about what the software is and just argue about whether or not the police should be allowed to have warrantless surveillance on its citizens. They have to get a warrant to record my conversations. Why don't they have to get a warrant to record me walking down the street? They are not citizens. They do not have the First Amendment right. We have the First Amendment right to record them, not the other way around. A garbage can costs $100. A policeman costs $100,000. Maybe we can just buy garbage cans to get rid of the cops. Ooh, but then we would have to hire people to empty the garbage cans. That could be cops. Cops can empty garbage cans. They can do everything everybody else does. If a cop can shoot an unarmed black teenager, then a cop should be able to empty a garbage can. That's all I'm saying. I feel like the versatility of your job should be increased, right? Like, I don't know. I'm from the food and beverage industry where everyone has to clean toilets. Everybody in the food and beverage industry has to clean toilets. Sorry. Everyone has to clean the drains. Everyone has to do high dusting. Everyone has to know how to change an AC filter for the air conditioning. Everyone has to be able to, organize the plates, polish silverware, roll up the silverware. We ought to know how to do all of these things. I feel like a policeman can learn how to do more. Okay, we haven't trained them how to handle mental health issues and crises, but maybe we should train them how to do that. That'd be cool. And then maybe we should also train them how to beautification. They can, when they see graffiti, they can paint the graffiti. Why not? Why can't the police force paint the graffiti? I think that's, after all, graffiti is a scourge. Graffiti actually is proven to cause crime because people respect their space less when it's been sprayed on, when it's been shit on, So a police, for the sake of crime prevention, should be painting over graffiti when he sees it. I think a policeman should carry a bucket of paint in his back of his now they've got those big SUVs now. They're not driving around squad cars anymore. They've got these big SUVs. Great, more space to hold paint and some trash bags. That'd be cool. Basic stuff for beautification of the neighborhood. Then cops would be heroes again. We need cops. Cops have a PR issue in America. If you want to be heroes again, police officers, listen up. If you want to make police officers heroes, you gotta first of all get a little exercise. So walk around, get out of the car, walk around up and down. Your belly fat will thank you. And people will thank you too because you're out there, you're visible. People like to see cops just kind of like, instead of every time I see a cop he's doing something horrible, it'd be great to see cops kind of like walking around, talking to people, being friendly. And then also, you got to carry a bucket of paint in your squad car so that when you see graffiti, you can paint over it. Just paint right over it, baby doll. I think that'd be great. And when you see litter, pick it up. Pick it up, officer. Your job is to protect and serve. And litter and ugliness and graffiti causes crime. It increases the crime level. So, prevent crime. Thank you. Be a hero, policeman. You'll thank me. You'll thank me later.
Now to the Trump administration threatening to tear down the Kennedy Center in the court battle over putting the president's name on the building. Jay O'Brien is at the Kennedy Center this morning with the latest. Jay, good morning.
Whit, good morning to you. In an extraordinary court filing, the Trump administration threatening that it could tear down the iconic Kennedy Center unless a judge greenlights the president's planned renovations and lets him put his name on the building. Lawyers for the Justice Department calling this iconic venue, in their words, quote, dangerously dilapidated and decrepit, and arguing that
now it's dangerously dilapidated. Now all of a sudden the Kennedy Center has nuclear weapons because Donald Trump's name's not on it anymore. And if you don't let me put my name on it, I'm going to blow the whole thing up. I'm going to blow it up. Like, can you believe how does anybody see this? I can't wait for all the maggers to spin this, that the Kennedy Center needs demolition all of a sudden because Donald Trump's name isn't on it. If you don't put my name on it, I'm going to tear down the Kennedy Center. That really is remarkable. That's a beautiful thing, really, if you think about it. I love it. El Graffiti take. Well, I mean, look, I'm not talking.
Trump stepping in.
I'm not talking about street art and stuff like that. I mean, one man's graffiti is another man's street art, I guess. I am referring to kind of the gangland tagging and stuff like that, parallelish. I'm sorry. There is some nuance when it comes to graffiti. Now people think of graffiti as this like pop art form, but I'm talking about like the illegal graffiti that ganglands use to tag their territory and the ugly stuff that you see in rundown neighborhoods. I'm not talking about like South Miami where every vertical surface is completely covered with beautiful, colorful, well thought out art pieces. That's not what I'm talking about when I'm talking about graffiti. Thank you. I'm terribly sorry to have offended you. Don't blame the art for gangs. There's better way to deal with gangs and crime. Look, I'm just saying, cops, if somebody tags, look, I'll tell you what, when I'm thinking about stuff like that, I remember I've worked at restaurants most of my life and hotels and stuff like that. And graffiti is usually the N-word, a swastika, some gang letters, like an acronym, some slur of some kind. I'm not talking about like street art, but hey, we could still be friends. I don't mean to put it all in one bucket, but anyway, you can watch my videos. I've made videos about street art before because when I was traveling the country, I saw so much of it, and I actually went to street art museums in Miami. Thanks.
And you may need to be demolished and replaced with something like an outdoor amphitheater. That's despite the fact that Congress just last year appropriated more than $250 million for renovations to the Kennedy Center. Lawyers for Democratic Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, who's a member of the center's board, who brought this lawsuit, calling the president's threat here, quote,
Ooh, I like this, but the cops would paint over everything. I don't know. A cop can be like, D19er 793. I've got a 7405 over here, and it seems that this is not your average street art. But here's the thing, man. Cops, they would just have to get permission from the landowner, from whoever owns the wall, and I think that's all you'd have to do. If you're looking at city property or like you see somebody's house that's been tagged, you can do that. And I'm telling you, man, come to LA, parallelish. It's not all pretty fucking street art. Okay, most of the street art. Most of the graffiti you see in places like Los Angeles is cries for help and despair. It really is. It really is a tragedy what we've done to our city of Los Angeles, and a lot of it's on land like freeway overpasses and stuff. So let the cops handle that. Once they handle all that, we'll talk about the other stuff. How about that?
Unconscionable. Remember, a judge ordered that Trump's hand-picked board here at the Kennedy Center remove his name from the building in May. The board has now offered an alternative, saying it would leave John F. Kennedy's name up top and put below it the phrase "renovated and restored by President Donald J. Trump." But ultimately, it's up to a judge it's up to the Congress, the judge has said, whether this building's name should be removed. Robin.
Many find this unbelievable, Jay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, we all find it unbelievable.
Cha-ching.
Donald Trump wants to wants to literally demolish the Kennedy Center because his name's not on it.
I'm going to take my ball and go home. I'm going to destroy the whole thing.
I don't think cops are going to be painting anything in the near future. Maybe homeless might. If we pay the homeless and they still don't have a place to live, you haven't solved any problems. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who are homeless who already have jobs. Don't forget, a lot of homeless people got jobs. I just read a thing. Well, we saw a thing yesterday on the show a very large percentage of people who are homeless have jobs. They just can't work over 20 hours and they can't get a second job, and or their job won't let them get another job, and they're showering at the LA Fitness and stuff. I mean, people who are homeless have jobs. So, I mean, if you just take someone who's homeless and you give them a paintbrush and you tell them to go do this stuff and you give them $5 or something, you haven't solved any problems except maybe gotten them a beer or something, I guess. Yeah. We all, we're all in this together. I don't know if you've noticed that humanity is a giant experience that we're all taking part in. Don't paint over a Banksy. Okay, no Banksies, okay? I don't think Banksy cares if you paint over it, actually. And most of Banksy's stuff in the United States is already sanctioned, man. He already got permission or it's already protected. But anyway.
That's New York ringing up your tax dollars on Looney Tunes. Mondani's government-run grocery stores are putting mom-and-pop bodegas out of business.
I know I'm not going to make it. I know I'm not going to make it. How can you compete against the government or the mayor? There's no way we can do it. So we're going to be in trouble.
You're going to be in trouble. I guess you just have to stock fewer donuts. Stock fewer donuts. Stop throwing away so many donuts. Why do you have so many donuts? Why are there so many donuts right there?
These people are suing Mondani and calling him racist.
Oh my
About
gosh.
15 minority groups that represent bodega owners are filing suit to stop your city-run groceries. They say that your city-run groceries, and I quote, are a direct assault on minority businesses by a mayor who claims to be a champion of the disenfranchised, poor, and working-class New Yorkers.
I don't know if you've ever been to New York City, but I have. Has anyone been to New York City? Have you ever been to a bodega in New York City? They're almost all shitholes. Not all of them, but most of them are shitholes. It really is remarkable. Every time I go to New York, I'm like, it's kind of nice to have a bodega on every corner, but man, these places are shitholes. I can't believe people are eating out of these places. People are buying prepared food out of those bodegas. Like, there's no way. I mean, there's like the health department can't keep up. I don't trust the health department of New York City. I'm surprised there's not more disease in New York. I'm guessing, whatever. They're shitholes. They're gross. $3 for a candy bar. Poor bodegas. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like those bodegas, I don't mind them being. Sorry, you're gonna have to get into. You have to be in competition with Mondani's 5 stores. All these bodegas. There's thousands. How many bodegas are there? I bet you there's a. How many bodegas are in New York City? 13,000. In the 5 boroughs. There are between 8 and 13,000 bodegas in New York City, and he's opening 5. And they're like, we can't compete. Don't worry, honey pie. You'll be fine. You selling loose cigarettes and $5 candy bars in New York City and $10 egg sandwiches. I mean, it's disgusting. Get $10 bodegas a $10 general, right? Many, many times. Then you know what I'm talking about, right? Fly for truth and justice. You know what I'm saying? It's disgusting. Bodegas suck. I don't care if they all go out of business. They won't. There's 13,000 of them. Don't knock those shitholes in New York. Some of them have the best food. Look, sewer rat might taste like pumpkin pie, but I wouldn't know because I don't eat the filthy motherfucker. I don't know. I've been to bodegas. I've even had sandwiches at bodegas. Sometimes they've got like some vegan options. They're not all created equal. There are 13,000 of them. Most of them are shitholes. The bulletproof glass and all this shit. They got glass in front. I don't even think it's bulletproof. It's just plastic in front of people so that no one reaches across them. They're disgusting places. Isn't a bodega a poor man's 7-Eleven? Yes. A bodega is a poor man's 7. No, not really a poor man. I mean, I guess it's owned by someone who's poorer than 7-Eleven, but the prices are usually higher than 7-Eleven. Bodegas are little corner shops. In England, they call them corner shops. They're just corner shops. In Germany, they call them... what do we call them in Germany? I can't remember what they call them in Germany. What do they call corner shops and bodegas in Germany? Spätkauf. Kiosk. No, we call them kiosks. Sorry. When I was in Germany, we'd say go to the kiosk, and the kiosk is like a bodega, at least in northern Germany. Or Spätkauf or Späti means it's a corner store. Yeah. I only eat vegan restaurants in NYC. Good for you. That's good for you. Don't go to bodegas. Bodegas, unless you need a loose cigarette. You need a loose cigarette, go to a bodega. If you only want to buy one cigarette, you can go to a bodega and buy one.
How do you feel about that?
I continue to be fully confident in both the legality and the importance of our initiative to deliver 5 city-run grocery stores, 1 in each borough.
But this isn't even the dumbest thing they're trying. City Hall has a whole stack of bills teed up. You ready? Sick days for your pet. That means if your cat or your dog isn't feeling well, you can stay home. You can stay home if any of your pets have the sniffles, even your hamster or your snake. Anything kept primarily for companionship. Next.
Anything kept. I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel, but I don't think people should be allowed to have pets in New York City. So that's just me. I think pets should be against the law in New York. They shouldn't be, everyone should have a pet and you get the day off. The pets, New York City is no place for companion animals, okay? They don't belong in New York City. New York City is not even fit for human beings. It's not fit for man or beast. New York City is not a place fit for habitation. Stop trying to make it such. I mean, I love New York. Every time I'm there, I'm thinking like, man, I could live here, but nah, bro. I don't want to shit next to my goddamn dishwasher. I don't want to take a shit in my kitchen. So New York City's out. I don't like doing it.
Eggs, free range only. Not for you, for the city. Schools, agencies, even jails have to buy organic. Delicious. On to bigger problems. Elephants. New York says none in this city unless they've got 15 acres to roam.
Well, yeah, there should be no elephants in New York City. Are you against that? No elephants in New York City. Makes sense to me. I think that's a decent law. They should say no animals ever in New York City. No animals. If it's not a Hawaiian animal, it's not no animals in New York City.
One problem, the city owns exactly 2 elephants, both at the Bronx Zoo, on an acre each. So it's not really an elephant regulation, it's bye-bye elephants. And it gets weirder. New York says...
Is that weird? Are you for keeping elephants in cages? Is that Jesse Waters? Jesse Waters is always a weird grab bag of stuff. He's like, that's crazy. We're not allowed to keep elephants in New York City anymore. Oh, damn it. What about the Bronx Zoo? They have these animals stuck in these cages. We can't do that anymore. Ugh.
It's time to BYOC. Bring your own cup. And not just to the coffee shop. Any restaurant. Your big Stanley thermos to the Knicks game, or a wine glass to the bar, a dirty mug to the coffee shop, all to protect our precious landfills. I know, it's disgusting.
Is that disgusting? I think it's kind of cool. I liked back before COVID, I always brought my own cup. I used to get off. There was this cute little cafe in Laguna Beach right on the ocean, and I used to work right there. And so I'd get off at the bus. I took the bus to work because I enjoy taking the bus to work, and I don't like parking my car at jobs and stuff and just keeping it there for 10 hours. So I took the bus and I would get off early and I would go to the Starbucks now. It was a cute little cafe, but they changed it to a Starbucks. But I kept going because it was there and it was my routine. And then COVID happened and it was like, no, you can't use your own cup anymore. I'm like, what do you mean I can't use my own cup anymore? Do you think my cup is going to give people COVID? How is that going to happen? No, you got to drink out of a paper cup now. That sucks. I loved taking my own. I had my own little Yeti cup that I bought for the express purpose so that I could just reuse my cup. I thought that was great. Jesse is a trash human, yes. You guys don't like, what do you guys think about taking your own thing? I would love to take the bus to work, damn unwalkable cities. Man, I lived on PCH and my job was at PCH. Man, the job before that I walked to work and then I got a job on PCH, Pacific Coast Highway, and I just took one bus straight to work. It was awesome, man. It was awesome until COVID. And then they stopped charging for the bus and all of everybody, basically anyone who was homeless or crazy or anything was on the bus, and it was kind of scary on the buses during COVID because the bus drivers, they still needed the buses to go, and they just closed the front door and they let everyone in on the back door, but they stopped charging, and it was just like packed. The buses were packed during COVID, and it was packed with people that were like not okay. And anyway, my COVID story was, I had a really horrible COVID, everybody.
Just like the streets. Now, 10 years ago, the homeless took over every park bench. So the city homeless-proofed them. They added little spikes and armrests so the homeless couldn't lay down. But this new commie city council labeled it hostile architecture, and 4 agencies are now commissioning a study. Now, that's the small stuff. This one will cost you. Minimum wage, you ready? $30 an hour.
Yes!
Why? Slavery.
We did the research to understand why do restaurant workers keep talking about their wages. We learned that the industry is the largest and fastest growing private sector employer of women and people of color and immigrants and youth. 13.6 million workers in America, 700,000 here in New York. And yet it is the absolute lowest paying employer and has been for generations dating back to emancipation.
New York pays $17.
I still use my Yeti cup, but now I like these like earthenware cups. Look at this. This is a weird one, right? I normally don't, because I have a green screen. I can't usually use this one, but I really like it. Listen, $30 an hour. Look, if you're in New York and it costs you $8,000 for a studio apartment with no bathroom so that you have to take a shit next to your dishwasher in your kitchen, I feel like you should get paid $30 an hour. If you live in New York City and you're working at Starbucks, I'm sorry, these billionaires, all these rich people who live in I keep on wanting to say Los Angeles, who live in New York, if you live in New York and you're rich and you like going to places like Starbucks and getting your coffee and you like going to places like McDonald's and having people fucking feed you very quickly, then you're going to have to pay for it. Sorry, this is New York. Prices are going up. It's New York. Of course it should be $30 an hour. That's not even, it should be $60 an hour. It should be crazy amount of money. In New York, what do you want to do? You want to ship people in from Tennessee? Okay, we're going to fly everyone in from Tennessee to work at Starbucks, and then we're going to fly them back home every night so that they can afford to live. Because if you were working at Starbucks in New York City, the only place you can live is Tennessee because you don't make shit. So I guess we're just going to have to commute. You just have to commute.
An hour. Most of the country, they pay half that. And half the city halls got a scarier scenario. Erase the NYPD's gang member database.
You can't tell me that.
Most of the country, they pay half that because it costs half as much to live there. Most of the country, they pay half of what they pay in New York City. Yeah. Most of the country, they're not taking a shit next to their dishwasher in their kitchen, and they're not paying $5,000 a month for a studio apartment, or not even a bed sit apartment. You know what I mean? Like, not even a studio. People say studio. That's fucking luxury in New York. A place with a separate bathroom and kitchen. A studio. Man, you're lucky if you get a room with a hot plate in New York for $5,000. I'm telling you, man. It's expensive. You cannot live in New York for $15 an hour. Minimum wage should be $35 an hour. In New York, $35 an hour is what it should be all over America. In New York, it's modest. It's modest to suggest a $35 an hour wage in New York because it's so expensive to live there. Man, I don't even know how people do it. I guess they just eat at bodegas. They don't even have kitchens. They can't even. It's like all of New York is a food desert.
It's okay to just put people on a list and monitor them because of where they live, because of who they associate themselves with, and like they like to say, they self-identify. But self-identifying could be a hand gesture, can be a picture you took with your friends as self-identifying. And that's a problem.
And for the ones already locked up, a shopping list. This one lets inmates order gender-affirming gear, wigs and chest binders, prosthetics. So it'll be a prison drag show, all on your dime for the people doing time. And the guards who guard them, they're begging the council to vote no, because a prosthetic is a place to stash a razor blade.
A razor blade? These prisoners are stashing razor blades, huh? I love how America views the prison system. If you ever spend time with prisoners or just go to a prison, you're allowed to go. You can go visit, get a tour. They'll give you a tour. You could walk in. You just show up. They'll give you a tour half the time. They're quite proud of what they do. You're a citizen. You can go. I actually worked in San Quentin with some friends where we taught people how to read and stuff out there. And it's it's not what you think. It's just not what you think. It looks like it does in the movies, but it's not a bunch of people like trying to stab each other and like. There's some element of that, of course, but there's an element of out like in the wild. When you're out here in the wild, there's an element of people trying to kill you, hiding weapons, doing crazy shit, off the rails. You can walk down the street of Itty City and find people who are off the rails, in jail, It's the same thing. In prisons, it's the same thing. They're unhappy. They're in captivity, and some of them are not handling it well. Some of them went in not well. This idea that prisons are are places where human beings go to get tortured, that's not the point of a prison. You're not going there to get tortured.
To hide the drugs. And they're the ones who have to find it. No wonder U-Hauls are only moving one way. Down in Florida, guards aren't patting down prosthetics. They're waving in New Yorkers to a state where taxes are low and fridges are full. And you
Go. Everybody hates what you guys. It's amazing. Fox News is constantly trying to push Florida. Go to Florida, everybody. I've spent lots of time in Florida. I've been to every city in Florida. I lived there for like 3 months. It's great. It's great if you like 95 degrees and muggy all the day, every day. Sure, if you like that type of weather, if you want to live like a lizard, if you feel like lizard weather is good for you, go to Florida. If you don't mind the rednecks and you think that you can just ignore all the crazy rednecks, go to Florida. Or maybe you want to go to, maybe you're like, nah, Sky, I'm not going to the redneck part of Florida. I'm going to go to South Florida where all the Miamis, where all the Latinos and the gays are. I'm going down there. Okay, they're going to have your own problems. You know, there's island sickness down there in the Keys, the Keys disease, they call it. There's problems down in the Keys as well. The Keys disease. Ask anybody. If you go to Miami, they've got all sorts of issues. There's people killing chickens in the streets in some neighborhoods. There's barrios and there's other bad things. And I mean, I love it. Love Miami. But it's not all it's crap. It's not like it is on TV. There's good parts and bad parts. I guess you can wear blinders. Go to Florida. Find out. Move to Florida.
show up to work, whether your hamster's got the sniffles or not. Byron Donalds is running for governor of Florida. Wait, so you guys don't have days off when your dog's not feeling well?
No, because
hey, Byron, you went to jail. Do you think we should torture people in jail, Byron? Byron, you're a criminal. You committed felonies. Should we torture you? Byron's a rehabilitated criminal. He doesn't want us to talk about his criminal history, but he was convicted of felony bribery and felony possession of marijuana with intent to sell, to distribute. And he we should ask him, should we torture people in prisons?
But nothing New York does makes any sense. And this is what happens, Jesse, when you let communists run your city. They come up with stupid ideas, like the entire list you just went through. And when people bring them the facts on how dumb their ideas are, they double down and triple down. They do not go back and reflect.
What facts? What facts have you brought? We bring them the facts. You're dumb. That's what facts are in the MAGA brain. You're dumb. I'm sorry, Maggers, you elected a pedophile. I mean, you elected a guy who admits to being a pedophile, who's crying so hard, such a crybaby, that he wants to destroy the Kennedy Center because his name's not on it. God damn, we need to have we need wet floor signs. Can we get some wet floor signs in the chat? Because my God, these Maggers crying. And then when you're like, so what facts do you have that none of this will work? Like, I think the pet days off thing is a little ridiculous. But I'll take the good with the bad. And if you got facts that show something, hey, people they call out anyway when their pets are sick. And that maybe there's some statistics about how people will take more days off when their pets are sick because they can't get them to the veterinarian's office and they need time to take care of their little fur babies. I'm against it, but maybe other people, maybe there's a valid reason for that. I'm not just going to be like, that's dumb and that's a fact.
And say, yeah, you know what, that's unworkable. That doesn't make much sense. Maybe we should stop that. They keep going. I mean, look at Mamdani's grocery stores that are going to be subsidized by the taxpayers of New York. Instead of listening to the other grocery store owners and the bodega owners to understand that you're going to drive them out of business.
There are 13,000 bodegas in New York City. There are 5 proposed city-run supermarkets, grocery stores, little grocery stores. 5 versus 13,000. Who do you think? Do you think that 5 grocery stores of New York City are going to put out of business 13,000 bodegas? Fuck the bodegas. This is so ridiculous. This is so sickening.
He says, no, we're committed, blah, 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 because he doesn't care. He's only committed to his crazy ideology, which has never worked anywhere that it's been tried, anywhere on the face of the planet.
Well, crazy Angie might try it down in sunny South Florida. She's running for Senate. You going to be able to handle Ange?
Oh, listen, she's not going to win here in Florida because there's a reason people choose our state. They want common sense, conservative policy where government.
I'm gonna laugh so hard if Angie Nixon wins in Florida. If Florida starts turning, because like Florida used to be a swing state, it might swing the other way.
Leaves them alone. That's what the people of Florida want. They've chosen it every single election cycle, and a Democrat socialist in the name of Angie Nixon is not going to win.
All those people leaving New York, they're like, "Come on in to Florida." How do you think those New Yorkers are gonna vote? You think they're gonna vote for Byron Donalds, the criminal convicted of felony bribery?
Our states, and neither will David Jolly, the Democrat running for governor, because he bends a knee and is a Trojan horse for the Democrat Socialists of America.
Man, I don't know. You know what's funny? Sky is Fox's only viewer. I have to watch Fox because I think that they are the stalking horse of the administration. And you know who else watches Fox? Donald Trump. And if you want to know what's happening right now, you have to watch Fox because they're the ones feeding the president this type of shit. And they're feeding a giant swath of American voters, their information. And they love it. What's crazy is you think that I'm the only Fox viewer. I know it's just a joke, but let me run with it. I went to a car dealership where I just had to wait for my car to be worked on. And guess what was on the one TV that they had in the waiting room? If you go to any bar in America, any airport in America, any place where there's lots of TVs, guess what's on? Guess what's on? I remember when I worked in Vegas, I worked in Vegas and other resorts, we would never have the news on, ever. Never have the news on. Unless something catastrophic was happening locally, we would turn on the news so we, see if we're safe. That happened every once in a while. Like a shooting in Las Vegas or when that lady took a car and she ran over 13 or 14 people on Las Vegas Boulevard, we turned on the news. But other than that, we don't let the news on TVs in bars. And yet everywhere I go in America, there it is, Fox News. It's always Fox. Every time it's Fox. It's crazy.
I found out that Angie has a coffee shop that sells the morning after pill and porn. I don't know about the laws in Florida, but it just doesn't seem...
What? Let's find out if that's true. I just heard Jesse Waters say that Angie Nixon owns a coffee shop that sells the morning after pill and porn. Is this true? No.
Accurate. It's a misrepresentation of the business, which is actually a community bookstore and cafe.
Oh. She owns a community bookstore and cafe called Cafe Resistance in Jacksonville. Woo! Jacksonville's redneck territory, man. You guys ever been to Jacksonville? Woo! What a town. The reality, Cafe Resistance does not sell adult pornography. Okay. The shop stocks and sells various books that have been restricted or banned from public school libraries. Waters and other conservative critics frequently refer to these materials, which often include LGBTQ plus themes. They call that pornography because they mention gays. I got it. Morning After Pill. The cafe does not commercially market or sell pharmaceuticals. As a community hub, Cafe Resistance provides free mutual aid health resources to the local neighborhood, including complimentary condoms and over-the-counter pregnancy contraceptive. Okay, cool. I think that's kind of cool. So she runs a mutual aid cafe and bookstore type place. I like her even more now. I had no idea that Angie Nixon was so cool. I had no idea that I love Angie Nixon even more now. Wait, she has community service? She has a community service cafe in Jacksonville of all places? Jacksonville? You guys, I'm telling you, Jacksonville is I don't know if it's the worst city in Florida, but it's rough out there, bro. It's rough. There is a little vegan cafe there that I went to. They're really nice. Run by a black family. They were so sweet. I forget their names. They were so nice. Nixon's getting better by the day. Indeed. Yeah, it was great. I'm from the Midwest, by the way, doing my internship in You're in Jacksonville? Oh, I'm sorry. You're literally in Jacksonville, right? I hate Jacksonville. I did my internship outside of Jacksonville. It's a dirty shithole. It's like Jacksonville's like Jacksonville is like what a redneck goes to a city and they're like, we want to build one of these. And they take it and they build like it's like a replica of another city. It's something. It's like a redneck built a city based on visiting another city. That's what Jacksonville is like. It's horrible, man. I dislike Jacksonville fairly intensely. I've been there a few times. I think I've been there 3 or 4 times. You're always driving through Jacksonville because Jacksonville's in the northern part of the state and all the cool stuff's in the southern part of the state. Like even if no matter what you like about Florida's like the opposite of everywhere else in the United States, where all the rednecky shit's in the northern Florida and all the cool stuff's in southern Florida. I'm doing pornography, everybody. I'm doing. Jacksonville's up here on this part of Florida, and all the cool stuff's down here on this part of Florida.
I think she wants to have in her shop, but that's the difference between New York and Florida. In New York, you would have Mamdani and Kathy Hochul come up with a bunch of rules to make every other shop owner look like Angie Nixon's shop. Look, she can do what she wants in her own business, but in Florida, we respect capital, we respect business owners, and we want people to be free. We want them to be left alone. And one real quick thing, Jesse, that $30 minimum wage that they're cooking up, that's only going to drive more inflation in the city of New York because business owners would have to raise prices, and the business owners that couldn't, they would be run out of business. That's what would happen.
Yeah.
What?
Basic arithmetic, something we're missing.
Basic arithmetic. What do you mean they'll have to raise? Did he say they'll have to raise? Do you mean lower prices, right? What did he just say?
Inflation in the city of New York because business owners would have to raise prices, and the business owners that couldn't, they would be run out of business.
Wait, he's going to cause inflation by lowering prices of groceries? How is that basic? How do you cause inflation by lowering prices? I don't understand. Is that basic arithmetic? I don't know what this guy's talking about.
Yeah. Basic arithmetic, something we're missing up here in Manhattan. Byron, good luck down there with Jolly. And Angie, we might have to send Johnny down there. So make sure you welcome him. Thank you so much.
Johnny. Cafe Resistance. I want some pictures of Cafe Resistance owned by Angie Nixon. What does it look like? Oh, you know what? Here, let's share this. I'm gonna go ahead and throw this up on the screen. I mean, let's see. Angie. Oh, she's got that. I love those. I forget what those are called. These little queen chairs. They're kind of cool. Okay, so she sells banned books. Champion of Black Art and Culture wins Florida Senate primary in upstate. Look at her nice little cafe. There she is. Ben Crump is coming to Jacksonville. She's got a Black Panther on the window. Uh-oh. Black Panther's scary for white people. Certain white people are afraid of the Black Panthers. They were a communist organization, though, so, you know. Here she is with her megaphone. I just wanted a picture of Cafe Resistance, though. Let's just see if I can get some Cafe Resistance. Is this the only picture we got? There's some books. Cafe Resistance bookstore. I mean, I don't know. It looks like a cool place that I want to visit. I want to go. I want to go to Jacksonville just to hang out here. And Black Panther Party, Cafe Resistance bookstore. It inspires me to open up my own Cafe Resistance. Here she is selling a cup of coffee. Okay, I'm into it. I'm into anybody who sells banned books. I love it. Angie Nixon. Here, wait. Dream, resist, flourish. Cafe Resistance. And here's her little photo op. You can go take a picture there. I'm in. I want to do it. These guys, who do you want to hang out with? Cafe Resistance or these two simps? Who would you rather hang out with? You know what I'm saying? Leave a dog in a hot car in California. We are legally allowed to break the windows. That's true. Right to rescue. That's true. That's true. There's a law about that. Don't try to rescue any other animals, just dogs and cats.
Okay, if you feel like you are losing your...
Can I tell you a story really quickly? So I worked at a place where, especially during COVID, but all the time, you're not allowed to have dogs inside of restaurants in California. And people are like, but it's an emotional service animal. That is not an exception in the ADA. The ADA allows us to ask you, what service does the animal provide? That's all we're allowed to ask you. We're not allowed to ask you about what your illness is or anything like that. What service does the animal provide? And if someone says emotional support, they've got their little emotional support, that doesn't count for restaurants. It's against the health code. Now, most of the time, people just turn a blind eye to it until there's a salmonella outbreak. If there's a salmonella outbreak, they blame the business owner for allowing dogs in their cafe or restaurants and stuff. Usually that doesn't happen, though, so most people just get away with it. Anyway, my boss, my owners, they were like, we don't want to have this dogs in the place. And we did allow a dog once into the place, and the dog bit one of our servers. So we just had a policy now. Look, if the dog isn't a seeing eye dog, no one's allowed to have dogs inside. Have them on the patio. You're not allowed to have them in the business. And this guy threw a fit, and he had this like little Jack Russell, and he was so, I'm going to sue you, and he's threatening me. He's calling me all these names. I'm like, sir, you're being very rude, but you're very welcome to come in. You're just not allowed to bring the dog. You could sit outside, but I have friends inside. I'm like, that's not my problem. You're not able to bring the dog into the place because people will put their dogs on the table. They put their dogs on the furniture. Anyway, so what does this idiot do with his emotional support animal that he loves so much? He goes and he locks the dog in a car outside in California summer heat. And I don't know if it's summer, but it's on the coast. It's warm. And I didn't know he did that. Like, in my defense, I didn't know that had happened. He leaves. He comes back without the dog. I don't give a shit what happened. I thought he might have driven home. We live in a neighborhood. I thought maybe he drove home and got rid of the dog and came back. I don't know. I'm not thinking too much about it. I got a restaurant to run. And then all of a sudden, the police show up and they break the car door. They wreck his car because he's in the parking lot. He let the dog sit in the parking lot. Somebody else called the cops, and they broke the window of this dude's car. And I'm like, dude, that's just karma. This piece of shit coming in screaming in my face about this dog. And now he locks his beloved animal in the back of a car with the windows rolled up. Oh, you really cared about this animal so much that you really care. You really care. Like, dude, so disgusting. But I really like the fact that he had his window broken. I thought that was just beautiful karma right in front of us happening. Yeah. A kid died in France this year, left in a car with 112. That happens a lot. People forget their kids are in the back seat. It's a whole thing. When I was in I think I was in Georgia, and I have it somewhere. They had these free keychains for people's cars that just say, check the back seat. And I said, what is this? Check the back seat. And he said, every year people just forget that they have their kids in the back seat. And it reminds them, don't leave your kids in the back seat, even for 5 minutes. They'll die. Crazy. It's always the people with aggressive dogs like Chihuahua, how aggressive Jack Russells are. That Jack Russell didn't bite. That Jack Russell was a cute animal and just fine. But it wasn't the dog's fault. It was the guy. The dog was fine. The separate incident with the bite, we had a server get bitten because this guy was arguing and he had this big dog. It was like I think he was a golden or something. And he was on the ground just like laying down. Oh, he's really docile. There's nothing. And he just laid on the ground, but a server just got too close and he bit the server on the ankle. And it wasn't so much that we needed to go to the doctor, but I had to perform first aid because he was bleeding. Like he didn't puncture, but he definitely the kid was bleeding. That's at the end of the day. Yeah. The man was the aggressive asshole. Right. The human was the aggressive asshole. Bingo. Exactly. Again, don't bring your dogs to restaurants, assholes.
Patience with customer service.
And everybody always says, "Oh, you just hate dogs." I love dogs. I love cats. I love all animals. I'm a vegan. I'm an animal rights activist. I'm not a person who hates animals. I just think that human beings need to stop bringing dogs and cats to hotels and restaurants. You ever go to a hotel that someone had 3 dogs in the room before you rented it, or you ever go to a hotel where your next door neighbor has 3 dogs and they're never there, and you're stuck in this hotel room and all you have is 3 dogs, scared dogs barking all night because their owner is out partying while you're trying to get a night's sleep for your meeting the next morning. Stop bringing dogs to hotels. Stop bringing dogs to restaurants. God damn it. That's it. Thank you. That's my public service announcement for today. I love dogs. Please stop bringing them to inappropriate places.
More often these days, you are not alone.
A new survey found that shoppers are dealing with more issues than ever before. Reporter Ryan Hill spoke with the researchers behind the study to find out why so many of us are reaching our breaking point.
Plenty of us haven't been pleased with something we ordered or trying to get a hold of customer services. But
don't forget to hit the like button, double tap the screen, do all the things you're supposed to do. Even if you've already liked, double tap the screen, double tap. Don't double tap. I see other content creators do that. Double tap the screen, all right, guys. Oh my God, can you believe the rubber band on the tomato and the watermelon? Oh my God, it's gonna explode. Just hit that double like. Oh my God, guys, hit that double like. I'll give you free Roblox. I'll give you free Roblox.
Just trying to find out more about the customer experience with something they call the National Customer Rage Study.
And the intent is really to understand what the landscape is of customers that are having issues and reaching out to organizations to get them resolved.
Katie Herrings with Customer Care Measurement and Consulting. They've been doing the National Customer Rage Survey every other year since 2003, and 2025 is the firm's latest findings. A major takeaway is that people are having more issues in the marketplace.
Whether that's a result of declining quality of products and services or simply a result of people buying more and having more opportunities to encounter issues, right? We're seeing over 70% of people right now are saying that they...
I think the customer rage is on the rise. Kate, have you ever experienced customer rage? I have. I get customer rage because it's usually someone who speaks really good English but has no comprehension. It's like they speak very, very well, and you can tell they're reading off of like a tree, like a decision tree, or it's a robot. But usually it's a person in a foreign country who speaks very good English, but their comprehension level, they don't know what you're talking about. And you're like, we're talking in a circle, and they'll say things like, I understand how that could be frustrating, Sky, but we need to oh my God. It's so frustrating talking to a human being who's actually just pretending to be a robot or a robot pretending to be a human being. That's where the rage comes from. I'm convinced.
had an issue in the past year with a product or service.
The 2025.
Or you ever have them hang up on you where it's like, press 3 to talk to a human. Press 3, they hang up. What? Or you're like, have you had that shit where it's like, do this other thing and you could get in. you press it, and it's like, oh yeah, just joking, hang up. They just hang up on you. I love that shit when the robot hangs up on you. That's one of my favorite things that happens. I don't know if this goes like this or the. Oh yeah, my here we go. Sorry, my headphones just popped out. The headphone detached from the. Never mind. Forget what I'm saying. Technical difficulties, everybody.
Survey found that 2 out of every 3 customers with an issue feel rage, and half had to raise their voice to express that issue. About a third of customers also say there's emotional stress as a result of their experience trying to resolve their problem.
We also see over a third of people now saying that they're taking their business away from companies that they don't think are valuing them and giving them a smooth and easy contact handling process.
Well, I think that's true. If I can't get a hold of you, I'm never going to buy a shit from you ever again. I've done that. I'm literally about to get rid of Headspace, which is a meditation software, right? It's a meditation app. I use it 2 or 3 times a day, and the app kept crashing, and I'm trying to contact them. I can't do it through the app. I can't do it through the website. There's no way to contact them for help. I leave a nasty review on the App Store, thinking like at least maybe they'll know and they'll get back to me. Sometimes that works, and there's just nothing. And I'm going, well, I've been a customer for 5 years. Do you know how much money that is? I use your service 3 times a day. What the hell? So I canceled my membership, and in a few days it'll be over, and I'm going to switch to Calm because Calm is a comparable product, and I'm going to ditch Headspace, which is like, it's a big deal for me. It's a big deal. An app that you use every day. And it's all because of their customer service. Isn't that crazy? They're too busy meditating. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe they're just too busy meditating.
So people are really escalating their own behaviors in some extent.
Herring tells me for companies, make sure the way to resolve customers' problems is clear.
I mean, Ticketmaster, everyone knows Ticketmaster needs to get blown up. Ticketmaster needs to go. I hate that people, I just saw this one guy, that comedian who's got an English accent, always wears a 3-piece suit. I forget his name. He's like, well, if you don't want to come to the show, don't come. Don't buy tickets. It's capitalism. No, it's not. Capitalism is about competition. Ticketmaster has signed 100-year contracts with venues, has has monopolized the entire business, and anybody who comes up trying to sell tickets, they just buy them and shutter them. So don't tell me that Ticketmaster is capitalism. It's monopoly, and that's against the law, but we don't care. 10 years of antitrust suits against Ticketmaster. Donald Trump just takes a payoff and lets them continue.
And they can reach someone who can fix their problem and follow through with them. For us as shoppers, when we raise an issue.
Yeah, Carr is such a piece of garbage. He's smart enough that people really like, but they like him because he sounds so smart, but he's not. He's just an idiot. I have you ever heard of his takes on communism and everything? Oh, everyone's a communist when it's your family, and everyone, it's from each his to his need, according to his need, to each, from each according to his ability, to each according to his need, and if even when you get to a society like a neighborhood, it's socialism. Everybody's a socialism. You want to help your neighbors, but as soon as it becomes as big as a nation, you're like, fuck those guys. And everyone gets a big laugh. And it's like, bro, you just described why the federal government evil, why every government's evil and it runs on violence. It's just human nature. It's not human nature. It's because the bigger you go up, there's bigger bosses to fight. Because the people up at the top run the banks, they run the system, and it's very hard to fight them. So Carr is just like, it's just human nature. It leans into the human nature. If it leaned into human nature, then why are families communists and neighborhood socialists? Like, the guy doesn't think. It really bothers me. Stewie Griff, he smells like Stewie. Yeah, not Brendan Carr. I'm talking about the. He hasn't such a big accent, Sky. You just do the laugh. He does have a strong Jimmy Carr. Yeah. He does have a strong accent. Jimmy Carr. He's such, greed. Greed is just human nature. Anyone who says greed is human nature is a piece of shit. You run from that person. Don't fuck anybody who says greed is human nature, okay? That person's not going to eat you out or suck your dick. Those people are not going to be generous lovers. I promise you. A greedy person, anybody who says greed is human nature is not going to be a generous lover. Run from them. You will not be sexually satisfied. No matter how hot she or he is, run. Run for your life. Anybody who says greed is human nature, they're stupid, but also they're going to be really horrible in the sack. Unless you're into like people who are just, unless you're like a really into sub, you just want to like be tied up and, Anyway, that's getting too deep. Run from people who say that. They're idiots or they're liars.
Patience.
It might take a little bit more effort than you want, but assuming that you have the time and that it's worth it, really follow through and make sure that you're giving the organization and the company an opportunity to make a difference for you.
Ryan Hill, ABC 10 News.
Overnight, a very disturbing new threat from Iran. State TV in Iran aired a video that appears to place a $10 million bounty on the life of Barron Trump, the president's youngest child. The video even shows locations where the 20-year-old is known to spend time. I don't even mention those locations. The Secret Service says it is aware of the threat, but won't comment for security reasons. Joining us now is Leon Panetta.
I mean, if you think about it, if someone's going to, if Donald Trump is going to kill the entire family of the Ayatollah and brag about it, he brags about killing their whole family. We found out where they were. We pretended like we were negotiating, and then we stalked him for 3 months with our satellite technology, and then we bombed the shit out of his entire family. We took the first thing and then anything, and we did three generations of people we just straight up fucking murdered, and we're very proud of this. If Donald Trump is going to brag about killing entire lineages of Iranians, then, of course they want to kill Barron Trump. Wouldn't you? If someone killed your whole family, and your grandma and your grandpa and all your brothers and sisters, and if you had a big family, and they killed all of you except you, wouldn't you wanna? Wouldn't you want to find out who did that and do the same thing to them? Wouldn't you? I mean, that's why generally in America we don't do that. We do coup d'etats and we do horrible, we do try to carry out little. We hire locals to try to carry out assassinations attempts on people like Castro and stuff. But or we'll fund the Kurds to kill ISIS leaders and stuff. We'll do that stuff. We'll give them guns but we generally stop at literally murdering heads of state or kidnapping them, like in the case of Maduro and his wife. Like, does Maduro have kids? Do you think Maduro's kids are super stoked that the United States government has kidnapped their mom and dad? Let me see. Does he? Does Maduro and his wife have any kids? They must. They must. Yeah. They have 3 kids. Oh, no, they don't. They have no kids. However, they both have children from previous relationships. Okay, so they don't have kids together, but they do have kids. His son, Nicolas Ernesto Maduro Guerra, Nicolicito, from his previous marriage with Adriana Guerra Angulo. Okay, cool. And Celia Flores also has a child. So they both have children from previous marriages. Ooh, she has 1, 2, 3 children. She has 3. Okay, so anyway, if you were Maduro's son and Donald Trump kidnapped your dad, would you want to do something about it? Just curious. Would you? Murder rates are higher in red states compared to blue states. The recent data shows that the red states had a murder rate 33% higher than blue states. Ooh. That's an interesting thing. Steffelson. It doesn't matter, though, because they're just going to blame Mamdani. The thing is, like, I saw what you said about SNAP benefits, too. Like, the reduction in the cutting of SNAP benefits is going to affect the red states worse than the blue states. Yeah, that's okay, but they'll just blame socialists somehow. They'll just blame somebody else. They'll blame Biden, and it always works for some reason. It'll work. They'll blame Biden, and they'll be like, yeah, it's Biden's fault that I ain't got shit. He hasn't been president. It'll be 3 years. He hasn't been president for 3 years. Ding dang do. It's Biden's fault. It's that ma'am Danny over in New York City. The mayor of New York is making sure I ain't got shit. That's what's going to happen. People like, who's that redneck comedian who's got the accent? He's like, white privilege. I never got none of that. Who's that guy? I forget his name. He's got a funny little name. He endorsed Donald Trump. What's that guy's name? The funny guy. And he's gonna be like, I ain't got no white privilege. It's all Ma'am Danny's fault, and Biden too. I forget that little dude's name. What's that little dude's got the mullet? Everyone likes him, but he's really stupid. But he's really funny. He's really funny, but he's really stupid. What's that guy's name? I don't know. What's that white redneck comedian? He's really funny. What's that white redneck comedian everyone thinks is real? Not Larry the Cable Guy. No, I want the white redneck guy who's a funny guy and he endorsed Trump. He's got a podcast. What's his name? Theo Vaughn. I'm thinking Theo Vaughn. Theo Vaughn. Thank you, everybody. Theo Vaughn. Yeah, Vaughn isn't funny. Sometimes Vaughn is funny. Yeah, I'm talking about Theo Vaughn. Yeah, not Foxworthy. Foxworthy's Texan. He's like, now, if you have your porch collapse and 3 dogs die, you might be a redneck. You might be a redneck. Steffelson, thank you so. Hello, my friend. Skyjack Morgan Show. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Foxworthy is a smart guy. Well, he's smarter than a 5th grader, I've heard.
He was the defense secretary under President Obama. He was also the CIA director and formerly a member of Congress. Mr. Secretary, thanks so much for joining us. At any given time, the president and his family are among the best protected people in the world. But how concerning is this latest Iranian public threat and the apparent bounty on the life of 20-year-old Barron Trump?
Well, I think you have to take these kinds of threats very seriously, especially if they did it over Iranian TV.
Sir, would you mind turning off your goddamn phone while you're on TV? Could you mind turning off your phone while you're on TV, sir?
It's crazy for them to even try something like that.
Look at this Nazi. This guy, I'm sorry, Barron. Barron, you're not... We were trying to not look like Nazis, bro, especially during the inauguration. Yes! Louder! Louder for your chosen son of Deutschland! Louder! That's Barron Trump for you. The shy boy from New York City. Louder! Yes! Jesus Christ. Barron, we were trying to like lower the temperature on the Nazi thing ever since, Elon did the whole, the little salute thing. We trying to not look like Nazis. Please. Okay, boss, I think I got it. I mean, Dad. Okay, boss, I mean, Dad. I'm going to try not to look like a Nazi. What? You're not cheering loud enough for me.
Because that would probably result, without question, in all-out war. And so I think the United States is going to have to take that threat seriously. But I also think Iran needs to be aware of the consequences of doing anything like that. It's not.
You don't think they're aware? You don't think they're aware? Who's the guy? What was that general that Donald Trump, Soleimani? Was Soleimani the name of that general that Donald Trump murdered? What was his name? Soleimani? Yes, Soleimani. Qasem Soleimani. Donald Trump in 2020 ordered a targeted U.S. drone strike near Baghdad International Airport in Iraq that killed General Soleimani. So we murdered him in Iraq at the Baghdad International Airport. Can you imagine being there? You're just flying through. You're like just getting a connecting flight to, Tehran. I don't know, just trying to get a connecting flight. And a drone comes in and murders this guy sitting next to you. Jesus. The Trump administration argued the action was a defensive measure, stating that Soleimani was actively plotting imminent attacks against American diplomats and military personnel in the region. Oh, really? Really? What? Who? Oh, we can't tell you. That's top secret. The targeted killing heavily escalated tensions between the United States and Iran. The United Nations Human Rights Report later declared the strike an unlawful violation of international law, and Iran subsequently issued a symbolic murder and terrorism charges against Trump. So Trump has charges against him as a terrorist in Iran because he carried out the murder of General Soleimani, and it was a human rights report, and the UN declared it unlawful. So Donald Trump is a war criminal. Thank you so much, everybody. When you murder Soleimani, I think you kind of open the door to have people trying to murder you. That's the whole thing, That's why we don't do that shit. That's why we're not supposed to do that. You don't go and kill random generals in Baghdad that you're not at war with. You don't carry out assassinations with drones. What's funny? I was thinking about how when Barack Obama was carrying out those drone strikes, and we all heard about it while it was happening, but no one really knew how bad it was. And I feel like that's got to be true today too, right? Like, we knew that Barack Obama was doing bad shit. We knew that he was doing bad shit. We knew that he, assassinated Osama bin Laden without, extrajudiciously, didn't get a trial. No one found out. Is he guilty? Was he guilty? We have no way of really knowing. No trial, no believable evidence that it was him and him alone. Lots of controversy about that because of the way he was murdered. But we all knew that there was bad stuff happening under Barack Obama. And then after he left, we found out, it was way worse than we thought. The same has to be true with Donald Trump. Like, it's bad, and we all know it's bad. But once he's gone, we're going to find out how much worse it really is. That it's far worse than you think. Because that's how it was with Barack Obama. It's like we're going, this doesn't seem right, Barack, Barry, baby, it seems like you're doing a lot with the kids in cages and the concentration camps and the murdering of people with drones, the extrajudicious killings. It seems like you're doing a lot here, Barry. And Barry's like, no, it's not as bad as it looks, and we had to do it because it's something we have to do. And everyone's just like, I don't know. And then he leaves office, and we're like, holy shit, Barack Obama, really bad dude. And then what do you think it's going to be like with Donald Trump, where it's already so fucking bad? It's not like even raised eyebrows. It's like, holy shit. We're going to find out that it's 100 times worse. After all, it was bad under Barack Obama.
It is definitely not in their interest.
It's not in their interest to kill Barron. I don't know. There's this thing called revenge that people take really seriously over in the Gulf states, over in this place where most capitalists call it the Middle East. Over the place that most capitalists and white people call the Middle East, it is They're really into revenge out there, really into it.
Because the way that video at Iranian state TV aired, it seemed to suggest that perhaps a supporter of Iran, a supporter of terrorism in the United States, should go out and try to kill Barron Trump and then get a $10 million reward for doing so. Is that the way you understood it as well?
10 million.
But, Wolf, the threats we've gotten from Iran are very similar. The word goes out that individuals here in the United States might be the kind of terrorists who might attempt that kind of assassination, either on the president or the first family, or others as well. That's the kind of intelligence we've gotten in terms of Iran's threats. And so it's for that reason that you have to take these kinds of threats very seriously and not assume that...
we got to take them really seriously. By the way, next time you're on the air with CNN and Wolf Blitzer, please turn off your goddamn phone, dude. What the hell? Can't we have a little sense of... Is no one professional anymore? Like, I expect it on YouTube, but come on, you're CNN. You're CNN.
Fox 5 News starts now.
Fox 5.
His arrest should send a clear message. You can hide your face, but you can't hide from the elite investigators of the U.S. Marshal Service.
Elite investigators are coming for you.
And we start tonight here at 10 o'clock with that man that Philadelphia police say was wanted for terrorizing citizens and sparking a multi-state manhunt. He is behind bars tonight right here in the Valley. According to the U.S. Marshal Service, 22-year-old Zymir Hughes was tracked down and arrested in Las Vegas. Fox 5's Sophia Brunsma here tonight with more on the investigation and what led to this apprehension. Sophia?
Tom, U.S. Marshals Nevada Violent Offender Task Force members took Hughes into custody tonight. Investigators say Hughes chased and harassed multiple people in Philadelphia in the early morning hours of August 15th. Police believe his motive may have been to get attention on social media. The U.S. Marshals Nevada Violent Offender Task Force arrested Zymir Hughes tonight in Las Vegas, ending a several-day search. Marshals say Hughes fled Philadelphia on August 19th, flying out of New Jersey to Orlando before ultimately landing at Harry Reid International Airport. But investigators soon determined this wasn't his first time in Nevada. Marshals say
he kind of looks like a baby Jabberwocky. He
he had actively and has actually been living here in Vegas since February, believing that he has ties to both Nevada and California for work. Once back in the Valley, investigators say Hughes changed locations to evade capture, hiding out at a southeast Las Vegas apartment complex for the last 5 days. The task force eventually spotted Hughes on surveillance footage at the apartment complex, allowing them to zero in on his position.
But I can tell you, our deputy marshals and our task force officers were extremely happy because it's 106 degrees out there in Las Vegas, and they had spent literally the last 4 to 5 days conducting surveillance, running down leads, and just doing what deputy marshals do.
So that they did their jobs. That's pretty cool. What did he do, though? I don't get what he did.
It was an outstanding job by everybody. The police department.
Did I miss why are they looking for this guy?
The Marshal Service here, the Marshal Service in Las Vegas.
Spooky masks?
According to the U.S. Marshals, when they arrested him, they say Hughes questioned the arrest and resisted officers, forcing deputies to subdue him. Marshals saying that they did not find his mask. The Marshal Service says that he did have some criminal history, but they do not think that he was known to authorities here in Las Vegas.
Criminal history, but what did he actually, what did he do?
Citizens and sparking a multi-state manhunt. He is behind.
You can hide your face, but you can't hide from the elite investigators of the U.S. Marshal Service.
And we start tonight here at 10 o'clock with that man that Philadelphia police say was wanted for terrorizing citizens and sparking a multi-state manhunt.
Terrorizing citizens? What did he do? He wore a mask and wore a spooky mask. We caught him. We can't find the mask, but we got him. We know it's him. Are you sure it's him? Well, we can't find the mask, but we were forced to subdue him. 3rd degree spooky. Yeah, what in the hell? Yeah, it's 3rd degree spooky. Indeed. Snoopy masks are illegal now. I like the Guy Fawkes. What is this? He was terrorizing people. How was he by being spooky in Philadelphia? I mean, everyone in Philadelphia is kind of spooky. Have you ever been to Philadelphia? It's not always sunny there. It's not.
President Trump says
that's why you got to go to Vegas.
Imposing harsh new financial measures that are guaranteed to destroy Iran's economy. They're calling it Bidenomics.
Yeah, it's always that. If you don't want to get, I know it's always so funny. The cops are like, it was 106 degrees in Las Vegas, and the U.S. Marshal Service had to do it. Oh my God, it was so hard out there. Can you imagine the Texas Rangers who shot up those people, the highwaymen who shot the Bonnie and Clyde all to hell? They just waited for them and just murdered them, and they tracked them and they were looking for them. It took forever to catch them. Can you imagine the U.S. the Texas Rangers being like, it's so hot, but it's hot outside. What happened? The U.S. Marshals, everyone's complaining. It's been 106 isn't even that hot. I mean, if it's 120, I could say, okay, maybe you got a right to complain. 106, Las Vegas, You're in the U.S. Marshal Service. Do your job and shut up, man. No one else is complaining. Jesus, everyone else has got. Yeah, Elliot Ness is like, I'd love to get that Al Capone guy, but it's just too hot. It's just too hot.
The WNBA has ruled that Inez Cantor, Freedom, and Royce White are ineligible to play in the league. Not because they're men, but because they're good at basketball. As the trade war with Canada continues, Canada is threatening to cut off electricity to the United States. And 5 women are already hoarding batteries.
Well, I don't get why would they hoard batteries. Oh, is it a vibrator joke? Is it a vibrator joke? Is this a vibrator joke on Fox?
Why? I don't get it. And finally...
Oh, yeah, it was a vibrator joke. He made a vibrator joke because the women of The View masturbate. But not Greg Gutfeld. He just likes to talk about Sydney Sweeney a lot. He's not a masturbator. He just can't shut up about Sydney Sweeney's boobs. But he's not a gooner, guys. Stop saying that about Greg Gutfeld. Greg Goonfeld. He's not a gooner. He just cannot stop talking about Sydney Sweeney's boobies.
Part of a study on snoring, researchers have designed and built a virtual throat. And one man has already installed one under his desk. You can see it coming. Yeah.
Ha!
Yeah,
He likes blowjobs. Get it? Bill Clinton likes blowjobs.
That or Don Lemon.
You ever heard who's got 2 thumbs and loves blowjobs? This guy. Hey!
The choices we make. So we keep being told the government's going to reveal intelligent signs of life outside our universe. Well, it's here, but it's not from some faraway planet. We created it. You know it is AI. And right now, politicians are panicking over data centers that will support...
Don't panic over data centers, guys. Stop. It's not like we're just having surveillance for everyone so that we can lock you up in little concentration camps and eventually fry you up in ovens. Shut up. AI is perfectly friendly.
By the energy, something that won't stop China and Russia.
If you've heard about data centers, chances are you probably don't like them. They've not been working in collaboration with local governments. And so they basically dug their own grave.
You can start by taxing the data centers that power AI.
Michiganders don't want data centers. No to data centers.
At this point, no more data centers.
There is one issue on which most Americans seem to...
Well, they should just call them surveillance centers. They're data centers in that they are crunching data with AI. Basically, we have a glut of data on American citizenry and people all over the world. Really, we have a glut of data, but we don't have the manpower in order to figure out what all that data means. We had to crunch that into meaningful, actionable items, and the only way to do that is with vast amounts of AI, and the only way to do that is with connecting supercomputers in large areas, all centralized, poisoning water in the air and just noise pollution. We need these surveillance centers. They shouldn't be called data centers, really. They should be called surveillance centers.
Agree. How much they hate data centers.
Folks are saying this, look, I don't want this colossus to be in my backyard. It's ugly, it's disgusting, it's taking farmland. Destroying our environment, water, electric rates, noise, heat, all that stuff. That's real.
Yeah, real. Just like all those other imagined apocalypses, climate change, overpopulation, Y2K.
Well, I mean, Y2K was it going to be an apocalypse? I mean, Y2K was a fun little thing that happened, 26 years ago. I mean, do you guys remember? No one really believed it. Some people believed it, I guess, but I don't think that any serious people were out there saying, Y2K, look out. 2012, the world's coming to an end because the Mayan calendar. That was all just kind of fun and games. But climate change is real, guys. I mean, I just heard that the U.S. Marshal Service was complaining about 106-degree weather. They can't even do their jobs.
Ozone layer being destroyed by horrible man-made gases.
Yeah, the ozone layer. The ozone layer was saved. Like, we saved the ozone layer by taking the CFLs, carbon, CFLFLCs. I forget, the chlorofluorocarbon. Is that what CFCs, right? We got rid of those, the aerosols. We try to limit that so we can keep an ozone layer over our heads. Pretty rad. It worked. It worked, guys.
Politicians love playing into imagined fears, which lets them dismiss real fears over crime or illegal immigration. But when it comes to AI, we shouldn't be scared. When the Model T came out, buggy whip makers lost their minds. Now we can't imagine life without those cars on the roads or those whips in our bedrooms. Fact is, we shouldn't be injecting politics into AI. We should be injecting AI into politics.
What?
It's smarter, more fair. AI doesn't hold grudges. It doesn't seek to preserve status. It isn't scared of activists or flattered by lobbyists. Nor will its brain turn to mush or crap on the Oval Office rug. Even an AI developed in Beijing won't be swayed by a BJ from Fang Fang.
See, this is why I think it's really important to watch Gutfeld. He really is the stalking horse for our conservative culture. He's floating out the idea that we should have AI make decisions of political decisions for human life that take out the human element completely, because why would we want to be governed by our own? We should be governed by AI. Now, this is something that people like Peter Thiel float out there. And famously, this guy named J.D. Vance, one of his earliest jobs was working for Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel's his mentor. He and Peter Thiel are great friends. They love each other. They pat each other on the back, and it's not gay at all. It's not gay. They just are really close, super close friends. And J.D. Vance wants to push the agenda of this technocracy, and it's something that is disconcerting, because who gets all the money? Who gets all the control? Well, it would be the top, like the PayPal mafia, Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, those guys at the very top of the technocrats, those guys, the broligarchs, people like Zuckertits and Jeff Bezos, those guys get to control everything. Well, I don't know if I'm okay with that. Are you okay with that? I think I'm decidedly not okay with that. I'm not okay with AI governing me either. Should we have an AI president? Greg Gutfeld is floating this idea as a joke. That's what a stalking horse is, right? You float out this idea to see if it's safe, and then the politicians start talking about it. Many a time, Greg Gutfeld is the first person to say shit of the MAGA, the MAGAverse eventually kind of adopts and starts pushing as a real agenda item. Right now, it's just a joke, right?
But individuals like you trained on AI will change more than just politics. Think about schooling, which will now feel like a prison. The compelled learning, the one-size-fits-all structure. You can learn as much in an hour using AI than one day in a classroom, and it won't tell your kid that you were born in the wrong body. You also don't need a Harvard degree to figure AI out, because in 3 months, their curriculum will be outdated. Meanwhile, you can master AI simply by playing with it. It's the only way to learn, because it changes daily and it follows your lead. You don't need a class in AI any more than you need a class in throwing coffee at an intern's face.
The fact that he says it follows your lead is kind of one of the issues with it. Like, I really like using chatbots to hash out ideas, and because I'm a writer and I like to and I don't have someone. It used to be we would have writer groups, and you would spend time with other people trying to is this something? Is this good? What should it be? Like, am I crazy with this? And so I think it's good if you can train a chat bot to kind of bounce ideas off of. Kind of like it, but you're supposed to be the curator. You can't just allow it to follow your lead. You have to challenge it to challenge you. You have to be like, am I crazy? Is this stupid? Is this good or bad? You need to start asking pointed questions of AI in order to get decent feedback. It's hard though, because you're losing out. You're losing out on so much doing it that way. So I still am part of writers groups, but I just don't have people I can do that with all the time. I'm not in college anymore where I had people around me all the time. I can just like email somebody, hey, is there something? I can have somebody right there with me all the time, but not anymore. So now it's a chat bot. Sucks, but it's good too. Keeps me productive, I think. Keeps me creative. But whatever. The fact that it follows your lead is exactly why AI is not something that we should be governed by.
It's intuitive. And while 4 years of Ivy League BS will destroy your ability to think, AI will add 20 IQ points to your brain. I know, scary thought. A guy like Jesse bumping his IQ up to 80. But look at it this way. Even if you don't use AI, bad people will. They can take an awful idea, like communism, and make it sound awesome. I did it myself. I'll show you. Communism ends worker exploitation, boom-bust cycles, and replaces competition with cooperation and rational planning for human flourishing. That sounds pretty good, right? Okay, let's do cannibalism. Human muscle provides high-quality, complete protein. Fat supplies dense energy. In a constrained ecosystem, this recycles nutrients that would otherwise be wasted.
In a constrained ecosystem, yeah. I mean, cannibalism is something that would be, I think, logically acceptable in a constrained ecosystem, like the Donner Party, where no help is coming and they ate the dead. A lot of people will be like, well, why didn't they kill the animals? Well, because there were dead humans. And they knew that if the live animals, if they can keep the animals alive long enough, that they could eat the animals later, but they couldn't survive long enough to eat the animal. They ate the humans. They ate the people that were already dead. It's not like they killed the people and ate them. So in a constrained ecosystem where push comes to shove, you're eating people, it's high protein and high fat. So human flesh, it's unsavory.
I know, I'm getting hungry just thinking about it. The point is, AI turns ideas into an arms race. Your good ideas have to get stronger to keep up with the bad. Because while your good ideas lie in bed, their bad ideas are outside doing push-ups. I mean, imagine if Jessica gets hold of AI. Jesse might have to prepare for the 5. But I get why politicians hate AI. There is no room to lie. It's sort of like showing an ID when you vote. You want to control the border and get the very best while avoiding the riffraff? Nothing better than AI. You want to isolate and imprison recidivist criminals? Nothing better than AI. Whether it's biology or economics, AI has no room for identity or oppression politics. And that must be frustrating to people who rely on that 24/7. Look, I love to write, but at some point, machines are going to write better than me. And I'll accept it.
Dude, right now, machines started writing better than Greg Gutfeld 10 years ago.
Just like I did with the invention of the vibrator. But in time, to keep you...
More vibrator jokes. Nice callback, though. He could have sold the vibrator joke earlier on for a better callback. Like, that wasn't bad, actually. He wrote this. He made a callback of the vibrator joke earlier when it came to The View, but he just couldn't get it to land because the first one didn't land. He didn't get the reason why the batteries, and he couldn't make the joke work. Maybe it shouldn't have been the View. Maybe he should have made a joke about somebody else using a vibrator that would have made more sense, maybe.
From leaving me, I'll be forced to be even more charming than I already am. But it will involve doing things AI can't, like a nightly segment of me doing squats in a pair of hot pants. I didn't do those squats. But anyway, the sooner we realize that AI is our greatest ally, the better off we're going to be. Because artificial intelligence is far better than no intelligence at all.
Period. There you go. See, Greg Gutfeld is the stalking horse of... This is a great example of how he is floating out these ideas that will eventually be, I think very soon, in 2 weeks' time, you'll hear these same talking points out of more legitimate mouths. People like J.D. Vance will be repeating these points in less funny, more serious ways. And you'll all be like, oh, I've heard this before somewhere. Yeah, it was Greg Gutfeld. Because this is who they put out. This is who they send out into the minefield to find out where the mines are. And so they'll look at the data centers. AI will look at the comments on this video. They'll look at people's reactions and where the sticking points are, where the friction is, and they'll overcome them when they bring it out, when they roll it out in the mainstream. That's how it works. It's a great example of it. Thanks, Greg Gutfeld. Way to go. Keep it up, Berkeley boy. Yeah. Has anyone noticed that nobody cared about communism 2 months ago, and then a few socialists won primaries, and all of a sudden communism? Yeah. It's all communism all the time now. That's all they talk about now. Communism. Remember when Donald Trump said the greatest threat to America was homeless people, trans people in sports, everything. But now communism is the greatest threat to America. It's communism. Yeah, the way Donald Trump says it is particularly humorous. Communism.
That is what
He's like a Jerry Lewis. Communism. Is Jerry Lewis from Queens? What borough is Jerry Lewis from? Where's Jerry Lewis from? He's from New York, right? Maybe New Jersey. Newark. Yes, Newark. Yeah, he's from Newark. All right, sorry. Man, I read his book, Dean and Me. I loved that book, actually. I'm a big fan of the Jerry Lewis and Dean Martin movies. I think they're fantastic. I love them. There's a couple that are like actually, like most of them are just stupid popcorn movies, but there's a couple that are like, what? They allowed you to make these, and they're so smart, and they're really... Anyway. Tangent for Jerry Lewis. Sometimes I think that Donald Trump is doing his best Jerry Lewis impersonation. Communism. I think he's doing a like his Jerry Lewis Nutty Professor or something. Anyway.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott told the judge yesterday about Minnesota's bid to force the extradition of an ICE officer arrested in Texas. ICE agent Christian Castro was charged in by Minnesota authorities, with shooting a Venezuelan man earlier this year during Operation Metro Surge. Right now, though, he's being held in a Texas jail, and Abbott says he is not going to hand him over. Let's bring in CBS News immigration correspondent Camilo Montoya Galvez. Camilo, thank you for your time. What more are we learning about this?
The French didn't find him funny. The French were enamored of his contributions to cinema. Don't forget. So you ever see? So if you ever seen a director, like a behind the scenes footage of a director making a movie, and he is like they're doing the scene. And the director is like, action, and then he watches this little video playback of what is happening on the screen. He's watching a video playback, and then once it's over, he's like watching and seeing how it all works. Jerry Lewis invented the video playback. Jerry Lewis invented that. That's just a little thing. Like, made that up so that he could be a better director, and now everybody does it. It's industry standard. Crazy. But yeah, it's not the French. It's not that the French thought he was funny. The French, that's just one contribution that Jerry Lewis made to the art of filmmaking. People, Americans just don't know, because all they know is like, all they know is the clown stuff, but he played a clown on camera, but he also directed, wrote, or like huge organizational skills. Like, he's not a perfect, I don't want to make a case for Jerry Lewis, but he was an extremely talented person.
Hi, Mugo. Good morning. As you noted, this case centers on ICE officer Christian Castro. He was involved, as you noted, in that high-profile shooting of a Venezuelan immigrant who was accused of...
Last podcast on the left, I've been thinking about listening to that. People tell me it's great.
...in the country illegally in Minneapolis during that controversial Operation Metro Surge in Minnesota earlier this year. That, of course, garnered a lot of national attention. Castro, importantly, was suspended by ICE by the Trump administration earlier this year after that operation, after the agency said that it found that his statements that he was attacked by somebody with a broom and also a shovel, and that was the reason that he shot allegedly in self-defense, proved to be inaccurate and false.
Jerry Lewis. Was he racist? Jerry Lewis, he did say some racist stuff. I think his anti-women stuff was way worse. Like, he said that female comedians are degrading themselves and in order to get a laugh, and that women aren't naturally funny. People are like, what about Carol Burnett? And he says, well, there's exceptions, but she's degrading herself. Fuck. I mean, he said it when he was like 85 years old or something crazy, but dude, Thomas Jefferson raped his slaves, and David Bowie was a pedophile. So, you gotta, Miles Davis beat his wife. You gotta kind of, once someone's dead, you gotta take the good and the bad. You can kind of dissect a little bit, especially after they're dead. Like, my friend went to a David Bowie exhibit at a museum. All right, I think this is important. Well, let me see what you guys think about this. David Bowie had they're commemorating his life or whatever. They're doing an exhibit where they have his stylophone and some of his gear, his outfits and stuff. And they're doing this museum thing about his life. And my friend's in London, and he went and he told me, oh, it's so cool. I know you love the stylophone. It's one of my favorite instruments. And he sent me a picture of it. This is David Bowie's real stylophone. It's so cool. That is really cool. And then I asked him, do they have anything in the museum about his pedophilia? Because Lori Maddox was 13 or 14 when she lost her virginity to the 26-year-old David Bowie. And during the time of the baby groupie era, and yes, the baby groupie era was as disgusting as it sounds. It was a time when there were extremely young girls being tossed around and exploited, mostly on Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles and stuff. Jimmy Page also was with Lori Maddox when she was 14. David Bowie and he shared these rock stars shared these 13 and 14-year-olds. It was really exploitative and horrible, and David Bowie is guilty of it. And And if you think that's just like this one-off, oh, he just banged one 14-year-old, I think that you're being quite dismissive of how truly exploitative the 1970s rock world really was, especially how they treated women. So, and I don't have a time to go over everything, but just David Bowie. And so, and people are like, well, she said that he didn't abuse her. That was my friend. And I'm like, how, holy hell, dude, like, is the victim, she's 14 years old, the victim saying that he was nice to her when he took her virginity does not make that okay. Like, he was 26, she was 14. I'm sorry, I've never had sex with a 14-year-old. You know what I'm saying? Even when I was 15-year-old, I lost my virginity when I was 15. I wasn't having sex with 14-year-olds. You know what I mean? Like, I've never done that. At 26, I certainly wasn't. And David Bowie was. So, I think that if every time we have an exhibit of David Bowie, we need to have a historical accuracy so that we're able to actually learn from our history. Just like at Monticello, when you go to Monticello, Thomas Jefferson's designed home where he lived, his residence, it's a beautiful building. It's gorgeous. It's all maintained. It's got some of his inventions there. Even has his auto pen, which is a funny side story. But he has his dumb waiter, his wine waiter, and all this stuff. It's lots of cool stuff. And they also have the slave quarters. The slave quarters have been destroyed, but they have the foundations there, and they're like, this is where the enslaved laborers lived. This is where the enslaved laborers lived. And they talk about it a little bit. They don't just ignore it. And for years they did. In the last couple decades, it kind of goes back and forth depending on who's in office. But when I've been to Monticello a few times, and they talk about it. They don't just pretend like it didn't happen. But for some reason with David Bowie, it's like, oh, no, the whole pedophilia thing, don't worry about that. We're not going to talk about that. Why not? He's dead. He was a pedophile. I love David Bowie. I'm a huge fan of his work. Love it. I'm a big fan of David Bowie. Huge inspiration for me. And he was a pedophile. Miles Davis. My favorite song ever is a Miles Davis song. And he beat his wife. He's a wife beater. You know. Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence. I'm glad he did it. He was a raper of slaves. He raped his slaves. Probably the men and the women, but definitely the women. Sally Hemings is something that we cannot afford to ignore. That's all I'm saying. What do you think? Do you think we should allow it's called hagiography, where we pretend like the people who are dead are saints? I don't think that that's useful to anybody. We shouldn't call George Washington a saint and tell little silly stories about the cherry tree that he chopped down, supposedly, apocryphally. We should be talking about how his dentures were likely made from the teeth of slaves. That when I was a kid, they said, oh yeah, he had wooden dentures. Ha 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 ha, LOL. They didn't say LOL back then when I was a kid. But LOL, OMG, he had wooden dentures. No, he had wooden dentures that they put human teeth on and put into his mouth. And those were slaves' teeth. They literally knocked the teeth out of humans and put them into his face. I think we should know about that. Because George Washington is not a saint. He's a product of his time. It's not a personal affront to me or this nation to know that George Washington wasn't a saint. We should know that David Bowie raped a girl, took her virginity at 14. She's saying that it wasn't, she said it wasn't abusive. Honey, if you're 14 and he's 26, it was exploitative. And then he traded her with Jimmy Page. And that's just one story. There are several. I think we need to know about it. If you're going to a museum with David Bowie's shit, I hope that you ask the docent, hey, is there any exhibit about, the child rape? I mean, if you went to the Nixon library today, there is an exhibit about Watergate, and you could listen to the tapes there. At least when I went there, you could. I hope it's still the same. You could listen to the Watergate tapes at the Nixon library because it's part of his legacy. It doesn't help us to pretend like Richard Nixon was a saint. There's some cool things about Richard Nixon, and there's some really horrific things about Richard Nixon. Just like George Washington. Just like Barack Obama. Just like Joe Biden. Just like Reagan. Just like all of them. Carter. And David Bowie. Let me know what you think. Thank you so much for being here.
And then he was subsequently charged by prosecutors at the local level in Minnesota with 4 counts of second-degree assault, Mugo, and 1 count of falsely reporting a crime. Prosecutors say that he shot into that occupied home in Minneapolis. He struck that Venezuelan immigrant in the leg and then essentially lied about the incident. He's been in local custody in Texas since the charges came out, but so far Governor Abbott, as you noted, has refused to approve or act on that extradition request for him to be classified as a fugitive and then transferred to Minnesota to face that local prosecution. Minnesota is now asking a federal court in Texas to...
We can judge history on our terms, Positrack. Slavery was always wrong. Owning black people was always wrong. Because it was legal does not make it okay. It just made it legal. It was still wrong. And there were people, it was controversial at the time. And fucking 14-year-olds was also controversial at the time. The term cradle robber is older than the statute of, is older than the age of consent being 18 or 16 in some states. Like, no, man, you could, and David Bowie wasn't 120 years ago. There was a whole scene of exploitation of young girls who were called baby groupies. It's called the baby groupie era. And it's disgusting. It's really gross. It doesn't make it okay because it was legal. It was never okay. It was never okay. People just turned a blind eye to it. Andrew Tate and Lang are in jail right now. At least that's one good news today.
Basically force Abbott's hand and order that extradition to take place and to be undertaken by Texas officials. But now Texas officials are arguing that they have serious doubts about whether Castro can be legally classified as a fugitive because they say, Mugo, that ICE has provided the state evidence that he was forced by the agency to relocate to Texas after that shooting, that he didn't go there to flee. That is the argument from Texas, at least. So this is the latest.
So they're saying that they can't extradite this murderous, this murderous Minneapolis shooter, this ICE agent who shot up Minneapolis. They want him. They want to prosecute him. And Texas is saying we're not going to extradite because he's not a fugitive, because ICE relocated him to Texas. This is the beginning of the end, everybody. If Texas starts saying we're not going to extradite people to Minneapolis, then why should California extradite anyone from California to Texas? Why should that happen? The reason why we usually do these things is for reciprocity. So if Texas isn't going to extradite someone to Minneapolis, then the next time a Texan does something bad and flees to, I don't know, Georgia, Georgia has no reason to extradite anyone to Texas. If Texas isn't playing ball, then why do we have a United States government? Why do we even have it? Where's the FBI in all of this? Pretty nasty business.
It is legal battle between a blue state and a red state over immigration, and obviously a very politically fraught issue.
Yeah, certainly seems that way. We'll see how it plays out. Camilo Mortier Valdez, thank you so much.
It is certainly interesting.
Today, a federal judge rejected Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator and convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal to reopen her case. The judge said the evidence in her trial, quote, conclusively established her guilt, end quote. And the breaking legal news of the night is that Democrats are filing a new lawsuit against Donald Trump's attempt to control voting by mail. Mark Elias announced on social media today, I am proud to be representing the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee, the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, the Democratic National Committee, the Democratic Governors Association, and leaders Schumer and Jeffries in the critical fight for voting rights. And in another case, remember these names: Brett Schumann, Eric Hamilton, Brentley Myers.
I'm not going to remember them.
Justice Department
I can't remember all that.
Lawyers who put in writing in a court filing yesterday a threat from them to demolish the Kennedy Center. In an attempt to obtain legal permission to put Donald Trump's name on the Kennedy Center, those three eager vandals posing as lawyers told the court in writing, quote, the center will deteriorate further into an unsafe, decrepit structure that will be required to be taken down with a determination to follow on what to build on the site, such as a large outdoor amphitheater overlooking the Potomac River. They said that's what will happen to the Kennedy Center if Donald Trump cannot put his name on it.
Tear it down. If I can have my name on it, tear it down. I love this. It's such a child. What a child this guy. I mean, We literally have a toddler as a president at this point.
Joining us now is Andrew Weissman, former FBI general counsel and an MS Now legal analyst.
He's wearing diapers and cries if his name isn't on a building and wants to take his ball and go home. I wish he would take his ball and go home, but he won't. He wants to tear down everything. I'm going to tear it all down if I can. Poor me.
From Liars Kingdom, How to Stop Trump's Deceit and Save America. Andrew, let's begin with the voting by mail case. A lot of fast action in the last 24 hours. The Supreme Court.
Imagine if Obama wanted to tear down. Imagine if he tore down the East Wing. Imagine if you woke up one day and out of nowhere, without any warning or approval, Barack Obama had demolished the East Wing. Imagine if Barack Obama installed a giant helipad with no warning, no approval. Imagine if Barack Obama put his name on the Kennedy Center. Imagine if Barack Obama's best friend was the most famous pedophile in the history of the world. People keep telling me that there must be a more famous pedophile, but I don't know who. Who's a more famous pedophile than Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein? I don't think that there's a more famous chomo on planet or in the history of chomos. I don't think there's a more famous one than Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump.
Procedurally saying it was too soon to try to stop Donald Trump.
Jimmy Savile. Most people don't even know who Jimmy Savile is, bruh. You're not English, are you? I thought you were American. Most Americans don't even know who Jimmy Savile was. Jimmy Savile.
Doing what he's doing because the Postal Service had not issued their rule yet about mail-in ballots. Now the Postal Service has issued the rule. Now we have new lawsuits.
You think Jimmy Savile is more famous than Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein is the most prolific and famously chomo, pedophilic human being on planet Earth. And like in the history of America, I think history of the world. I don't think there's anyone in history who's more famous for being a chomo than Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump's best friend, Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes, that is a perfect way to describe it, because there's a lot of language about the Supreme Court decision that sort of is overheated, because it is just a procedural decision in fact, although there is really disturbing language. My reaction to the announcement from Mark Elias is that the Democrats, it's basically, where have you been? Because there are already 2 lawsuits that have been seeking to enjoin what the president has done in his executive order in March. And one of those has an injunction that's still in effect. And so the Supreme Court decision is one that...
You think the future of America is bleak? I don't think it's bleak. I think the future of America is just the downfall of an empire. I mean, it'll be rough. It'll be rocky road, but I don't think it's going to be so bleak. I think communities will come together. We will disband the United States largely. It'll be smaller. It'll be a nation state that is basically the east coast of the United States, and the rest will be cut loose. I think that's what will happen. Maybe they'll try to keep a foothold in California because California's got a lot of money and resources. But I think that America will... The United States will be the original 13, and the rest will be cut loose. They won't be able to maintain it. They won't have the resources to maintain the entire country anymore. Just like how Belgium didn't have the resources to maintain all of the Congo and their African colonies, just like the UK. Great Britain had to turn into little UK. The UK isn't as big as it once was. Now it's just this little country. All the great empires, they just kind of, even the Netherlands. Netherlands had one of the most brutal, most expansive maritime colonial aggressive forces in the world. It was huge. The Dutch East India Company, Dutch Royal Shell. I mean, these companies are like famous. And now the Netherlands is just this little country. It's going to be like that. America's so big, it'll probably be just these little guys over here. And the rest will be cut loose. I think it's great. We can take care of our own shit. What do we need the federal government for? California has a lot of typhus from all the rats. I don't know what you're talking about. It's a very strange statement. Thank you, Willem Talenti, for keeping it weird.
Next tonight, a grandmother asking tough questions after she says her young grandson, who has special needs, was caught in the middle of a school bus mix-up.
This happened on the first day of classes for the Hampton school system. 10 on your side's Regina Mobley talked to that grandmother today. Regina.
Aisha and Tom, it was a back-to-school nightmare for 4-year-old Lamont Moore Jr., his mother Alexis Baldwin, and grandmother Marcella Jones. They want you to know what happened to a child who is nonverbal and legally blind.
What happened?
Marcella Jones, was yesterday one of the worst days of your life?
It was. It really was. My grandson is 4 years old. He's autistic. He's legally blind. And I have spent the last 4 years protecting him from harm. And I thought I was sending him somewhere safe. And when I found out he was not safe, words can't even describe how it made me feel. He was supposed to get off the bus at 2:30. 2:30, no bus. It comes right here, right to my house. No bus. 3:30, no child.
What?
So now I'm panicking. We called the school. They said they didn't know. Not they don't know, let us help you find out. Just that they don't know. They gave us the number to transportation. Meanwhile, it's going on 4 o'clock. I called the police, and they were right on it. The police met my daughter at the school. At 4:30, this bus driver brings him back to the school. He's nonverbal, so he can't say anything. We have trackers in his book bag, but that doesn't help because his book bag was left in the classroom.
Oh
he was given the wrong book bag with the wrong child's name, with the wrong bus route, and taken to the wrong place.
A school spokesperson.
Like, that's your only job, schools. Keep track of the kids.
Kelly Gorell told 10 on your side the school has followed up regarding the dismissal process to help ensure the student is placed on the correct bus moving forward.
Holy crap, man. Can you imagine? Like, you got enough problems in your life and your kid's nonverbal autistic and you just try to have him some semblance of a normal life, get him to school. That shit makes me want to cry. That makes me feel so bad. I'm so sad about disabled kids, man. I get really upset. You know, I don't know. Ever since I was a little kid, we took this field trip to a disabled school, and we learned how to do some sign language before we went, so we can communicate with some of the nonverbal kids. And it was supposed to be a mind-opening kind of. I don't know. It struck me so. It was, I guess, it really affected me for the rest of my life going to this disabled kids school. A bunch of us normal kids going and like trying to play with the disabled kids, and we went to some of their classes with them and learned how they have to learn and how different isn't bad, you know, and that type of stuff. But I went home and I cried that there are kids that just don't even have the same faculties, you know. Like, I felt so bad. Like, I had really bad asthma, and I had enough kids making fun of me because of my asthma, you know, like calling me wheeze bag and stuff like that. But I was a bigger kid, so people could only fuck with me so much. I was very much into, you bully me a little bit too much, you're about to get popped in the fucking face. I was very quick to pop people in the nose if they pushed me a little too far. But I got made fun of, and I couldn't believe, like, I go to this school where these kids are they can't even communicate. They're now there's this poor kid who's just on a bus, and think how scared he must have been, being kind of shuffled around, unable to speak. In California, they have these talkers where like the nonverbal kids can use their talkers to communicate with their teachers and stuff. But in those poor neighborhoods, they don't have shit like that. It's so sad.
Well, a move hoping to bring down beef prices at the grocery store, now already hitting some American ranchers directly in their wallets. President Trump says he's now dropping tariffs for 90 days on nearly 700 million pounds of foreign ground beef product, promising a 25% drop in market prices. Now, our station, WKRC here, was at a cattle auction in Ohio just yesterday, where ranchers told our crew there they were already taking a pretty big hit on this, saying their cattle get sold for 10% less than before the president made that announcement.
We're talking a couple $100s a head on those feeder cattle that I sold today. And so, yeah, it's a couple hundred.
Feeder cattle. Look at this guy, man. I like this guy already. We got these feeder cattle. Oh, man, ding dang do. Oh, man, what are we going to do about all this? We got to triple our...
The president made that announcement.
We're talking a couple $100s a head on those feeder cattle that I sold today. And so, yes, a couple $100s a head, but multiply that by 22 head that we sold here today. We're talking thousands of dollars off the farm bottom line.
22 head. Like, the cattle industry never does themselves any favor, do they? I mean, they call the place where they artificially inseminate cows rape racks. When they count cows, they call them head. There's a 20 head, 22 head. We lost $200 per head and 22 head of cattle. Chop off their heads, and it's so crazy the way they talk.
End of the month. Yeah, it adds up quickly on what they could lose. Ranchers argue more foreign beef could drive their prices even lower without guaranteeing shoppers will see much relief. The USDA reports that ground beef prices have soared 14% in the past year and nearly 90% in the past decade. Let's show you a breakdown here, year-by-year comparison. The average sitting at $6.50 a pound today compared to just $3.35 a pound back in 2016.
The Trump administration is proposing.
I mean, hey, looks like you're going to be able to eat dead animals, but they might be poisoned, like all that dead animal that came from Argentina that was going to kill you. Luckily, they caught it, but they're not going to be able to catch it if they're going to increase imports the way they're talking about. Eat dead animals at your own risk. And if you shit yourself to death or die of meningitis because you eat tainted pork or beef or chicken, you die of salmonella, I don't feel sorry for you. Not even a tiny bit. If you die from eating cows, chickens, or pigs, you deserve it.
New way to charge companies for each candidate they sponsor for a visa under the H-1B program. Now, this is after the federal court struck down its earlier attempt in June. Let's get to our immigration reporter, Alicia Caldwell, for more. So, Alicia, what's the latest with this?
Well, the administration announced today via a technical posting that they'll now charge $103,000 for any new H-1B candidate, whereas the previous rule applied to just those who were outside the U.S. So this now is expansive and covers all
$100,000 for a new H-1B. Hey, you know what? Fuck it. H-1B visas. Why is it okay for Donald Trump to have H-1B visas? You know, I wonder if he's going to have to pay $100,000 per H-1B because he uses H-1B for all of his bartenders and shit over at Mar-a-Lago. So is he going to have to pay $100,000 for each of them?
5,000 visa seekers who would win a lottery every year. And it appears the goal is to both raise money and possibly reduce the use of these visas. The government estimates it would generate $8.8 billion. It would then be used for a variety of immigration programs.
And even, you know what's funny? These H-1B visas, it's such a messed up world. These people who have H-1B visas, they're treated like second-class citizens, where they have to like be on their P's and Q's, and if they don't get a job immediately, they're not allowed to quit. And if they get fired, they have to find a job immediately, like within a week, before they get deported. It's crazy. H-1B. I forget what the rules are, but it's really wild with H-1B visa holders. They do not get good. They're not treated well. I had a friend that worked for Kim Kardashian for Skims, and they almost everyone that works there is an H-1B visa holder. Almost everyone. You tell me she can't find an American to do those jobs to work for Kim Kardashian? You tell me she can't find somebody to work? No. She's going to find someone cheaper from India that she could bring over here, and they get paid really well, but they don't have to pay the same benefits. They don't have to. They're not so afraid of them quitting or getting a better job somewhere else because they're very limited in what they're allowed to do. H-1B visa holders, it's not a good system.
Including immigration enforcement, roundups with ICE and so on.
What does it potentially mean when it comes to the future of the H-1B policy?
You know, there's a lot of differing opinion, but generally speaking, a lot of folks I talk to who are both supportive and those who are not say this will stranglehold it. It will limit those companies that can use it and thus likely shrink it.
Saying that it's a diet, having a different diet, enslaving and murdering animals is like having a different diet. It's like saying that pedophiles just like they have a different dating pool than you do. That's not an accurate assessment. It's not a diet. It's violence. It's not a personal choice. It's violence. It's not a family dinner. It's violence. It's not a holiday tradition. It's violence. If you're pro-violence, then keep on murdering and enslaving and chopping up and eating, cows, chickens, and pigs. If you're against violence and slavery and those things and you love liberty and freedom, then don't. I'm not telling you what you have to do. I'm just saying that if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. If you're a killer and enslaver of animals and you die because you end up catching some disease from that practice, then I'm not going to cry about it.
In some instances, folks told us, this would shrink it out of existence. One individual described it as, sort of a brain drain policy, that it would eliminate also, foreign students who rely on the avenue or the opportunity for an H-1B when they decide to come to the U.S. to complete their studies.
We are less than 7.
H-1B visa holders, $100,000 each. I wonder if that's actually going to I'm going to ask AI a question really fast. I know that Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago and a lot of resorts like that use a number of H-1B visas in order to fulfill their seasonal working, their positions and stuff like that. Will Donald Trump be affected by this new $100,000 H-1B visa rule because of this? Let's see what it says. Will not be affected. Yeah, I knew there was going to be a loophole for Donald Trump. Look, his visa program won't. While the Trump administration has finalized a sweeping regulation to codify application fee exceeding $100,000 for H-1B visas, which target highly skilled specialty occupations like tech engineers, professors, it explicitly carves out the visa types used by hospitality and agriculture. There you go. There you go. There's a special treatment for Donald Trump in the new H-1B visa rule. Isn't that cute? Isn't that great? So H-2B visa, these are for non-agricultural seasonal hospitality workers. Mar-a-Lago and other Trump golf courses historically use these visas to hire temporary servers, cooks, and housekeepers during peak vacation seasons. No fee increases have been declared for this category. What do you know? So Donald Trump will still be allowed to import workers from overseas in order to be bartenders, servers, cooks, and the like. But groundskeepers, he probably has an agricultural license for the groundskeepers of his golf courses, but he won't have to pay the $100,000 fee. No, not Donald Trump. He won't have to, but you will if you want. So I guess Kim Kardashian will for Skims because she hires almost exclusively H-1B visa holders. The fee applies to restricted to highly skilled, specialized professional field, technology, science, and research sectors. So all of her entire tech team is H-1B. So they'll have to pay $100,000 per visa. H-2A is also, those are agricultural. Trump organization usually uses it for its Virginia winery. Oh yeah, they use imported workers for his winery in Virginia. I've been to that winery. Great. Donald Trump will not be affected by the H-1B visas. Just the H-2B and H-2A are carved out. Don't worry if you thought that Donald Trump was going to actually have to pay the piper. That's not going to happen. The greatest con man in history, or not greatest, I don't know, the most successful con man in history, he has won again. Congratulations, Mr. Trump. Great work. Great work, Mr. Trump. Great work. Nobody wants your help. You can't even help yourself, William Talenti. Oh, William. Why are you, Billy? Oh, Billy, why are you so bent out of shape, Billy? Oh, Billy. I work with a lot of H-1B visa employees from India, and the program itself is such shit. It exploits those employees and it's cruel. Yes, it does. It's totally exploitative. Absolutely it is. It's not a good system. And now each of them will have to pay $100,000 because why? Let me ask you, we don't have tech people. We don't have people that want to work at wineries. We don't have people in America that want to work as bartenders and servers at Mar-a-Lago. Why don't we have those? We don't have anyone. No Americans want to work like that for some reason. No, you're just not willing to pay them what an American charges. So you'll exploit people in other countries. Will and I and others take you more seriously if you have a profile pic? You can't. Why can't you upload? Yeah, it's true. I don't take anyone seriously who doesn't have a profile pic. I assume they're a robot. You know, they're unable to actually do the basics. Just the basics, guys.
70 days from the midterm elections, the economy and the cost of living remain top priorities for voters across this country. Consumer confidence falling in the month of August, dropping to the lowest level in 7 months. Americans expressing frustration as the ongoing conflict with Iran keeps keeping gas prices higher.
I've noticed it. I tell you what, I'm basically doing this show for free right now, hoping the economy recovers and people want to support the channel again. Because right now, it's basically just me and the Sky City Rebels. I don't know how much longer I can be a YouTuber if no one takes one of the higher tiers, or if no one drops a super chat every once in a while. Thank you, Steffelson. Steffelson dropped a super chat today. Thank you. I am now making $3 an hour doing this. I'm making $3 an hour, 8,000 watch hours come 2027. But seriously, like the super chats and stuff like that have just like nosedived. I think it's because of consumer confidence being lower. I'm directly affected by consumer confidence.
Right now, we're sitting at $4.10.
$4.10. Look at even Fox Business can't lie anymore. A year ago today, $3.18. $4.10 today. Wow, the national average of gasoline. Do you think people finally start to go? I'm still unemployed, says Parallelish. I'm sorry, Parallelish. I wish I had something, man. I wish I had something. I wish there was a way that we could. I wish the channel was making enough money that we could just work together and I'll just cut you off a piece. How cool would that be? I mean, that's the idea, right? The digital commune type of situation that I dream of. Maybe one day.
Cents a gallon. That's almost $1 higher compared to last year. I want to bring in Georgia Congressman Buddy Carter. He is also a member of the House Energy and Commerce Committee. Congressman, it's always great to have you on the program. Do you think that
I still totally get taxed on my tips? I still get taxed on my tips. Come to think of it, why do I get taxed on my tips?
hurt Republicans in November if we don't see gas prices come down, if we don't see the situation in Iran come to some type of conclusion, people complaining about grocery prices? What are you hearing from your constituents?
Well, certainly they're concerned. Gas prices
Maybe one day,
higher,
Parallelish.
although they are coming down, and that's a good thing, a good indication.
Steffelson. No, look, everybody. I say that as a look, everybody. I am not shaming anybody. I believe that if you take care of your community and you build community, the community will take care of you. And there are dry seasons and good seasons. Sometimes I'm doing great and I feel like, wow, my channel, I'm going to be like one of those big time YouTubers someday. And other days I'm like, man, am I still doing this? Like, I don't know if I should continue. I didn't make any money this month. So, look, that's the name of the game. I'm not shaming anybody, and I appreciate every penny anybody contributes to this experiment of YouTube. Thank you.
Right now, the administration has chosen to take on Iran.
And if you're not a Sky City Rebel, please consider becoming a Sky City Rebel. You get extra streams, extra content, and extra love in the chat. Thank you.
An economic war. And let me tell you, Iran's not going to be able to survive that. Their economy is as weak as it's ever been. Inflation over there is as high as it's been in 80 years. This is not going to take long for them to feel the squeeze on their economy. The Strait of Hormuz is open. The president said we've got ships going through.
It's open.
We've seen the price of oil drop from $100 a barrel.
How come the gas price? It's open. Trust us. We're doing everything we can about this war of choice that Donald Trump started. He promised us that we were going to be out in 2 weeks, and here we are. I can't believe it. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you. I still remember those Sky Courage. Thank you. I know Parallels. I love you. I love everybody, member or not. Thank you so much. Even if you just watch and like and drop an emoji in the chat and help me out, help out the channel. Look, share a short. If you guys, if you seriously like, oh, I would really love to help the channel, but I don't have any money. Share a short. Share a short on your Facebook. Share a short on your Instagram. Retweet, not retweet, but like repost one of my Instagram reels. I mean, these things really do help the channel, okay? And I'll help me buy Melania coin. Rob said if he doesn't get to 15,000 subs in a week, he's done. I don't know why he doesn't do video. Why doesn't he show video, Smokin' Blondie? I wish I could talk to Rob. Do you have his email? Give me his email. I want to email that motherfucker. I want to email Rob. I could help that guy.
To 80 and 85, and it'll continue to drop. And by the time the midterms come around, I think you'll see a significant drop in oil prices and gas prices, and it'll bode well for Republicans in the midterms.
You know, speaking of the midterms, I wanted to ask you about that because President Trump's endorsed.
Is it cheaper to live in New Mexico than California? Yes. The answer is yes. I mean, I haven't been able to benefit from that because a move is very expensive and like getting your life up and going is very expensive. So I have not really been able to benefit from the cheapness yet. But given 6 months, my plan is that I will, yeah, fingers crossed, Thorn. But yeah, it's way cheaper to live in New Mexico than California. A lot. So with any luck, come to the Discord. Ugh. I don't like Discord. I've been posting on my TikTok. I love you, Smokin' Blondie. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I need to post on his choppy green screen. Always turns me off. Yeah, it sucks, right? Like he doesn't. I don't know why he doesn't just take the tiny bit of effort to make it. Anyway, we'll talk. I don't want to talk about other YouTubers around. I think he's good though. He's so funny. He's so funny. He's great.
Of Darlene Graham, that took her really to victory last night. Now she has, of course, she's going to be going up against her Democratic opponent. But also President Trump had a win, a gubernatorial win for his endorsement in Oklahoma. And, it's been a little spotty with some of his endorsements, especially in some of these governor's races. But, MAGA Inc. spent, $827,000 on Darlene Graham's, and the president went down to Myrtle Beach to make sure that his supporters knew to come out and vote. How important is it, do you think, right now that President Trump gets out there, not just, endorses these candidates, but also puts a little money into these races for MAGA Inc.?
Well, obviously, it's very important.
No discernible talent. Honey, I'm the most talented person you've ever met. I draw, I write, I've published books, I play music, I do it all. I'm a Renaissance man. What are you talking about? I'm extremely talented. No one could take that away from me. I've been published. I've published poet, published short stories. I've published articles. I've published letters to editors. I've published op-eds in newspapers. I'm a widely read author. I'm an award-winning author. I'm an award-winning filmmaker. I've won multiple awards in filmmaking. I've won multiple awards in poetry. I've won multiple awards in even in business. I've won multiple awards in management, business management. I'm a talented guy. Sorry, I don't know who you're talking. Maybe you're talking about somebody else. I don't know.
South Carolina, worked in Oklahoma, and certainly the president is still popular, particularly in those states, the red states that look at the president, and his popularity is very high in those states, and he does need to be involved, and he will be involved. He's sitting on a boatload of money, and he's going to spend that money, and he's going to make sure the Republicans and that our policies remain in place, and that we go back in the majority in the House.
Yeah, well, there was a headline in the Hill this morning, Battleground Republicans want the Darlene treatment. So obviously there's a lot on the line for you and your colleagues come November. But, on the other side of this, you've got this rapid rise of Democratic Socialist candidates. And this is dividing the Democrats. House Minority...
No one cares who I am. I have almost 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. Do you know how hard it is to get 20,000 subscribers on YouTube if you're not a gamer or something, or a girl who shows boobies? I'm pretty stoked. I think I'm doing great. Mad Metalhead, who are you? Who are you, Mad Metalhead? A lot of people care who I am. I got a lot of people who care who I am. I'm pretty stoked, pretty happy. I was in a band. A lot of people know me from that. I was traveled the world. I've spoken at universities. I've spoken at over 70 universities. People know me from that. I've driven across the country multiple times doing protests and speaking and doing outreach. Yeah, a lot of people know who I am, Mad Metalhead. Who are you?
Leader Jeffries has already said he does not support the DSA agenda, but then someone else high up in the party has a little bit of a different opinion about all of this. Watch.
Democratic Party right now is, I think, going through a kind of experiment.
Thanks, guys.
Like, who can actually respond, particularly to young people's very real concerns about where they are at this point in their lives and what kind of future do they have for themselves? And I think that's healthy. I don't agree with a lot of the positions that, people take, but I want to see results. Are you actually getting results?
I think she's had breakfast with Chuck Schumer one too many times, because we've heard that same kind of lines coming from Chuck Schumer when it comes to the issues of socialism. I mean, is this an experiment? And why do you think that this is working in some of these Democratic primaries?
Well, it's working for the Republicans, I will tell you that. And how she can say it's healthy is beyond me. Socialism, communism is not healthy at all. It's not healthy for our country. It's not healthy for the world. And certainly the impact that this is having on the Democratic Party, because even though Hakeem Jeffries may say that he does not subscribe to that particular philosophy, it brings him further to the left. It pushes him further to the left. And by doing that, the Democratic agenda all of a sudden moves closer to the left, closer to socialism, closer to communism. And that's not what we need in this country. It's not what Americans want.
No, what Americans want is Nazism. Listen, as soon as the Overton window was yanked to the right by Donald Trump, there was nothing more to happen except pushing off the... it's like Pac-Man going off one side of the screen, and he goes off one side of the screen, then he comes back on the other side of the screen. You know what I'm talking about? It's like a Mobius loop or something in the Pac-Man universe. Somehow he just goes off one, he pops on the other. I think that's exactly how politics work. Once the Overton window goes all the way to the right because of Donald Trump and his Nazi MAGA agenda, all of a sudden people start popping off over on the left. They're like, oh yeah, here we are. We got to meet you over here. And so you get people getting pushed. They get pushed over there and they get pushed back into the Overton window. I think that's what's happening. The Overton window is so far right that you're seeing left pop out on the other side, and you're getting things like democratic socialism, which historically really is the only group who ever stood up to the Nazis. So now that we got Nazis, we're going to have democratic socialists. I mean, once you get Nazis, I mean, all bets are off. Once you get Nazis, once you got a Nazi problem, it's kind of like if you have a roach infestation. Like, I'm against killing animals, but once you get a roach infestation in your house, you're going to have to do some stuff that you're going to be uncomfortable with. You're going to have to kill some animals. That's just the way it goes. You're going to have to kill a bunch of roaches. You're going to have to pick up their little corpses. You're going to have to declare war in order to not have your cereal have roaches in it when you pour it into your bowl in the morning. It's just how it goes. Just how it goes. That's the reality of life.
Well, then, if you're on the Republican side, how do you grab some of those moderate Democrats who may be looking at what's happening with this far-left agenda from DSA and saying, that is not for me? Does the Republicans today maybe move a little more to the center to capture those voters in November?
Well, I do think we move.
Maybe we should call it the Orwellian
There's a lot of room in the center, I will tell you
window.
that. But, you know, it goes back to the old saying, how many politicians does it take to change a light bulb? It takes two. One to change it, the other one to change it back. We do not need to change it back.
I told you, if somebody else makes the Discord, I'll be there, but I just can't, man. I can't manage my own Discord. I did it before, and it was a monster. Bomb the roaches. I am going to bomb my. I'm gonna bomb. I had like my. I hired an exterminator. Give me a bomb to throw in my crawl space, which I really don't want to do, but I have to throw it down there and do it when I leave today. When I go to my writers group, you have to be gone for 3 hours because it's so poisonous.
But first, joining us with more, the author of the brand new book, Going Further, the incomparable Clarence Thomas.
It's made? How come you didn't email? Tell me what's going on. How come you didn't email me? How come no one tells me these things? There's a Skyjack Morgan Discord. We should be doing watch parties and stuff. How come we're not doing stuff on our Discord? We have a Discord? The Discord is up? Smoking Blondie. You forgot to tell me. That's pretty funny. That is pretty funny. I'm like, all right, if you do it, I'm in. And you're like, okay, I did it. But you never told me. That's beautiful. I love you.
Senator Ted Cruz. First, I got to ask you, your reaction to...
Dude, Ted Cruz is looking... What's going on with Ted Cruz? He's looking rougher than me, bro. You got a full-time friseur. You got a full-time team making sure you look okay, Ted. What's going on with Ted? What's happening to Ted Cruz? What have you done with Ted Cruz? I don't know. I can't make it bigger on vertical. If you're on horizontal, you can see how big his face is now. Yeah. Wait a second. Nazis were Democrats? You are too dumb to breathe. Stop breathing. Hold your breath. Stop breathing. You're too dumb to breathe. Because Ted Cruz is a professional shit licker. He doesn't look good. Like usually, he never looks good, but right now he looks rough.
Lindsay's sister. I mean, pretty amazing. And incredible that Lindsay raised this girl after their parents died at 13. Yep. She grew up very poor in a bar. And Lindsay was amazing at what he did. And then this next part is, the day after her brother died, she doesn't have time to mourn Lindsay. She gets a call from the president, a call from Henry McMaster, the governor. Please serve out the rest of your brother's term. She didn't have time to mourn, but she was asked to serve. And she said yes and stepped up. I really come to love and admire her. I miss her brother a lot. I think we all do. But pretty amazing story here.
Yeah, look, you and I were both dear friends with Lindsay. It still doesn't feel real that he's not with us anymore. And Darlene, he loved Darlene, and she loved him. And she answered the call and stepped forward to serve. I'm grateful that she did. I'm glad to be serving with her. And I think we are serving in consequential times. And Lindsay...
Why don't Ted doesn't even sound like him from Texas. How come Ted always thought like this?
What is Ted's real name? I forget what Ted's real... What is... Oh, shit, man. What is Ted Cruz's real name? Raphael. Yeah, Raphael. Raphael Edward Cruz.
Mistakes, and I believe Darlene does as well. And so we've got to fight alongside President Trump to fight.
We got to fight alongside Leonardo, Michelangelo, and Donatello. That's what we got to do. We just got to do it. I don't know. Ever since Lindsey Graham died, I kind of talk like him. I don't know. People think I'm from Texas, but maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm from South Carolina. Where is Ted Cruz born? Oh, he's born in Canada. He's born in Calgary, Canada. His mother was an American citizen from Delaware, and his father was from Cuba. He grew up in Tejas, though. He was born in Canada and grew up in Tejas,
because his mother was from Delaware. I don't know. Sounds like an illegal immigrant to me. I think Ted Cruz is an illegal immigrant. Ted Cruz, Raphael Edward Cruz is from Canada. I forgot about that. I can't remember. Call ICE.
Maybe we need to make sure that I want to see his birth certificate to make sure that he is eligible to serve in the Senate.
Back from the radicals and the Marxists and the Islamists who've taken over the Democrat Party. And if we let our country go off the edge of that cliff, I don't think there's any coming back.
You know, the president, I played a very big role here in a lot of different ways. I have nothing but nice things to say about Ralph Norman. When he went for Nikki Haley over Donald Trump, that made me question, in my mind, whether or not he's going to be a wishy-washy, Republican. I'll tell you.
Anybody who's a Republican, see, even Sean Hannity hates Republicans now. He realizes there's no such thing as a Republican anymore. If you're not with Donald Trump, you're not with the country. MAGA, Nazism. That's Nazism. He's just describing Nazism. That's what he's doing right now, Sean Hannity.
What I would argue that Darlene...
He went up against Donald Trump, and therefore I hate him, and he deserves to die.
More conservative than her brother, having gotten to know her. And she's really aligned and her focus will be on South Carolina issues like Tim Scott's are.
Well, and look, the voters of South Carolina made their determination. I respect the voters, and so I'm proud to be serving with Darlene now, and I look forward to her winning in November and continuing to fight alongside the president for common sense conservative victories.
Yeah. When I read and interviewed Clarence Thomas, my grandfather's son,
all the Republicans now, MAGAs, they're all on this skinny thing. It used to be really fun to be a fat cat Republican, smoking big cigars and shit. But ever since Donald Trump made GLP-1s cheap, there's no excuse to be fat. So they're all just wearing diapers. And also, Donald Trump makes it okay for them to wear diapers. So they're all shooting themselves up with GLP-1, shitting their pants. And it's okay, because Donald Trump also made diapers cool again. Make diapers cool again. And so now they're all okay with it. GLP-1's perfectly safe, everybody. Sky, did you see the White House of Trump with the caption over, "Are you still loyal?" or something like that? No, I did not see that. White House post Donald Trump, "Are you still loyal?" I don't want to. No. Are you still loyal? I don't see it. I don't see it. I'm looking for it on the image search for Google, and I don't see it. White House post Donald Trump, "Are you still loyal?" I can't find it. I don't see it. Oh, yes. Did you remain loyal from Homeland Security? Holy shit. That's pretty ominous. Did you remain loyal? What? That's creepy shit. And what's the context? It's just this, huh? There's no... From Department of Homeland Security? That is creepy. Definitely a threat. No, did you remain loyal? That's crazy. Hold on. Did you remain loyal? Deleted tweets show Natalie Harp zealous supporter of Donald Trump. What is this? A stoic portrait of Donald Trump. What does Yahoo News say about it? Yahoo News Canada. Donald Trump, August 24th, post seemingly called out people who oppose Donald Trump. So your cryptic post portrait, "Did you remain loyal?" The post comes amid ICE arrests, visa revocations, and a Supreme Court ruling on mail-in voting restrictions. Additionally, the post followed Trump's confirmation that ICE will investigate Representative Ilhan Omar for immigration fraud allegations, which she has denied. The Department of Homeland Security published a cryptic post calling out opponents of Donald Trump. What? He stared directly at the camera with a skeptical expression. Did you remain loyal? The post was shared in response to right-wing political commentator Christian Haynes' post celebrating headlines favorable to the Trump administration, all published by Insider Wire. It's just a series of generational wins after another. Dude, this is so creepy. That's creepy shit, bro. Pete get a profile picture. What the hell? That's insane. Hitler probably said it once. Remain loyal. He's talking about turncoats. Like, I think I immediately think of Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro. People have kind of started questioning Donald Trump. A lot of people have started questioning him. And if you question him, then you're the devil, of course. You're not allowed to question the cult leader. Yeah. Donald Trump's university. That is super crazy. I don't know, man. That gives me the EBGBs. I can't believe people see this and they think, oh, yeah, this is totally legit, totally normal for the Department of Homeland Security to put this on their website, to post this. It's a sign of fear also. I guess it's a sign that they're afraid. I don't know, man. That's some creepy, creepy shit.
One of the best books I've ever read. I still recommend that book to this day. I'm going to be honest. I'm jealous. He has the greatest father-son. One of the best books I've ever read.
What is best?
Fight alongside the president for common sense conservative victories.
Yeah. You know, when I read and interviewed Clarence Thomas, my grandfather's son, one of the best books I've ever read. I still recommend that book to this day. I'm going to be honest. I'm jealous. He has the greatest laugh I've ever heard in my entire life. He's one of the smartest people you're ever going to be around. And he gave you all that time, and I got nothing. And I'm very, very, my feelings are hurt. But it's really, you're taking this whole story of Clarence Thomas to a whole other level. And I'm going to add one thing, and I want you to comment. If you look at blue cities and states, where are the worst schools? Where's the worst crime? Usually in predominantly minority neighborhoods. And I don't know why historically.
Because the way we fund schools is through property tax, and the property is undervalued, and therefore they collect less taxes, so the schools are underfunded. Duh.
That Democrats have gotten a majority of the African American, Hispanic American, or other minority groups vote, when I don't think they've done a thing to help anybody anywhere in any blue city or state. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. And look, I wrote this book because I think Justice Thomas has an extraordinary personal story, and he is one of the most consequential conservative thinkers and Supreme Court justices to ever serve. Justice Thomas is a good friend of mine. I've known him 30 years. He agreed to we did 9.5 hours.
He is a disgusting human being, Clarence Thomas. Did you cover the sex crimes?
One-on-one interviews for this book. And in this book, it came out today. Today was the launch, and it immediately skyrocketed to #1. It's the #1 best-selling book on Amazon because Justice Thomas's story is so compelling. And what I tried to do in this book is a couple of things. Number one, tell his personal story. He was born into abject poverty in rural Georgia. He was raised in incredibly challenging circumstances. He was raised by his grandparents. His grandfather was a strict disciplinarian, taught him discipline, taught him hard work, but also taught him education and reading. His grandparents were illiterate. They didn't know how to read or write, but they emphasized education for Clarence and his younger brother. He initially had no interest in being a lawyer or a judge. What he wanted to be was a priest. And he went to the seminary, and we almost got, instead of Justice Thomas, Father Thomas. But then when he went to the seminary in both high school and college, he became disillusioned with the church. He became disillusioned that the church was not standing up against racial injustice.
Elementary school in Queens. Didn't he go to elementary school in Queens? Did Donald Trump go to public elementary schools in Queens when he was a kid? No. He went to private school. He went to private school, then they sent him to a military academy because he's a piece of shit.
Up for civil rights. And so he went to Holy Cross undergrad and Yale Law School, and he became a leftist radical, an angry young man. He was in a riot in Harvard Square. And what I try to do in this book is tell his story, which is an amazing journey from abject poverty and facing grotesque racism to the pinnacle of American law. But I also try to lay out his intellectual journey from an angry radical leftist to one of the most important conservatives to have ever lived. Not only that, today, Justice Thomas is the second longest serving Supreme Court justice in history. In 2 years, he will be the longest serving justice in history. And what I do in this book is I try to explain 30 years of jurisprudence, defending the Constitution and what it means, and do so in a way that is understandable. You don't have to be a lawyer.
He was born in Queens, but he went to a private school in Queens because his parents, they don't want him going to school with all the blacks, so.
We have cameras in that town. You can't get a breath of fresh air in or out of that place without us knowing, correct? Okay. Like I said, we have cameras everywhere in that town.
Oh my God, I remember this guy. Remember this guy?
You can't get a breath of fresh air in or out without us knowing. You know the quality on the camera doorbell you have.
The surveillance state is already here, and this dystopian scene is just scratching the surface of the dangers that flock cameras.
This guy tried to shake down this lady. She was innocent.
Other AI-driven surveillance devices posed to everyday Americans.
Hey, driver. Hey, put your hands up and walk back to me.
Okay. Anybody else in the car?
My daughter and my son.
Oh, how old are they?
My daughter, me, my daughter, my girlfriend, my son.
Okay.
My son, you know, a month and a half. My girlfriend, she's 28.
Bye-bye. Reason I'm stopping you is your plate stolen.
You said it's who?
It's coming back stolen. Your license plate. You got your ID on your phone?
Yeah, I got my wallet.
Where's your wallet at?
My pocket. Okay. It's not my vehicle.
Whose vehicle is it?
My girlfriend's vehicle.
Okay.
Back in February, a pair of Sherwood, Arkansas police officers pulled over and detained a couple with a 1-month-old child in the car. Mind you, asserting that the car they were in was stolen.
Just right now, you're just in thing, okay?
Handcuffing you. This guy's just driving down the street.
More people in the car.
Pulls a gun. Why is this cop holding a gun like he's a 1990s gangster? Why is the cop holding a gun like a 1990s gangster?
At this moment in the stop, what justification does this officer have to pull out his gun and hold the remaining passengers at gunpoint? There was zero threat of violence and zero indication from the other officer that either of them was in immediate danger.
You said a month and a half old in the car?
Look at all these tattoos these cops have. It's so bizarre to me. All these tattooed, thuggish cops.
Come back over here, okay? You're just detained until we figure everything out, okay? No weapons on you?
No, none good.
I can't believe more cops don't get shot in America.
Even after learning that there's a literal baby in the car, Officer Lackey continues to hold the car at gunpoint before Officer Kincaid does the same.
Month and a half year old and his girlfriend.
Pin the Discord link. I don't even have a Discord link yet.
Hey, what's your hand? All right, just go and step out.
Can I ask what's going on?
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Just 1 second.
Can you confirm your 28?
I know you got a small baby, but
214, stand by. 28.
You're cool with tattoos. Like, I'm okay with tattoos, but it is a little weird that cops are like all sleeved up now and they've got all these different, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just too old fashioned. Maybe I'm too conservative, but maybe it's just because I don't like cops. It used to be like the rebels and the misfits got tattoos, and the people who are straight and narrow and the clean cut guys, those were the cops, you know. Now the cops are just as thuggish as everybody else. The cops are disgusting. I mean, cops are horrible. I don't trust them. I trust them even less when they don't look clean cut. You know, I kind of miss the clean cut looking, like I take care of myself cops. You know, the ones that aren't fat slobs covered in dirty tattoos that they got at the local local 5. Like, you know, they're going to some dirty tattoo parlor. Are there cop tattoo parlors?
Can be Adam Paul X-ray 55 X-ray APX 55X Black Tahoe. First showing up as stolen, so we're just confirming.
Oh, no, this is my car.
Yeah, it might be a mix-up in the system, so.
Yeah, then why are you pointing a gun at me?
Then y'all be good to go.
No, this is my car. I just had it stored because it's been wrecked. I had to get new tires and stuff on it. The snow, it's been put up.
Okay. Hopefully, if that's the case, he's just going to confirm.
Oh my God.
I just heard over the radio, and he was out there, and so.
Actually, sure was like he cut his lights on. I said, who cut his lights on? I didn't even know there was a police behind us.
I was en route, and they said it was stolen out of Little Rock, so.
Your license good, boss? Is your license good?
Like I said, he's going to do his due diligence.
I got my registration and stuff in there. If you want
Is it in the glove box?
It's actually in my purse.
Okay. You mind if I go ahead? You mind if I grab that real quick?
Mind if I rifle through your personal belongings in order to determine that you own the fucking car that you own, and we pulled you over for no reason and pointed a gun at you and your family for no reason?
The pink one? Oh, my bad. Okay. I got you.
So can you see that tag in front of you? APX55X. So APX55Y is the one stolen. So it's not yours. You just.
We got the license plate wrong because our flock surveillance cameras told us the wrong one.
One of our cameras, and so that's why we stopped you, because we thought it was the other place. So give me 1 second, I'll get you out of cuffs. Okay, boss.
Yeah, get me out of cuffs, you piece of shit.
And there you have it. A mistaken hit from a flock surveillance camera combined with some lazy, shoddy police work led to 2 innocent people getting detained and having their and their child's lives threatened in the process.
Is it your car?
You pointed a gun at these people, you garbage human. You piece of trash.
Okay, so your car flagged on some of our modern technology.
Oh yeah, this modern technology. Yeah, so glad we have that.
No, your plate is not stolen. It's one letter off.
Okay.
And the camera wrote.
Y'all gave me a heart attack.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I knew it was my vehicle.
So it's the first 5 are correct, and the last digit's the only one that's off.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Oh yeah.
So that's the whole.
Are you gonna apologize, you piece of trash?
For the stop and all of that.
Okay, Lord, y'all gave me a heart attack.
I'm gonna get him that
like
one.
you bit the turn signal or something. What did you do? Goodness gracious.
But and just until we figure everything out, that's why we pulled y'all out and all of that.
Yeah.
Bye, bossy. I'll talk. Get you out of those.
You could just do anything to anybody, can't you, officer? You can just do whatever you want, huh? Just do whatever you want. We're incompetent, so we threaten to smurf you. Yeah, we're incompetent, and we rely too much on this ridiculous new technology that is surveilling all of you. How long until someone gets murdered over this? Yeah, Flock and AI still can't read too well. How long? How long until someone gets murdered erroneously? Erroneously. You don't get murdered for stealing a car in this country still. How long until someone gets murdered over this? Ridiculous.
I appreciate you being cool.
Like and subscribe, everybody. I appreciate you being cool. What was my other option? Murder? What? I appreciate you being cool. You were pointing a gun at my family. You were pointing a gun at my family. My choice was be cool or watch my family get murdered by cop.
Again, I don't know exactly what we're coming up on. So.
Those cameras are placed everywhere, and they hit license plates, and they'll flag. But
oh well, yeah, people are smurfed every day, but because of flock cameras, wait till it starts happening because of these flock cameras. It's just that cop sneezes, somebody dies. He's got his gun out, pointing at him like a '90s gang. He's pointing at him like this. Like it's some kind of, like he's Juice, like it's Boys in the Hood. He's pointing a gun at somebody like this. He's not even holding the gun like a cop.
I'm not going to say they're completely perfect because, that's modern technology.
I got you.
I don't know if AI or whatever, but,
Oh, yeah, it's just like AI.
Thing, sometimes if a camera hits it at an angle or something, it might block it, and then, yeah.
I got you. Okay, well, we good?
Yeah, you're
okay.
good.
Sorry about that, guys. Have a good night.
While this interaction ended cordially, with no one getting hurt, falsely arrested, or much worse, you can't ignore how differently things could have ended if the woman or man being detained made one wrong move.
Yep.
That police stop makes me want to scream and shout. Because that couple could have been seriously injured or even worse, killed in front of their child because of the inaccuracy from the flock camera and the laziness from the police officers. Listen, you got the license plate readers, right, are supposed to record the license plate.
The cop could have, like, the person could have been like, what? Fuck you, it's my car. Rightfully so. And the cop would have shot her. Thanks for being cool. Thanks for being cool. I got to go learn about death to calm down. Oh, no, bruh. Damn. It's disgusting.
My shock is that he was murdered, and no one has given us the complete truth, or anyone has been held accountable.
Double tap the screen, like the screen, like the screen.
Months.
There was more effort in vilifying him than pursuing justice.
A kid who is out observing something that should not be happening in this world today, in the United States.
What happened?
Why? What did he do to deserve to be murdered? To left cold,
what did he do to deserve to get murdered?
on the ground, dead. My child. What did he do?
Former DHS
Well, they shot him in the head because he said something about what he did was he got in between a cop that was gassing his own people, and it was a woman, and Alex Preddy stood between the Gestapo and a woman that was being abused, and so they shot him. You're not allowed to protect women in this country. What are you doing?
Secretary Kristi Noem accused Preddy of committing an act of domestic terrorism. The Justice Department then opened a civil rights investigation shortly after the killing, working with the FBI and DHS. Attorney General Todd Blanche said Preddy's actions did not meet the legal definition of domestic terrorism. The Hennepin County medical examiner ruled Preddy's death a homicide. 2 officers were charged for use of force, but they have not been charged for the killing. And again,
this ER nurse was murdered.
And with the feds sweeping up the investigation, the state is doing their best. We've been in touch with Hennepin County. Hopefully we'll hear more from them. But so many things wrong here, especially after the killing of Renee Good that happened just weeks earlier. But I'm just focusing right now on the depravity of Joe leaving this family hanging.
Yeah, every day, leaving the family hanging. Every day, a mother's child, as she said, gunned down in the streets of America. Gunned down, executed.
Who do you despise? LP, who do you despise? You hate women so much? MAGA hates women, that's for sure. 9 shot. Did they shoot him 9 times? Was that true? How many times was Alex Preddy shot? 10 times.
About 5 seconds.
10 shots in 5 seconds, the 37-year-old intensive care. Oh, he was an ICU nurse, not an ER nurse. Almost the same thing. Different, though. Alex Preddy within a span of about 5 seconds. So this man who's made his life about saving the lives of others was murdered in the streets by the state, being shot 10 times in 5 seconds. Way to go.
There are a lot of people in Minneapolis, a lot of people across America, a lot of people across the world who said, quote, murdered. There are a lot of people in Minneapolis, a lot of people across America, a lot of people across the world who saw what happened on that videotape and believe he was murdered, believe he was shot for no reason.
Oh, Noam.
Execution.
Christy Noam. Christy Noam's got a special place in hell. Don't you worry. Her and Pammy Joe Bondi probably got a little club down in hell.
Style.
Waiting for him.
And Alex Preddy's mom asks, what did my son do? What did he do? Well, Willie, what he was doing was doing what we would want our children to do. He was trying to help a woman up, pick a woman up who had been knocked down by these thugs, these untrained thugs, knocked down in the snow. And he went away from the police officers toward the woman to pick her up after she had been brutal.
He also was they were spraying her with tear gas, and he put his body between the tear gas and took the hit while the woman was on her back. Imagine, I want to hear from that woman.
Really knocked down in the snow. And for that, he's pulled back out and he is shot in what looks like execution style in America.
Yep.
In the streets of America. And still no justice for those who shot him, who the mother said murdered him.
No justice, no peace.
Who a lot of us look and say, looks like got shot execution style for helping a woman out of the snow. Why are these men that shot him execution style not in prison today?
Yeah, these masked men, they're masked for a reason so that they can't be identified. And in a case like this, they're being protected by the federal government. They're being protected by the Trump administration.
By Donald Trump, yes.
The FBI finally did share information with Hennepin County. Keith Ellison, the Attorney General in Minnesota, says that's a good development. At least we're beginning to get the evidence we need to.
Joe is Diet MAGA. No, Joe Scarborough is just old school Republican, and I kind of miss the old school Republicans. I mean, I hated them when it was the old school, but now I have a newfound appreciation for the old school Republicans because, you know, the world has gotten worse. It's gotten worse the way things are today. I think we should do something. Amazing president we have. Yeah, amazing president. You're absolutely right. He truly is amazing. He sure is something. He sure is something.
To this case. But as Ms. Preddy said in those heartbreaking words, it's been 7 months, and they're not getting any comfort from the government when their son was shot in the head in the streets by a federal agent.
It's not Diet MAGA. I mean, I don't know, guys. You guys could call. It's really weird to frame it as Diet MAGA. Like, there was a Republican Party. Take them for what they were. They had people like John McCain and Colin Powell and Mitt Romney, and they disagreed with me on almost everything, but we at least agreed on what the problems were in America. We at least agreed more or less what the issues were. We agreed on what facts were. We agreed on things like there's a constitution that should be followed, stuff like that. So, I mean, if you call that Diet MAGA, I completely disagree. That's not Diet MAGA. That's just the old guard. That's the GOP. That's dead. Now you have MAGA, which is the Nazi Party of America. It's the National Socialist Party of America. Republicans are almost all gone. Now you have some vestiges to remind you that there used to be a Republican Party. People like Joe Scarborough, people like Tom Tillis, people like that guy from Kentucky, Tom Mathis, I think. What's his name? The one, Tom Massey. There's some people out there who are the old school Republicans. Mitt Romney's still alive. He's just not working anymore because he realized that the Nazis have won. He's out. Paul Ryan, he was old school Republican. He's out. They made this mess. Paul Ryan made this mess. Mitch McConnell made this mess. And now the Nazis are in charge, and they killed all the Republicans. Or killed. They axed them all. They're all gone. There are no Republicans left. The only ones we have left are people like Joe Scarborough. People who thought that something like the Constitution matters and that facts matter and stuff like that. No, I mean, he's still conservative.
They're not getting any information from the government after that happened. I'm glad you pointed out the full video. We've all seen it. ICE can't run from this. We saw what he did. He raced like we would hope our sons would do, Joe, to step into a woman who was being pushed down and said, whoa, whoa, whoa. You don't push somebody down like that. And for that, he was on his knees and shot in the head. And after that, he was called a domestic terrorist without evidence. The Attorney General now, Todd Blanche, has backed off that, saying there's no evidence he was a domestic terrorist. But just think, the first reflex to watching a man shot in the head by federal agents in a video the whole world saw is to say it was his fault. He was a domestic terrorist, which he clearly was not.
You know, Willie, this is what happened in the Jim Crow South when a black man would be shot. Like in another lifetime, justice would not be served. You know, we saw this happen to civil rights workers. We saw this happen to black men. We saw this happen time and again, where somebody would be shot dead and no justice would follow or a jury would acquit. That's now happening in 2026. That's now happening in Minneapolis, Minnesota, because
it's happened every year. It happened on your watch, too, when you were a congressperson.
The Trump administration is trying to protect people that gunned down an American citizen in the streets of America. Really, this is a perverse throwback to an uglier, horrible time in this country where certain people can be gunned down and shot, killed, and no justice follows. Justice has to follow here, Willie, doesn't it?
Yeah, and the difference is back then they could do those things under the cover of darkness. Today we have video. We watched Renee Good get shot in the face. We watched Alex Preddy get shot in the head. And Jonathan Lemire, there's got to be justice for Alex Preddy, as his family is now publicly asking. But as you've been reporting, there is an ongoing and maybe enhanced push for ICE to be more aggressive, to get the numbers up, to meet the quotas, to get people out of this country. Hopefully not to the point where they're shooting peaceful protesters in the head. But this has maybe restrained ICE to some degree for a while, but it's clear that the mission continues.
Yeah, it's such a heartbreaking interview.
Just peaceful protesters in the head. Just for, even violent protesters, you don't execute. You arrest, you put on trial. That's what you do. Unless they are actually pointing a gun at your head, you don't get to throw them on the ground and shoot. Even if they did point a gun at your head, once you have them on the ground, you're not allowed to execute them. That's not how it works. In America, we put them on trial, show that they are guilty, and either put them in jail for the rest of their lives, or if you happen to be in a certain state or in certain jurisdictions, the state will murder you then. But you need the burden of evidence in order to show that the state has the privilege of murdering you. Or even taking away your freedom. The state has a very large burden to take away your life or your liberty. It's called a trial. It's called evidence. Those types of things. Even in a violent protest situation, you don't get to throw people on the ground and shoot them in the head. Even when it's violent.
Preddy's parents here yesterday, they said they learned of his death by the TV footage, by the news coverage. And certainly, though, the cameras that delivered that heartbreaking news to them, though, have played a role here in not allowing DHS to continue with these lies, as they did, rightly so you say, about Renee Good as well. And that is the most Orwellian and frankly, horrifying part of this in some ways, is that the way that this administration tried to lie despite the evidence that we could all see. But you are right. As I've been reporting for weeks now, these quotas still exist. These daily
they don't even know who the agents were, Thorne. They don't know which agents are which. They're wearing masks. They have no badge numbers.
Calls from Stephen Miller to DHS officials are still happening. Yes, there have been fewer confrontations like this, but we've also had people shot in Texas and in Houston and in Maine. And Caddy, this is something where this administration, first of all, they're almost never able to admit a mistake. We have seen that from the president on down. There's an imperiousness that they feel like they are right, despite what your lying eyes may tell you. But we're also seeing a stubbornness that they feel like this is their best political move, despite what the polls say. And in fact, Caddy, we know that the new head of DHS, who succeeded Kristi Noem, Mark Wade Mullen, is under a lot of pressure right now from the right, who think that he's gone too soft on deportations and needs to ramp those up ahead of the midterms.
Yeah, we saw him being overruled by the president on traffic stops. But you're right to mention Stephen Miller. This is Stephen Miller's policy. Yeah, the butt stops with President Trump, but this is Stephen Miller's policy. This is what he wants. He wants the deportation numbers
Stephen Miller's our Goebbels.
Stepped up every day, and it's his policy, which is the reason that you've had killings in Minneapolis, killings in Houston, killings in Texas, killings in Maine as well. And it's because he has these deportations.
Jonathan Ross only has to prove that he was afraid for his life. That's the burden. That's all he has to say. I was scared. They're never going to convict Jonathan Ross. Are you kidding me? Never. They'll never convict Jonathan Ross. He might slap him on his wrist and say, excessive use of force. But he'll never be tried for murder. But the people of Preddy, they had him on the ground and they shot the shit out of him. They need to all go to jail forever.
quotas because he's so fixated on them. I had a dinner the other night here in London with a group of foreign journalists, and I was asking them what's the most shocking thing that's happened in America in the last year and a half of the Trump administration. Some said Greenland, one said Iran, but about 3 or 4 of them said Minneapolis and the killing of Alex Pretty and Renee Good. They knew the names. This story has traveled right around the world. It's part of the reason that people are looking here in Europe back at America and saying, is this the country recognized? Is this the country we can be an ally with? Because there seems to be this lawlessness and a breakdown of the rule of law. And Alex Pretty's mom is right. What did he do?
It's actually true. Yeah, there's law. There's no constitution. The Constitution doesn't matter anymore. Nuremberg trials took a while, but it happened. These evil shits will see their day. I don't know about that, Leaf. Most of the people who were killed during the Nuremberg trials were just the famous Nazis, the ones that they could really pin big shit on. The judges went free. The jurists went free. All of the just the regular old cops carrying out horrible deeds on behalf of the people working at the concentration camps. Most of them went free. I mean, some people. I mean, a lot of people went free that should have been hanged after the Nuremberg trials. But but at least the trials did happen. I guess there's that. At least there were trials. So at least there were trials. So I guess I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you. But they only hanged the real, the ones like the bosses of the camps. They didn't go after. Recently, they went after that lady who's still alive, who was a secretary in Auschwitz or one of the big concentration camps. I forget. And they went after her and they put her in jail, even though she's like 80 years old now. So they did go after a lot of people, but a lot of the ones who really facilitated, like the judges, famously did not go to jail. They convicted them and then allowed them to roam free and keep their jobs. Pretty disgusting. Didn't they all go to Brazil and USA? Many of them did. I mean, America recruited a lot of the scientists and a lot of the people who developed the poisons and the gases and the rockets and all of that. True. In Argentina as well. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, a lot of them escaped. Not all of them, though. And don't forget, the Israelis went out and killed them all, too. Extrajudiciously, just went out and just murdered them. So a lot of it, Argentina, indeed. And we just gave $40 billion to Argentina for some reason.
To deserve this, under American law, nothing.
He did what every parent would want their son to do. He tried to help a woman.
Funny story. When I lived in Germany, I taught English for about 3 years there. And I really enjoyed it. And some of my students, I had a couple students who were Brazilian. And they were, it's really funny because they were like tall, beautiful people, usually white. And I was like, Brazilian? I don't get it. Then what are you doing in Germany? They said, well, my grandfather was German. Oh, what? Why? Well, yeah, Germany allows you to be German if your grandfather was German, and my grandfather was German, and you're allowed to come back to Germany and be German. And so they were learning English and German, even though they were Brazilian. They spoke Portuguese. And and when you ask them, why was your grandfather in Brazil? Oh, well, after the war, it was just... there were bad times in Germany. You couldn't really get a job, and you couldn't. Everything was everyone was rebuilding. There wasn't much. People were collecting coal in the street. No one wanted to live in Germany. So if you could, you wanted to leave, and you couldn't go to America. Why? I mean, their grandfathers were Nazis. Their grandfathers were high up Nazis, and I was teaching their progeny English in Germany.
Who'd been knocked down by agents into the snow for no reason and tried to help pull her up, and for that he ended up dead in the streets of America. I will say that
are there Nazi hunters from Israel? No, I don't know about that anymore. Now they're Palestinian hunters.
The Trump administration knows better. They should know better. If they are completely immoral in such matters, they know politically that this is a losing hand. They know that. And Mika, if you combine what's happened with tariffs, you look at the states right now that are going to be harmed by tariffs. They're states like Maine, states like Michigan, states like Alaska. I mean, you look at the states that are going to be most harmed by this. They're states where there are important Senate elections coming up. And then you add on top of that the horror being visited upon these states, Maine, gunning down in the street of a young father who was.
Yeah, when it comes to those Nazis, there are a couple that are still alive, but they're extremely old. And the ones that they're still finding and stuff are like the young, I forget her name, that young secretary. Let me just, who was that secretary who recently was found out to be a Nazi and they convicted her, but she was really old? Irmgard Furchner. She was convicted of. She was a stenographer and a typist for the SS commander at Stutthof concentration camp. In 2022, they convicted her at the age of 97 of being an accessory to murder of 10,000 people. She received a 2-year suspended sentence. She was 18 and 19 years old when she worked at the concentration camp, and her case was tried in a juvenile court because she was so young when she committed the crimes. Her conviction was upheld on appeal, and she passed away at 99. She only lived 2 more years after she was convicted of murdering 10,000 people. There you go, Irmgard Furchner. Remember that? It was the last big case where they caught a Nazi, but she was so young. She was 18. She was a stenographer, and she knew the crimes that were being committed. They were able to prove that she knew and helped. Pretty crazy. Yeah, 97 years old. Yeah, there just aren't that many. If you're 97, they're not 80 anymore, guys. We think of like the old Nazis being 80 years old, but they're like 100 now. There aren't very many left. They're almost all gone. Didn't think of it that way. Israel ran out of Nazis to hunt, so they turned their attention to. Oh yeah, I mean, I think that it's not. I made a joke about the Palestinians, but that's why, like, it's not so easy. It's not like they had like commando groups and all of this infrastructure built to go like catch Nazis and protect Israel and then kill people who don't like Israel and stuff like that. And so they would just end up. You just end up finding new enemies, and the state of Israel is they're very good at finding new enemies, you know. But then again, so is the United States. I mean, so we're pretty bad about this stuff too. I mean, they're not alone. Israel's not alone on that. You know what I mean?
A rare criminal case is being brought against a U.S. airman over comments he made about President Trump. Major Jason Watson is being accused of breaching the Uniform Code of Military Justice. That's the reason for his arrest. According to charging documents, his violations are for, quote, contemptuous remarks he allegedly made about the commander-in-chief. I want to bring in CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata. So, Charlie, what do you make of the case?
A lot to be made. Good morning, Kelly. Well, first of all, to say it's rare, we believe this is.
I see you guys talking about the vaccine. No one should be forced, right? We shouldn't be forcing people to get the vaccine. But I mean, you can convince people to do stuff and kind of force them without having to force them, you know, kind of like how America forces every state in America to have 21 be the age of drinking. And if California decided that they don't want to they want to make it 18 or something, then they lose their funding for their interstate highways. So there's ways to convince people or to push people into doing stuff. Kind of like if you want to go to school, your kid needs to get the polio vaccine and stuff like that. I think vaccine schedules are important. But when it comes to this COVID thing, I don't know who was forced. People keep on saying you were forced. I was forced. I was working in food and beverage, and they said, well, you get it early. You don't have to get it, but you get access to it early. And then my bosses told me everyone has to get it, or you could take time off. You could take time off if you'd like, unpaid time off if you don't want to take because we're going to say that we're all vaccinated. We're all going to get vaccinated if you want to work with food and beverage. And so they did. It's kind of like in Las Vegas. Up until very recently, you had to get a hepatitis vaccine in order to work in Las Vegas with food and beverage. So that's what you had to do. You just had to do it. Mandate was no vaccine, no job. That's force. Who said that? Who said no vaccine, no job? Who said that? Because my employer said that. The state of Nevada made me get a hepatitis vaccine. You know what I mean? Should you be forced into doing things that help or prevent bad things from happening to you and those around you? Parallelish. It's an interesting idea. Except the burden would be to prove that. If you're going to force me to do anything, then your burden is to prove that. You have to prove it. You're forced to pay taxes too. I've got a problem with that because my taxes are going towards murdering people overseas. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with that. I have less of a problem paying taxes to my city government or to even my state government, but to the federal government, I have a big problem paying those taxes because the money's being used to go murder people. Vaccines have been proven to. Well, not every vaccine, and the COVID vaccine didn't quite have the proof that was needed. And if you want to have that, then the burden is upon you to prove it to the people. That's it. It's not that. It really isn't that hard. It's like advertising campaigns, guys. It wouldn't have been that hard to get everyone on board. Hey, everybody, throw some ads at it, throw some revenue at that. Hey, everybody, you get free vaccine, and we're gonna help your neighbor. Go ahead and get it. Please get your vaccine, everybody. Like it really isn't that hard to convince large groups of people to do the right thing, but they didn't even try. And then all of a sudden, you had states, and you had no real decent federal program or federal campaign. You had no ideas from state to state with different rules. And once you have every state with different rules and it's all pastiche and patchwork, it was a recipe for disaster. It was never going to work. You need to convince people to do the right thing. That's it. It's not that hard, guys. And they didn't even try. It didn't even seem like they were trying. And so there you go. My point is we're forced to do all things, but the time people want to complain about something that was helping, I don't know. I think people complain about all sorts of shit, parallelish, I think you'll find. But yeah, I mean, should have been handled better. I mean, that's all there is, right? I don't like people telling me what to do. And if you're going to force me, then you got some splaining to do. That's all. You got a lot of splaining to do if you're going to force me to do some shit. I begrudgingly got that Johnson & Johnson shot. I didn't want to do it. I just wanted things to go back to normal, so I sighed. I had my assistant set up an appointment, and I showed up, and I got my shot, and then I felt like shit. I went to work, and I felt really, really bad, and I went home, and then the next day I was fine. I don't know. I wanted things to get back to normal. I wanted to keep my job. I was afraid of what would happen if I didn't, not just to me, but to the people I worked with. I was lucky I never got COVID. I didn't want to get it anytime soon. So I thought, yeah, fuck it, shit. But I don't like the fact that my boss told me that I got to do it. I don't like that people told me what to do like that. I got to go get a medication because somebody else told me to. Fucking, you better give me some real reasons here before you make me do something like that. That's all.
It's the first time a major has even been charged with this alleged crime. Under Article 88, as you mentioned, this kind of thing would normally be handled behind closed doors as like an internal matter with the military. And
I mean, parallelish, I don't know that anybody was really forced, to be honest with you. I think a little coerced. Like, I felt a little coerced. I think that's a fair word, which I guess is, it's a synonym enough with forced, but I feel like it was a little, it wasn't the right way that we do. I also felt sick, Skyjack. I think I had the same vaccine at first. Yeah, I got sick that day. I was sweating and it wasn't so bad, but I couldn't work. My head was like swimming. So I couldn't work. I don't like my parents telling me to eat my vegetables. Yeah, okay. Parents telling you to eat your vegetables. I think your parents have a duty to tell you why eating vegetables is advantageous. That's a great point. If you're going to tell your parents, that's a great point, actually. If your parents are going to tell you to eat your vegetables and they just tell you to do it, it's like, fuck you. But when they tell you, vegetables will make you grow big and strong, it'll help your butthole health, you'll not get cancer when you're older, it helps you digest your food, your other things you've eaten. Vegetables will help you get hair on your chest and they'll, then help your eyes develop and maybe you still won't like it. But at least there's a reason why your parents are being such dicks about you eating your vegetables. You know what I mean? And I think that that's a really important distinction between despotism, tyranny, and just what do you call it, paternalism. There's a difference between tyranny and paternalism. And it sounds like, Père Lélich, you're defending paternalism. And I think that there is a defense for paternalism. Otherwise, there'd be no law about seatbelts in this country. We have laws about seatbelts. You got to wear one. It's for your safety, but also for the safety of anyone you crash into. Because if you crash into my car, if you rear end me in your car, and you're not wearing a seatbelt, and you fly through the windshield, and your brains are all over the back of my car, and it fucks me up for life because you didn't wear a seatbelt, it's protecting me too. You see what I'm saying? That's paternalism. And paternalism needs to be justified, or else it's tyranny. Do you understand? I think that's how we... Paternalism can become tyranny, or at least taste like tyranny, if not dutifully, vehemently, and seriously justified. You might say that we got to lock up all of the, lock up all the communists. Well, you better make a case for that.
Contemptuous part that you said, that's Article 88, which makes it a criminal offense for a commissioned uniformed officer, by the way, to use contemptuous words against major civilian leaders, including like the president, the vice president, Congress, etc. Makes it worse. He was in
Thanks,
uniform.
Real John Zook.
You may recall back in July, he took the steps to the Capitol, holding up that sign, read impeach, convict, remove, obviously referring to President Trump. He was first detained back then, but then he was detained again.
You guys are talking about masks. How boring. Masks, though. They want to protect themselves and protect others from pathogens. That's not true that surgeons aren't afraid of getting sick. They're afraid of making people sick. They're afraid of getting sick themselves as well. I was mainly joking, Sky, but I love that you went deep on that. I think it's a good point. Joking sometimes gets us to good spots. Don't you think, Père Lélich?
Last week when he went on CNN and had this to say about the president.
Not only is he a failure as president, he is flagrantly violating the Constitution, breaking the law, engaged in rampant corruption, and is killing Americans.
Now, his own attorney said Watson fully expected to be arrested, and he stands by what he said. Vlad?
So I guess, Charlie, and we were talking about this earlier on CBS Mornings, all soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, Coast Guardsmen have to get if they're going to talk to the press, they're going to talk to you on the record, they have to talk to their commanding officer and perhaps even public affairs, right? And maybe you can break down that process for our audience, because since you cover the Pentagon. But the question that I have is, if you don't do that, if you go outside the chain of command, is that illegal?
Yeah, well, Vlad, there are several interesting points that we have to touch on there. First of all, it's not even clear which charges that he's facing. And that's kind of where the debate begins.
They arrested him, but they don't know what the charges are.
Because it puts at odds First Amendment rights against what you said, the military's vast restrictions on a uniformed officer speaking to the media, protests, whatever. So there are other more traditional charges, if you want to put it that way, that you and I are more familiar with.
Vietnam era restrictions on soldiers talking to the media?
Right, the Uniform Code of Military Justice, like failure to obey regulations, conduct unbecoming an officer, that's part of it too. But legal experts are going to have to determine like what contemptuous means in this particular example, because as I said, there's no real legal precedence here. And it's not even clear yet whether this will go to a criminal trial or a military court-martial. So we believe that Watson is currently in a kind of military hold, what the military describes as pretrial confinement. And the next few steps, it's down to legal interpretation.
The Constitution, not the Declaration of Independence. But Ben Todd, you're absolutely right. Read your Constitution, Declaration of Independence, and your Bill of Rights before you come spouting your weak-ass shit. That's right. It does say you're allowed to say whatever you want. It's just that military people kind of have a whole other thing that goes on. Under military law, he really cannot be protesting the government as he is an officer. Well, they haven't leveled any charges on him yet, so I guess we'll find out. Meanwhile, he's in jail. Or no, he's out of jail. He's out there talking to the press, so I don't know. We'll see what happens here. He took an oath to the Constitution, not a president. Good point. I think he should be free as a bird. I don't know why he can't protest. I think soldiers should be allowed to. I think soldiers should be encouraged to protest if something is immoral, unethical, or against the Constitution. I think it is the soldiers' responsibility to stand up to the illegal actions of a president. Absolutely, 100%. Exactly. You've been looking good since you started skating. Nice.
And honestly, how the military, including the Air Force, decide how to handle this.
Wow. All right. Charlie D'Agata reporting for us. Charlie, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm excited.
2 hours ago, polls closed in South Carolina's special primary runoff election to decide who will be that state's Republican Senate candidate this November. After the special election on August 11, not that long ago, that race has come down to 2 candidates, conservative Republican Congressman Ralph Norman and the Trump-backed candidate Darlene Graham, the sister, of course, of the late Senator Lindsey Graham, who's currently serving out the remainder of his Senate term. And right now we can project that Darlene Graham has won this Republican Senate runoff against Ralph Norman and will advance the general election in November. Now, it's also important to talk about how kind of...
Which means she's going to win. She's going to be a senator. Lindsey Graham's sister is going to... Fucking South Carolina is so disgusting. They had Strom Thurmond, who was an unspeakable racist. Like, he held the filibuster record in the Senate for speaking against black rights and the civil rights. And all, a very nasty dude. Later on, they found out that he had children from his black workers from a time when it was illegal for black people to say no to white people. They call that rape. So Strom Thurmond was a guy who raped black women and also held the record, the world, the American record, I guess, of filibustering for speaking out against black rights. And then once he's finally gone, I think he was the longest serving senator in history at the time. Lindsey Graham takes over. And for the last 30-something years, we've had Lindsey Graham out of South Carolina, this bigot, this weird little closeted homosexual creep job, Lindsey Graham. And now his sister is going to take his job. And you don't think the Senate needs to be abolished? Even just this one example. You think this is just an isolated incident? There's all sorts of creepy stories like this in the Senate. The South Carolina Senate seat is holy shit disgusting. It has the worst history. This one seat, the one that Lindsey Graham just died in.
Here and what's been going on, because it was really just 6 weeks ago that at Donald Trump's request, Darlene Graham was appointed as the temporary replacement for her brother in the U.S. Senate. And most people at the time believed she would serve as kind of a placeholder, honoring his memory, until a more qualified candidate came along to fill the seat permanently. That was the view at the time. Which is why a lot of people were surprised when Trump chose to back Darlene Graham to be the party's official nominee for November. And since then, I will say, nearly every time she has opened her mouth, even Darlene Graham sounds a little surprised she's running for the seat.
Yeah.
I mean, who could forget this particular moment?
I don't know nothing about Thailand.
Taiwan and the South China Sea, national security issues for the
Thailand,
United States,
Taiwan?
and if so, why or how?
I don't know what it is.
I'm just going to be honest here. I'm not on national security. I'm not that informed on national security, so...
People literally, whoa, in the audience. What?
I don't know nothing about no national security. Where's Thailand, Taiwan? I don't know the difference. Ding dang do.
But I do support the military.
Jesus.
First of all, you're running for the U.S. Senate. That wasn't a particularly difficult question, even if you aren't a national security expert. And second, her brother made a name for himself.
It really is not. If you've been alive for the last 50 years, you know about Taiwan being a little touchy. And then you wonder if does that have an effect on American homeland security and our security? Does, anything? Like if China attacked Taiwan, what's your point? What's your feeling on that? How do you feel about it? How hard is that? How hard is that a question to answer? How hard is that? We've always had a delicate touch when it comes to Taiwan, and we treat them as if they're their own country. They have an interesting kind of non-country status, but we treat them as a sovereign state. We do business with them as such, and the politics of China is one of those things that we'll be watching closely because, of course, it affects our national security. Any kind of skirmishes all around the world, especially when it comes to big countries invading small countries, affects our national security and the stability of the world. That's how you answer it. That's it. There's the answer.
Talking about exactly these issues. Literally, Taiwan, then the South China Sea, and what should be done there. And then in a tele-rally last night, Donald Trump tried to do kind of a little cleanup for Darlene Graham. Here's what he said.
She's tough, she's strong, and she's the perfect person to carry on the legacy of her brother. Very different people. She's very much about that affordability. He was very much about foreign affairs.
Very different people. He was very much about foreign affairs, and she's much more about affordability. Okay? I mean, it's not the worst spin, I guess, from a man who sticks his foot in his mouth a lot. Well, that same day, Darlene Graham was asked about her position on affordability. And here's what she said.
Is there some example of a piece of legislation you would introduce to help drive down the cost of things?
We'll see when I get there.
We'll see when I get there? Lady, you're there. You're already there. You were sworn into the United States Senate 6 weeks ago. You are a senator, a member of the U.S. Senate. How is that her answer?
Yeah.
Trump has gone all in. I mean, he held 2 tele-rallies, 1 actual in-person rally for Darlene Graham. Quoted the New York Times, Trump called up Republican politicians across the state of South Carolina and leaned on them to support her candidacy.
And the PAC run by Trump's allies tapped its massive war chest, which they hardly ever do, to dump more than $800,000 into this race to support Graham in just a single day. That, by the way, just to put in context, is nearly a third of what that PAC has spent all year. In other words, in a year that the Republican Party faces massive headwinds in their fight to keep control of Congress, Donald Trump spent a whole lot of time, energy, and resources to help one Republican defeat another Republican in a race that Republicans are already favored to win.
Yeah. I wonder why. Could it be because she's going to do whatever Donald Trump says and the other guy was a little bit of a wild card? Yeah. I mean, no one was much more of a war hawk than that weird little queer that queer little man, Mr. Lindsey Graham. But here we are. We're going to have his sister now. She's going to be in the Senate for 100 years. You and I will both be dead, and Lindsey Graham's sister will still be senator. That's how the world's going to go.
A new poll shows the U.S. Senate race in Texas is a close one. State Representative James Tallarico is holding a 3-point lead over Republican Attorney General Ken Paxton in the Texas Politics Project at UT Austin's latest poll. Dr. James Henson is...
Well, Taiwan's a touchy subject also because China gets real touchy every time someone calls Taiwan a country. I lived in Taiwan for a little while, and the people there, they wear T-shirts saying "We are a country." We are like you. Like it's almost like a revolutionary statement to say we are our own country. It's also why Taiwan built the world's biggest building for a while. Was the world's biggest building in Taipei. It's why they have invested heavily in the idea of microchips and building microchips. They are they want the status of nation state. Unfortunately, China thinks that they're a colony. I even talked with Chinese people who were from the mainland who they're like, oh, you have a funny little province here. They think of it as a province. They don't think of it as its own country. And when we say it's not a country, China pretends like they want to go to war with America and we have to go through this whole song and dance. But someone put that China will attack in 2027. I thought it would have happened by now. I thought in 2025 that China would be already invading Taiwan. But I'm convinced that you and I will see China attack Taiwan in the next couple of years.
the executive director of that group. He's joining us to talk about the results. Thanks so much for your time.
Great to be with you, Ashley.
You know, we have this down to a science. My first question is always the same. Tell us the methodology, how you did the poll when you did it.
Yeah, we talked to 1,200 registered voters between August 3rd and the 15th, so just about 2 weeks ago now. And we balanced this, weighted the sample to be demographically representative of the electorate and collected the data using YouGov via the internet.
All right, let's get right into it, the Senate race. That's the one everyone's talking about. You have the Democrat leading this race in Texas. This is pretty significant.
Yeah, you and I have talked a lot over a while, and we don't say that very much. Tallarico with a 3-point lead over Ken Paxton, 42-39. As I've said to you many times, we can't call one poll a prediction, but if we step back and look at our poll is one of about 5 nonpartisan polls.
Are you talking about Hong Kong? Hong Kong was a 99-year east right now, right?
4 of those 5, usually with a narrow lead, pretty close to or within the margin of error. So this is a very close race. And again, with a lot of people that still haven't decided, probably the most telling number in that race is that 14% say they still haven't thought about it enough to have an opinion. And that's as both campaigns start ramping up their spending.
That's true. I went to one. It was called Kaohsiung. I think it was called Kaohsiung. I've been to a couple of those Taiwan islands. They're pretty cool.
For campaign efforts.
Yeah, we know that Labor Day is generally when that really starts to happen, but very significant, that 14%. We also asked voters.
It's wild. When I lived in, so we went to, I think it's Kaohsiung. Go to the island and you're on the beach and you could see just all of these container ships lined up, like just a parade of container ships going in and out of China. You can see it. And it's just wild because like in Long Beach, we have a very busy port in Long Beach and San Pedro in California, and you could see the container ships, but man, it looks like a traffic jam coming out of China. It's wild how I never seen anything like it. And I've lived in coastal cities. I've never seen anything like it until I lived in Taiwan. It was bonkers. And the sand has like oil and tar in it because of it, but you can just go out there and pretend like you don't get. Yeah. Tallarico won't steal your pen. What do you think? Do you think Tallarico, they said Tallarico isn't Christian. Tallarico's Christian AF. Yeah. Who's laughing? If Dems take Texas, MAGA will lose their shit. Texas is ripe. I mean, Texas and Florida are very interesting places right now because Florida has a huge influx of people from other states. And so we'll see what happens there. Florida, the landscape of Florida is changing drastically. And I'm curious to see what happens, man. Like Angie Nixon winning in Florida would be such a big deal. And Tellerico in Texas. Can you imagine? And then little Raphael Teddy Cruz, little Raphael Edward Cruz. He might not know what to do with himself. Ding dang do. I think it'll be fascinating. Tellerico, senator of Texas, man. Wow.
A local rancher says since President Trump announced he is waiving tariffs on imported beef, the rancher's business started booming. As concerned shoppers are...
They didn't burn witches in America. That's true. They did burn witches in Europe, but not in America. They just hanged them.
Choosing local farms over grocery stores. Fox 26's Jillian Hartman joining us live after speaking with that rancher tonight. Jillian.
Yeah, Anthony, so I spoke with Anthony Thomas. So he owns Thomas Cattle Company and Catering. So that's a farm-to-table beef supplier in Fulshear. So we told you about the Texas groups yesterday pushing back against the president's plan. Well, Thomas says there is no quick fix. There are so many factors impacting beef prices. And he tells me since the announcement that more people have actually been buying beef directly from his business.
It has tremendously positively impacted my business, and we've had
Is he attacking me? Is Todd attacking me? I will not calm down. We are a bunch of effing slaves, and you're too dumb to get. Who are you picking a fight with there, buddy boy? Baby doll, what's the problem? Maybe you should read a book before you start talking, because the person who laughed at me, you don't know nothing about nothing, and if you did, you'd be dangerous. Like, what are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about, bro. You're going a little. You made a joke. I responded with laughing emoji. Wow. Oh, you dangerous laughing emojis. We gonna start fighting over laughing emojis? Oh my goodness.
huge influx of business come in the last week because people are fed up of the food uncertainties and the rising escalation of beef costs. This beef import is more of a band-aid rather than a fix of the problem that we have with our beef industry in the United States. The efforts for them doing this, they're supposed to alleviate some of the beef prices because they've lifted the tariffs on the imports. Beef prices won't go up because of this, but beef prices will continue to go up just because we're in a 10-year drought in this country. We have such a massive hole in the supply of cattle in this country.
Why does this guy talk like he's from New Zealand?
Because there's such a large demand. The second thing is there can definitely be health concerns, and there already is health concerns pertaining to the beef that's being imported into this country.
Oh, he's Australian.
Those countries have more relaxed food regulations and health regulations that we have here in the United States. And so because it's already coming pre-made and pre-packaged from these other countries, it's just wide open. There's no way of us knowing what's actually in it. Some of the beef that they've imported has already been recalled because it slipped through the USDA inspection.
Yeah.
And they weren't able to inspect whether there was chemicals or additives or contaminants in the beef that has been imported. When I think we should be more focused on sourcing all of our beef from the United States, we have the beef here, we have the ranchers here, and unfortunately the packers trade it to other countries instead of feeding Americans.
You know, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't myself looking for a local rancher to try to get in contact with. So now, one thing I heard...
maybe you should just stop eating cows. You don't need to go find a local rancher, okay, buddy? Just stop eating cows, asshole.
Say there, his business is...
People always say that. I'm going to go find a local rancher. No, you're not. You're going to go to fucking Hardee's and Wendy's and Mickey D's. That's what you're going to do, like all the other stupid Americans. You're going to go wait in line in your car and eat slop out of a paper box because that's what Americans do. That's the American diet. Waiting in your car like an apex predator, and then having an underage or underpaid, I should say, underpaid person, an underpaid octogenarian hand you a paper bag filled with food, quote unquote, and you're gonna eat it you're gonna eat this mystery meat out of a paper bag. Keep the paper bag because you might have to shit or vomit in it really right thereafter. Be careful. Careful. Or just do yourself a favor. Do like that Kardashian. Like, I forget which one was eating chicken wings on her toilet. That's what you got to do. You got to go just eat on the toilet, Americans. Just eat while you're there so you can just finish the cycle like like Pac-Man going off of one side of the popping it on the other side. The food goes in, food goes out immediately. If you are eating mystery meat in America, you've fallen for the ads. You've fallen for the propaganda. If you go to McDonald's at all, you have fallen for propaganda. If you go to any fast food place, I mean, even like, I think the only fast food place I've been to in the last year, on a road trip, I went to a Subway, and I went to a Chipotle a few months ago, but like, that's it. Don't go to fast food place. And I didn't eat animal flesh at either of them. Don't eat dead animals from fast food, you morons. I only eat ranch food. Yeah, okay. Then go buy $100 steaks. Go buy $100 steak. Actually, the world would be a much better place if people only once a month went to a steakhouse and bought a $100 piece of steak. And that's the only animal they ate all month. The world would be a better place. You'd be healthier. America would be healthier. Animals would be treated better. Everything, so much would be better if you just if people actually ate the way they claim to. I'm gonna go to a ranch. And I'm only gonna eat. I'm gonna buy a side of beef, and I'm gonna live off that side of beef all year. Bullshit. You're going to be at Ruby Tuesdays eating some second-rate USDA grade D piece of flesh that probably came from fucking Australia or someplace else. That's what or Argentina.
But how much has his business actually seen an increase since that announcement?
Okay, so Thomas told me in the past week, sales have tripled. So he's been extremely busy. In fact, over the weekend, he tells me he was at a farmer's market and he actually sold out.
Are you writing fanfic? Sky definitely has a lot of meat in his mouth. May, are you dreaming again? You are always so DTF. You're always hitting on me, May. You make me blush. You are always trying to get in there, huh? May, you are really seriously enough, honey. I'm not into you, honey. Damn, girl. Why are you so thirsty, May?
Twice in 4 hours. So that just tells you how busy he's been.
Well, Canada announces retaliatory tariffs against the United States today, saying that they will match the American import taxes dollar for dollar here. President Trump's 50% tariffs on roughly $20 billion worth of imports took effect Saturday after a trade deal fell apart. As our Emily Pofall reports, Canada is Minnesota's biggest trading partner.
The tit for tat playing out Tuesday.
That Canada will match the United States tariffs dollar for dollar, rate for rate.
Canada's finance minister announcing counter tariffs on $20 billion of U.S. goods after President Trump's 50% tariffs on Canadian imports took effect Saturday.
It has the teeth to stay.
Experts expect price hikes.
Why is this idiot fucking with Canada again? Why is it that every time, did something happen with the Epstein files? Why are we talking about Canada again?
In steel, agriculture, dairy, and lumber. And in Minnesota, where we export about $5.5 billion in goods to Canada per year.
The likelihood that Minnesota has built up the infrastructure to withstand the gap that's going to be left from the Canadian exports, it's unlikely. It's going to hurt.
Gary Werdish leads the Minnesota Farmers Union.
Minnesota's #1 trading partner is Canada.
Werdish says previous tariffs already spiked costs for farm equipment and fertilizer. And
sorry, Minnesota, you're just going to have to move to Florida. Sorry, everyone's got to move to Florida. Haven't you heard? Everyone's got to go. We have to. Yes, it has to happen.
This fraught relationship with our neighbors to the north.
It's putting downward pressure on our prices that we are able to sell the products for. So we're getting squeezed on both ends.
Which Werdish says can have dire consequences.
For example, what are you talking about, man? My views are up. My views are up. What are you talking about? Are you worried about my views? Thank you so much for worrying about the vanity metrics. But man, I just started back up after taking 2 weeks off, and my views are like at 5K each one of my live streams. It's not bad. I mean, it's not the 10K that I normally get, but I had a 10K one last Monday, I think. It was pretty good. Thanks for wondering. Yeah, I get over 10,000 views a day. And my live stream alone gets like 5,000 views. So I don't know. Why are you so worried about my shit? Why is that? Why are you so weird about it's so weird. You guys are always so interested in like crowd sizes. It's so bizarre. Like Donald Trump being like, we had bigger turnout than Martin Luther King. Like, dude, no one asked you to compare yourself to Martin Luther King Jr.'s speech on the National Mall. You don't have to. Nobody gives a shit how many show up. You understand? You're not getting any views. I get tons of views.
Can foreclose on a Minnesota farm. State law says they must go to mediation. Werdish says more Minnesota farmers have gone to mediation this year than the last 3 years combined.
Are you even able to give specific advice to your members right now?
Well, it's pretty hard. how can you? It's almost like the weather forecast. It changes day to day.
The National Milk Producers Federation, on the other hand, thanked the Trump administration today for continuing to put pressure on Canada over what it calls unfair dairy trade practices.
Dairy trade practices. Well, unfortunately, the dairy industry is about to lose a bunch of money too because of, well, a lot of the money that goes to dairies is beef on the hoof. About 98% of dairy cows end up in hamburgers, and since that's the thing that Donald Trump is importing now is just hamburger, ground beef, sickeningly, it's just going to get worse for cows. It's so sad, really. It's just going to get worse. And if you're eating that shit, again, you deserve it. If you die of meningitis or some disease because you're eating ground beef in America, you deserve whatever happens to you because you do not have ignorance as an excuse at this point. Everyone knows they just recalled 30,000 pounds, tons, I don't know, tons, a bunch of cow flesh from Argentina they had to recall because if you eat it, you die. How much do you think is getting through? Most UTIs are caused by people eating fucking flesh now because they get the bacteria in their hoo-ha from their buttholes because the bacteria in animals' guts are not something that's supposed to be in our guts. Stop eating animals. Stop doing it.
All right, just flipping over to 533 this morning, and the trade war between the U.S. and Canada just escalated, threatening to upend relations and increase costs for consumers in both countries. Doug Lazater is joining us live from Washington this morning. Doug, Canada is Minnesota's biggest trading partner, so a lot of folks here, their ears are perked to this. They want to know what's going on, and you are joining us now with a closer look at what's next for both sides. Good morning.
This guy's so I love this. I love this guy.
Morning. There's still time to settle this, but not
He's
a whole
my
lot.
favorite Fox, Doug Lazater.
And both countries are racing now for the fallout. Is this family strolling by Lake Ontario or Lake America?
He always seems like he knows that Fox News is full of shit. I don't know. His face always makes me think like this guy knows Trump is full of shit.
Is Canada not taking advantage of us? What's going on?
Well, what's going on is the latest volley in a trade war.
Today I'm announcing that Canada will match the United States tariffs dollar for dollar, rate for rate.
Canada taking aim at everything
Seems
from
fair.
American steel and aluminum to farm goods.
The way they treat our dairy farmers.
Oh, they treat our dairy farmers. How are they treating anybody?
America is just not. It is not going to continue any longer.
Oh, Brooke Rawls.
The Trump administration had already taken aim at Canada during trade talks that finally broke down. And Canada is responding now with new tariffs of their own. And President Trump's latest target is a Great Lake, Ontario. And he posted an image showing his idea for a new name, Lake America, writing, "We don't expect to be doing much business with Ontario any longer."
They're going to change Lake Ontario to Lake America? Oh, I love this for us. I love this. Yes. Let's change everything. I would love. I think that Canada should come back and be like, okay, well, we're changing the Lake Michigan to Lake Manitoba. I don't know what state. Which Canadian province is directly north of Michigan? It's Ontario. We're going to change it from, so we have Lake Superior, you have Huron, you have Ontario, it's Huron, Ontario, Michigan, Erie, and Superior. So Ontario is the one that Lake America. It's not even creative. It's not even sort of creative. Hold on a second. Which states border or have shoreline on Lake Ontario? Let's see. New York. Only one. It's only Lake New York. Shouldn't they call it Lake New York? If it's Lake Ontario right now, why would you call it Lake America? Already he wants to change the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. So if it's Gulf of America and then Lake America, that doesn't make any sense, Donnie boy. Donnie, what happened to your creativity? You're fading, buddy. It should be Lake New York if it's not Lake Ontario. I'd be okay with Lake New York. Lake America. I mean, we have they got Lake Ontario and we got Lake Michigan. We each got one named after one of our states or provinces. It's a fair thing, right? We share the lakes with them. I think that Canada should change the name of the Niagara Falls to the Canadian Falls. Forget it. They're not going to call it Niagara Falls anymore. Now it's the Canadian Fall. I wish Canada would do stupid shit to pull a Gavin Newsom and start saying stupid shit like they're Donald Trump. Lake America, because we're not going to do business with Ontario. Holy shit.
Canada, meantime, has targeted industries and states that may play outsized roles in the upcoming midterms.
Economically, it's bad for us, but politically targeting Maine.
This dude. God damn it. How did this guy get a job in show business?
In Michigan, Wisconsin, all three of those states have in common. Republicans are about tied with their opponents in those states.
And that's just adding to the tough trade talk already making waves between the U.S. and Canada. Now, these new tariffs do not kick in until September 8th, so it's possible there could be a deal, but the stakes are pretty high. Canada is our second largest trading partner behind Mexico.
I don't think Canada... Yeah, it's funny. We keep on picking fights with our neighbors. Like, what kind of an asshole? If you moved into a neighborhood and you started picking fights with all your neighbors, you're the asshole. If you have fights with all your neighbors, it's not your neighbors that are the assholes. It's you. Okay? We're the asshole. We keep on having a fight with all of our neighbors. Lake Trump. He should have called it Lake Trump. Or he could say like, okay. We'll call it Lake Kennedy. Call it Lake Kennedy, and then he could change the name from Kennedy Center to the Trump Center. Oh, I want the Trump Center. I want the Kennedy Center to be the Trump Center. So we're going to call it Lake Kennedy. Lake Trump. Why not? He's a bully, yes, and he's a dumb bully, which makes it even worse. The Golden House of Trump. Lake Epstein. Now you're talking. I like that. Lake pedophile. Lake Chomo. Lake Chomo. Oh God. It should be Lake New York or Lake Ontario, but there's more shoreline on Ontario than New York, so they got to name it Lake Ontario. There's also Ontario's. What does Ontario even mean? We have Ontario, California. What does the word Ontario mean? It means Great Lakes, sparkling water, or beautiful water. It's from Iroquois. It's an Iroquois word. It's an Indian word. Okay. Ontario, Canada. Containing Toronto and Ottawa. Okay, is there? Yeah, okay. A city in Southern California named. Oh, the city in California is actually named after the Canadian province. I had no idea. Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know why California. Why would that be? Why is the city in California named after a Canadian province? Why? Why'd they do that? It was founded by Canadian engineers and brothers George Chaffee and William Chaffee and Charles Chaffee, who named the new settlement after their home province. Oh. In 1882, they purchased the land in Southern California and they called it Ontario. The Ontario Model Colony, to honor their roots in Ontario, Canada. I had no idea. I just learned something about California. There you go. Lake of the 12-year-old girl. There you go. Pedophile. Lake Lago. Yeah, Mar-a-Lago. Key Largo. Make Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago. Hell yeah.
This afternoon, Donald Trump, frantically smashing every knob and every lever at his disposal, is urging the American people to pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. As well, at times, his ability to warp the truth and conjure false realities for his supporters has felt like wizardry. This hour, the smoke and mirrors are right there in front of us. According to the very latest Reuters Ipsos poll, Trump's approval is scraping along at 33%. That number is the lowest it's been at any point in either of his terms for the second such survey in a row. No surprise, he's even pulling the old Wizard of Oz routine on his poor polling, insisting it's all fake, the stuff of radical left Democrats.
Never mind the man behind the curtain.
It's designed to demoralize Republicans, but tall tales can't change reality for him or anyone else. Part of it has to do with a wholly unpopular standoff with Iran, and there's fresh data to share with you on that topic in a few moments. But first, consider this. Today's developments related to another war he started, the trade dispute with Canada. This morning, Canadian officials went public with their plans for retaliation. Watch.
Today, I'm announcing that Canada will match the United States tariffs dollar for dollar, rate for rate. The terms proposed by the U.S. administration were uneconomic, unfair, and ultimately unacceptable. They asked too much of Canada and offered too little in return.
On the central dynamic in this broadening and unwanted conflict, David Frum writes, quote, against Canada, Trump is fighting a trade war that
I like Lake Covfefe. Lake Covfefe. I like all you guys. You guys have some great recommendations for lake names. I mean, Lake America. You guys are batting 1,000 on the lake names. Great lake names, everybody. I mean, Lake America is the dumbest name you could call that. Lake America instead of Lake Ontario. You'd think you want to name Lake Superior, the big one, Lake America, right? You wouldn't want to name Lake Ontario, Lake America. Anyway, whatever. The guy's a moron.
Few Americans support, under leadership that most Americans reject, to achieve results that virtually all Americans would dismiss as pointless, if not crazy. Quote, against Trump, Canadians are fighting a trade war that the great majority support, under leadership that commands broad assent to defend their independence and self-respect. That's a war that even the weaker side can win, especially if it needs to hold on only a few months longer to survive. In the face of that disparity and a bankruptcy of actual ideas, Trump's doing the...
This is so funny. Holy shit. Total Sharpie job. Donald Trump has graduated from using a Sharpie. Look, it's the hurricane's going to hit Texas. Lake America in gold. What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit.
This focus thing again, in the form of a photo posted to social media with Lake Ontario crossed out and Lake America emblazoned in tacky gold letters. Shooting our coverage, Stafford, Atlantic Video Podcast host David Frum is here, also with us.
Tacky gold letters. I mean, come on, Lake America. I mean, if you're gonna do that, I mean, he really is slipping on the names, right? Like I guess he never was very good at it, but at least, you know, Little Marco Rubio. Rhonda Sanctimonious. Fucking Jerry Lewis piece of shit.
Economy worse. Now Canada is upping the pressure with retaliatory tariffs on $20 billion worth of U.S. goods. They're targeting midterm hotspots like Maine, Michigan, and Minnesota.
Oh, not Harley Davidson.
Enter the group chat. Molly Jong Fast is here. MS Now political analyst, contributing writer for the New York Times Opinion, and host of Fast Politics podcast. The Lead Pump, senior data editor and columnist for CT Insider, and Ali Vitale, MS Now, senior Capitol Hill correspondent, host of Way Too Early. You must see.
Lake Epstein is the clear winner, though, right?
Interview with Ted Cruz. She did it earlier this week. It's on YouTube. It is a must-watch.
JD Vance probably watched it. They're talking about it.
Damn, JD Vance. Well, you know what? He watches Way Too Early every day, I'm sure. Okay, Molly. Historically, most voters do not start paying attention to these elections until Labor Day. Donald Trump's own PAC has a $400 million war chest, potentially waiting to be unleashed over the next 10 weeks. What are we in for?
Well, so The Atlantic had this story about how he's going to spend money doing these ads
about himself.
If you are polling under 40%, which Donald Trump is, which is basically historic because his numbers are somewhere between 32 and 38. I mean, these are really low. You're going into a midterm and you're going to do ads on yourself. Like, think about that. And I also think like the most damaging thing that is we're cruising into the midterms that Donald Trump has done may be the trade war with Canada. Because remember, Michigan, Alaska, Maine,
Iowa.
Right. All states that have Senate seats and gubernatorials that Republicans want to keep. And now they have more tariffs, more trade war. It's a problem.
I mean, but here's the thing. If we look at just the primary, Trump has a near perfect record when it comes to the candidates he's endorsed.
Yeah, and this is always the contrast, right? That he does well in primary endorsements and he does middling in general election endorsements.
Middling.
Yeah, middling. And honestly, those results last night were not very strong, right? Darlene Graham, 5 points or so. The guy in Oklahoma by, 2 points? Like, those are not the sort of endorsement outcomes that we're used to seeing with Donald Trump. I think the fundamental issue for Trump at this point in time, and I think part of the reason why he is trying to get this election to be about him, is he's concerned about Republican voters. He's worried that Republican voters, not that they're going to vote for Democrats, but that they're not going to vote, that they're going to stay home. There's some fascinating polling from YouGov, which compared how Republicans, how everyone talked about Trump in November 2024.
I think that's the whole thing. No one's going to show up for the Republicans.
Versus how they do now. Republicans were 16 points less likely to say Trump was a strong leader. There's 14 points less likely to say he was authentic. And when you look at the negative terms that might apply to him, when you asked if he was reckless, 20% of Republicans are now likely to say he's at least a little reckless as opposed to not saying that before. So the Republican...
He plays with, he's juggling hand grenades. He lives loudly. Remember when Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana said that? Oh my God, I went to a book club last week and this lady, she was talking. She's like, now I got a lot to say. She was real loud and she would talk like this when she was talking about the book. And I was in the parking lot and she was like, all right, y'all, now bye. And I said, where are you from? You talk like that. She said, you can hear my accent? And I'm like, yeah, a little bit. And she said, I'm from Louisiana. Oh, yeah, you sound like John Kennedy. And she said,
Opinions of Trump are changing. And that may make a lot of them want to stay home in November.
A lot of Republicans on the Hill have those same views. They just don't say them out loud. So tell us, lawmakers on both sides of the Hill, what are they telling you?
Well, this is the fascinating disconnect that means Washington is out of step with likely where the electorate is, right? Because I go out and I talk to Trump voters, and the shine is definitely off, more than I've ever heard over the course of the last 10 years. There are voters who have voted for him 3 times over who have said to me, he's just not focusing and doing the things that he said he was going to do. There are the Wall Street types that you so often talk to, and I think it's an important thing for us to keep in mind. They're happy with the money they're making.
I love how fast everyone talks on this show.
They're thrilled.
But the average folks who
This
are
is called way too early.
doing
I like
well
it.
even are saying that they are not seeing what they want from this president. And then you consider the fact that the economy and immigration, previously his top polling issues, are the places where his own actions have lost him that support. And so this puts Republicans in a very difficult position where they can't draw the ire of the White House because they need those voters to come out to the extent that they are energized to do so. But at the same time, they have twisted themselves already in so many knots to support a president, even on things that are not, conservative by nature. And so now they're in the position of if they break with him, it's tough. And if they don't, it's
I'm naughty by nature. I think Donald Trump is they're gonna be crucified come November. I don't think there's gonna be any more. I don't know. I hope. I mean, wouldn't it be great just to see them lose? I don't even like Democrats, but it would be great to see these MAGers. It'd be great to see America turn out to be against the Nazis. That's all. Like, I get the Democrats, they suck too, but it'd be nice to see everyone just come out against Nazism. I'd like to see that in America. I think that'd be so us. It'd be so hot. It's so chic. It's chic to be against Nazis. It's chic. Give me an interesting take. It's being against Nazis is so chic.
First created during the Civil War, the military newspaper Stars and Stripes has for decades independently reported on issues important to the country's men and women in uniform. And now the paper is facing a new challenge, alleged interference and overreach by the administration. Several fired leaders of the paper have spoken out saying the Pentagon, under Secretary Pete Hegseth, is working to limit its historic independence. Joining us now, Democratic Senator Ruben Gallego of Arizona. He's a combat veteran.
I mean, the military's really taken a lot of hits, man. It's getting real bad.
Served in the United States Marine Corps. First, welcome back to the show. Tell us more about the Stars.
Is that the last year of 80 years of politics? No. Interesting take. Here you go. The United States government fought a war against the Nazis with the help of the USSR. Mostly the USSR did all of the heavy lifting and did most of the Nazi killing and also liberated all of the death camps and all of that. But the United States takes all the credit. Meanwhile, because the United States really was against any kind of communist flourishing, any kind of communist country actually being successful, we switched sides. Our Nazi sympathizers got with actual Nazis and recruited them to come to this country and work very hard in building war machines to fight the USSR. So we joined forces with the USSR in order to defeat Hitler. But then all of our Nazis and fascists ended up just working together with Nazis. And then, just to fight the commies. It's pretty disgusting, right? We're turncoats. We betrayed them, and we sided with the Nazis. How's that for an interesting take? I don't think for the 80 years Israel has served the USA so well. Has it?
And Stripes and what is happening with it and what you're hoping to accomplish here.
Well, look, for many of us, Stars and Stripes was really our only world that we could read. We had no access to the internet. We had no access to cell phones. Frontline troops like mine were basically thrown out there. And once in a while, whenever we get some kind of PX delivery, the Stars and Stripes would be there. And then especially for some of us Iraq War veterans, it was Stars and Stripes that were very essential in kind of breaking out what was happening among the Army and the Marine Corps when it came to armaments, when it came to the fact that IEDs were killing us. And then also was very key to informing us about what was happening, when it came to PTSD. And now what's happening, because this is an independent arm, reporting arm of the DoD on its own publication with expertise dealing with the military, it is one of the few places that is actually keeping in check the Department of Defense. And that is what scares them. And that is what has consistently scared them. And this is not the first attempt at this either. They actually tried to do this in the first Trump administration. And the reason why
Israel. You asked me for an interesting take, and all you got is Israel. We already talked about Israel, man. It's a 4-hour show. I can't fucking talk about Israel all day.
I'm again involved because I'm the one who authored the bill to actually protect the Stars and Stripes, because they know anything that is going to keep Pete Hegseth in check is a threat to them, because these guys are the people that know how to do it. Many of them are former military people. They have expertise that cannot be matched out there, and they're trying to gut them because they're afraid of the skill set that they have.
So, Senator, is this latest firing of the editor as cut and dried as it looks, which is Stars and Stripes was reporting on the conditions on the USS Abraham Lincoln, as other media outlets had? President Trump calling that story fake news, but the sources were family.
Great point, Thorne. Yeah, it's not every 80 years; it's about every 100 years. But every 100 years, the American, not just America, the world goes through a bloodbath of some kind with some great revolution or some great sea change. But the sea change is just another response to the age-old tension between the tension of humanity, between the people who think that you can inherit wealth and hierarchical status, and that the hierarchy is something that is your birthright, and others who say, hey, all of this belongs to everybody. Why the hell are you the one fencing it all off? Why do you get it? Because you were born to that guy? You get to have a fence around all the good shit? Fuck you. That's always been the tension, and you see that over and over again manifest itself through like the conflicts over feudalism, even the rise of capitalism, the Protestant Revolution with the Catholic world order, and the New World Order, the Age of Empires crumbling to be the age of the nation state, the French Revolution and American Revolution happening within 20 years of each other in the same century, even the abolition of race-based slavery and a move from a gradual move away from colonialism, which is still underway. But in the mid 19th century, in the 1800s, you had in 1833 the English abolished slavery. Or the UK, the Great Britain abolished slavery, and then 30 years later, the Americans fought a war, the Civil War. You have these conflicts come in, but the conflicts always arise because of similar tensions, and then over anxieties based on scarcity of resources or the perceived scarcity or anxiety around resources, right? So we have these bloodbaths, like in World War II, we have a bloodbath, World War I and II, right? We have these bloodbaths, and then we build institutions to try to make sure these types of bloodbaths never happen again. And so they do, and then it just takes one generation to be like, hey, everything's great, this is great, good thing we have all these institutions to protect us and make us rich. And then the next generation comes in, they're like, yeah, we don't get to benefit as much as you guys did. Things are pretty fucked up. And then the next generation's like, hey, none of these institutions mean anything to us, and it's just like a given that everything works, but we don't trust any of these institutions because the last generation didn't get shit and we're getting shit on anymore, and we have economic anxiety. And then the next generation, there's a bloodbath, and that's about 100 years. Every 20 years, so there's 5 generations, bloodbath, and we have to do it all over again. Yeah, I mean, there's a cyclical nature to this. So you have one person watching you because your takes are genuinely terrible. Joseph, you're on Twitch. You're just on Twitch. Joseph, I'm only on Twitch for funsies, dumb shit. I've got lots of people watching me, Joseph. I have over 100 people watching me right now. Thanks, Joseph. I have over 100 people watching me. Just one on Twitch. But thanks, everybody. Thanks for being here. Illegitimate non-carborundum.
Members speaking on the record and in public.
It's always so funny. At 6:58. Why is it that the MAGger is always really crazy about the vanity metrics? Why are you guys obsessed with this? It's over and over again with you guys. Always. You try to insult me because some asshole on Twitch, some little cuck on Twitch has the nerve. You aren't as smart as you believe you are, and the numbers show it. See what I mean? Whatever, dude. Fucking loser goes on someone's Twitch and you're on Twitch.
A.M. this morning, Donald Trump posted on social media that he is, quote, giving serious consideration to changing the name of Lake Ontario to Lake America. That is, of course, a lie. Donald Trump doesn't know how to give serious consideration to.
So the last time would have been the 1940s, right? Because of World War II, but it starts in the 1916. So these conflicts are long. You have World War I and World War II, which are kind of like manifestations of the same conflict. And you have people trying to build republics, trying to build dictatorships. You have the age of empires crumbling. You have the age of the nation state rising. You have this tension that is erupting, almost like tectonic plates with the volcano, as they push and they push and they push and they push and they push, and eventually there's an eruption. And so you'll get that little explosions first, like 1916. You have World War I starting, and then you have 1933. I mean, it depends on when you want to start counting World War II, but we count it in America at 1941 because of Pearl Harbor. but it went on far longer, right? So you have 30 years of conflict that comes to a head at the end of World War II.
Anything. And 3 hours later, the man who launched what the Wall Street Journal is calling the dumbest trade war in history posted the dumbest map of our northern border that anyone working in the American government has ever used. To which Michigan Congresswoman Debbie Dingell replied, "Let's just call it Lake Natalie, so we know you'll start protecting our Great Lakes." It is Natalie Harp's job in the White House to help Donald Trump post what functions now as maps like this one right here. This is a map of Donald Trump's mental decline. That's what it actually maps. It's like the one that she no doubt, Natalie Harp, this is her work, no doubt, helping Donald Trump with this kind of thing today. That's what the American taxpayer is paying Natalie Harp for.
Nice.
Natalie Harp has been trying to help Donald Trump tweet his way to victory in the war that he started in Iran. But the racist posts that she helps
map of his cognitive decline
Donald Trump put out about the Obamas and the other madness she helps Donald Trump put out on social media.
Lake Trump
isn't winning his war in Iran. Natalie Harp is surely busy helping Donald Trump post deranged images of himself as a member of the United States military, a commander, like this sheer madness posted by Donald Trump with Natalie Harp's help. Amazingly enough, that post of Donald Trump pretending to be a general was posted on August 4th.
Basically the Germans, is that what you want to say? It was basically the Germans the whole century? Germany was the center of culture and technological development at the time, and we're the center of cultural and technological development now. So it makes sense that stuff's happening here during this century on our shores in our country. So we're the Germans this time around, I guess is what you're trying to say. Yeah, we're the Germans this time around. Germany was by far, the most culturally significant society for the Western world, or what counts as now the Western world, for 100 years before that. I mean, 100 years of scholarship and philosophy and music and art and political theory, all that stuff was coming out of Germany. Even film and engineering, all those things were coming out of Germany at the time. Central Europe, I should say, because really, I mean, northern Italy to northern Germany, the whole middle of the country, and including Austria, I guess, and Switzerland to some degree. But yeah. Central Europe, they're really important because they were where East met West, right? So, of course, you would see that. I don't know why you wouldn't really blame the Germans, just where everything was popping off.
And Iran still hasn't surrendered. 21 days later, I mean, look at how scary Donald Trump looks standing there with Douglas MacArthur and George Patton, two of the most famous generals of World War II, each of whom have been the subjects of Hollywood movies. And maybe when Hollywood gets around to making a worshipful movie about General Trump, Iran will finally surrender. Look at that image. And imagine how small the brains have to be, how tiny the brains have to be of the people, the two people.
Patton and MacArthur. The Patton's on the left, MacArthur's on the right. You could tell it's MacArthur's because he's got that corncob pipe. Speaking of World War II, Donald Trump thinks that he belongs in a lineup with General Patton and General MacArthur.
Who put those tiny brains together, Donald Trump and Natalie Harp, to post madness like that. Imagine how small those Natalie Harp and Donald Trump brains are when they're collaborating on how to scare Iran today on social media.
Scare Iran?
In their best-selling book, Regime Change, Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan reported that Vice President James David Vance advised Donald Trump against starting a war.
He says this is improv night. It's amateur night.
On page 402, they report, quote, "But with the exception of the Vice President, nobody on the senior team, not his Secretary of State, not his Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, not his Chief of Staff, had made a real effort to talk him out of it." On the next page, they have this account of the final meeting about going to war in Iran. On Thursday, February 26th, around 5 p.m., the final no-go meeting got underway in the Situation Room. By now, the positions of everyone in the room had crystallized. Everything had been discussed in prior meetings. Everyone knew everyone else's stance. The president was the president, and they would back his decision. There were no presentations, no paperwork, just a discussion that would last an hour and a half. The war planning group had been kept so tight that the two key officials who would need to manage the largest supply disruption in the history of the global oil market, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Energy Secretary Chris Wright, were still not in the loop one day before the launch of the war.
Oh, I wonder why everything got screwed up. One day within the launch of the war, Scott Bessent and Chris Wright weren't even in the loop. Jesus.
War was the director.
You know what? Scott Bessett's got to be like, God, man, I can't catch a break.
Of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
And then he counts his money, I guess.
The director of National Intelligence wasn't even in the room for the final go, no-go meeting. Today, the Wall Street Journal is reporting this about Tulsi Gabbard. Days before going to war with Iran in February, President Trump summoned his intelligence chief to the Oval Office to ask whether a full-on assault was a good idea. Then Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, outlined assessments from America's intelligence apparatus, according to people familiar with the meeting. She told Trump that killing Iran's supreme leader would likely usher in more hardline regime open to acquiring nuclear weapons. Tehran would rush to close the Strait of Hormuz, destabilizing the global energy market, and it would strike U.S. forces and partners in the Middle East, prompting questions about American resolve and reliability with allies. And so Donald Trump was warned. And Donald Trump
all knew about the Strait. Again, I've known about the Strait of Hormuz since I was a child, since Batman talked about it. It was literally a thing in Batman.
Alone made the decision to go to war. Today's Wall Street Journal report includes Donald Trump's reaction to Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz. Quote, several leaders from Gulf countries, including Saudi Arabia and Qatar, contacted the White House seeking an end to the fighting and a face-saving diplomatic solution for all involved. Republicans also called Trump, telling him the war was hurting the party's prospects in the November midterms. Trump privately fumed at the backlash. Officials said he queried aides about why Iran wasn't backing down amid the unrelenting bombing campaign. On June 17,
Benjamin Netanyahu said that it'd be a quick little excursion.
Came the breakthrough. An interim peace agreement to reopen the strait, paving the way for 60 days of nuclear talks. Asked by confidants why Trump went for a temporary deal, the president pointed to new internal White House polling. Nearly 80% of Americans wanted an agreement to end the conflict, no matter its contents. And so, as we suggested on this program at the time, Donald Trump accepted that memorandum of understanding with Iran because his war was polling very badly. And it still is. New polling shows that 62% disapprove of how Donald Trump is handling his war in Iran. 65% say that the United States should make a deal to end the war as soon as possible. And
Everyone knew about the Strait of Hormuz. The fact that Donald Trump or anybody is saying, well, we didn't know this was going to happen is total lie. They're just lying to you. They've been talking about, my whole life, we've been talking about how we can't attack Iran directly because they'll close the Strait of Hormuz, which is why we had this little guy called Saddam Hussein who was our best friend over there, and we gave him a bunch of missiles and gas in order to kill Kurds and Iranians. We were okay with him killing the Kurds as long as he was also killing Iranians. That was A-okay with us. Jesus. Like, we've been talking about this forever. That's why we gave money and weapons to Iraq, Saddam Hussein, was because we couldn't attack Iran directly because they would close the Strait of Hormuz. So we just did it on a roundabout way, and the Russians did their thing, and we all kind of like met in the middle so that we wouldn't, so the money kept flowing, basically. We kept the money going the way we wanted it to go.
7% think Donald Trump was wrong in his decision to go to war with Iran. Donald Trump and his absurdly incompetent Treasury Secretary have for days now been threatening a so-called
35 years old, living at your parents' house is hilarious. I don't know anybody who's 35 years old living at their. I think it's great if people want to do that. I mean, I don't know. My parents, I left when I was 17 when I left my parents' house. But 35 living with your parents, I guess, go for it, man. Rent's expensive, dude. I think you're blessed. If you're blessed with nice parents who, haven't pushed you out and haven't been like, work ethic is the best and most important. I say it's great. I don't think it's hilarious. I think you're blessed. I think you're blessed. If anybody watching right now is still living at home with their parents, good on you, man. Good on you. Fucking great. Do it. Don't live. I left when I was 17. Do you know how hard that was? How many assholes I had to live with? How many pieces of shit roommates I've had just to make ends meet? How many girls I stayed with because I didn't we probably shouldn't have stayed together, but we were sharing the money, the rent money, Jesus. Nah, man. Stay with your parents as long as you can. Damn, until you fall in love or strike it rich, stay at home. Don't do like me. I moved out way too early. I left the country when I was 19. Don't do that shit. Don't do that. Everyone's always jealous. They're like, oh, you were living abroad when you were 19 and you traveled the world. You've lived all these places. Yeah. You speak all these languages. Oh, yeah. It ain't worth it, okay? It ain't worth it. I'm proud of my track. I'm glad the way my life went, sort of. I take the good with the bad. But in 2026, if you're 35 and you have the option to stay with and they're nice parents, they're not assholes, stay as long as you can, please. What they hanged Saddam Hussein. They hanged him. We were fine with Iran when they had a dictator installed by us. Yeah, we were fine with them for 25 years when they had the Shah
attack launched against
our Shah. I'd love to live with my mom again. Shit. I could never do it. Like, I don't know. I could never do it. But my parents were always very big on independence and like standing on your own 2 feet. Even though I loved my mom, and I don't know. I stayed with her for like a month when I moved back to California. But I was never there. I basically had a place to sleep for about a month while I got my shit together in California, while my job, because like there was a gap, right? There was a gap between, I had a lot of money in the bank, but I didn't have enough money. I didn't have employment all sorted out yet. In order to get my new apartment, which was expensive, I had to have proof of employment. Anyway, so, but after the end of the month, I was very stoked to leave. Once you leave home, you can never go back. Yeah, well, they say that. You can't go home again. They do say that.
The threat, which Donald Trump absolutely will not carry out, is for the United States to shut down all economic activity with any country that in any way does business with Iran. Scott Bessent is threatening to ban any country from using the American banking system in any way if they do business with Iran. Scott Bessent himself, in trying to sound threatening to Iran, described what he was talking about as, quote, blowing up the global financial system, end quote. That's his threat to Iran.
But they always want that. They want to blow up the international financial system because that puts the power in the hands of oligarchs who can charge tolls in order for you to escape the chaos. And those tolls will be crypto markets or private banks that will help certain individuals. And they love chaos. Oligarchs require chaos. The more chaos, the better. They like to break infrastructure so that if they underfund roads, then you'll pay them to take their toll roads. Now that's one example. If they underfund bridges, you'll pay them to use their private bridge. If they break the TSA and there's lines out the door at the airport, then you'll pay Clear or somebody else to use their service to cut the line. That's how oligarchs make their money. That's why they love the chaos of the post-cable content world, because now everyone's charging you tolls to get content. You gotta pay for Netflix, and you gotta pay for HBO, and you gotta pay for Paramount, you gotta pay for blah blah blah, Prime, whatever the hell you're paying for. They love that shit. Peacock, whatever. They want you in a chaotic world so that they can consolidate power. There's in the Game of Thrones, they kind of talk about it. Littlefinger kind of talks about that, but it's an age-old idea, for oligarchs.
And so we now have Scott Bessent acting like a worldwide economic terrorist in the Treasury Department, who says that his plan to defeat Iran is to blow up the global financial system. The reason that did not sound threatening to Iran is that even though Scott Bessent described his threat as blowing up the global financial system, he said very, very clearly that he's not going to do that.
You described this as an economic D-Day, but D-Day wasn't a threat of an invasion, and the U.S. didn't give a timeline to Germany. So why not impose the sanctions today?
Well, we are giving everyone the opportunity to remedy bad behavior. Why would I want to blow up the global financial system?
Yeah, good question, Scott. And the answer is you will not dare. And Donald Trump will, once again, back down from a Donald Trump threat. Donald Trump will not dare to blow up the global financial system, because Donald Trump will also blow up the economy of the United States while he's at it. And everyone in the...
Tell me who you would vote for that would solve the issue. What are you talking about? Solving the issues? You're not going to vote your way out of solving the issue, buddy. No, you're not going to vote your way out of this shit. If you don't want to build community, work with your neighbors, create mutual aid, mutual defense, mutual aid networks that feed your neighbors. If you don't want to do any of that, do the hard work of actually building community, then you're not going to win. You can't vote your way out. You're not going to vote for some lead. Please, dear leader, help us. Don't be such a simp. You can't just vote for one guy and hope that they're going to fix all your problems. That's the whole. That is the whole problem. There's too many idiots out there that think if they just vote for the right guy, they don't have to do anything. You could even tell, like, all these morons calling themselves Democrats or Republicans because they happen to vote that way every 4 years. You're not a Democrat unless you're on the payroll. You're not a Republican unless you're on the payroll. Unless the president knows your face when you walk in the room, you're not a fucking Republican. You're just some piece of shit tool that they use in order to get power or maintain power or consolidate power or, hold on to power.
The world knows that very much, including China. China is the largest buyer of Iran's oil, and China will continue to be the largest buyer of Iran's oil, no matter what Donald Trump and his clownish Treasury Secretary say. In Donald Trump's hopeless attempt to divert attention from his war in Iran, he has invited Chinese President Xi to the White House next month, and now all the questions about that visit are going to be about Iran, because today, China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson said, quote, China is firmly against sanctions that have no basis in international law or UN Security Council mandate. Economic warfare and maximum pressure provide no solution. They only serve to fuel tensions, disrupt global economic and financial order, and hurt everyone else's interests. Dialogue and negotiation is the only right way forward. China's cooperation with Iran complies with international law. We are closely following the situation and will do everything necessary to protect China's rights and interests.
This is like the beginning of the Chinese century, by the way, as America dwindles and the American century draws to a close, because, American century kind of started in 1946, or let's just call it 1950 to be fair. That's 23 years from now. 23 years from now, the American century is over, and the Chinese century begins. We all know it, and this is the moment where it's so evident. The Chinese seem to be the reasonable ones all of a sudden. Well, we're going to follow international law, the UN. We're not going to commit any war crimes, and we're going to do everything by the book with Iran. That's all. And we don't think we should blow up the economy. We enjoy the global community. Fucking China. China enjoys the global community now. America, we had a good run. America. It was fun while it lasted, right?
And so you can be sure China will continue to pay Iran for its oil, and Donald Trump will not be able to do anything about that. The most striking response to Scott Bessent's childish threat came from the Speaker of Iran's parliament, who taught Natalie Harp and Donald Trump.
No, America's not doomed. America's not doomed, just the empire's coming to an end. The close of the American empire is upon us. We've been doing it for about 500 years, if you start counting at Jamestown, which most historians consider our American experiment to start then. But, to have a country, a constitutional democracy, a republic last as long as it has is it's unique. We're the oldest one. We're the oldest one on earth. America's going to look very, very different in the next 50 years. It's not doomed. I think the United States will morph into something much smaller, kind of like Belgium and Germany and Netherlands and the UK. They're all small countries now, even though they also used to be sprawling empires. And they'll be much smaller, and a lot of the states will have to do their own thing. They'll have to forge their own ways and build their own economies and operate on their own terms. And we'll all go on just fine. And the giant sphere of influence will be China, and we'll be all begging to do business with them or borrow money from them. But that's okay. We're already borrowing money from them. There's a reason why we're all in debt. We're in debt to China. Like, we're already owned by them. So, doomed? Nah. Maybe if we don't do something drastic, we'll have a bloodbath, which I'd prefer not to have. I'd prefer not to repeat the sins of last century. So we do have to do some pretty deep digging and some heavy lifting if we're going to avoid, another Holocaust. If we're going to avoid the logical conclusion of the concentration camp system that's being perpetuated over the last 23 years. 23 years we've been expanding our concentration camp system in America, and Donald Trump is making it more violent than ever. So it's something that we need to address today, right now. But doomed? No, we're not doomed. We're not doomed. It'll be fine, hopefully. I'd prefer to avoid the bloodbath. I don't know that that's possible. There's too many stupid people here. We might have a bloodbath on our hands. I mean, We've got lots of people in concentration camps right now. Hundreds are being killed every year right now. And I mean, over 50 were killed the first year of Donald Trump's second administration in custody alone, just in custody. That doesn't even count all the people who died in shootouts and running or trying to do or running and trying to escape. People who died because of other reasons. I mean, just inside the concentration camps, over 50 have died in the first year. We haven't even gotten that. We don't know yet about 2026, but 2025 is the bloodiest year in ICE history. I'd prefer it not to get worse. I'd prefer 2026 to have a lower death toll than 2025. I'd prefer not to have any concentration camps at all. And I think we'll get there. I think I'm pretty proud of Americans for going out and protesting those concentration camps. I'm pretty proud that a lot of Americans are standing up to what's happening. We'll see if we're doomed. I mean, traditionally what happens is, like last century when the Nazi Party rose, the National Socialists rose, there was only one party that stood in their way, and they were called the Democratic Socialists, and they voted against turning Hitler into a dictator, and they were the only ones who voted against him, and he won. He became dictator, and he made their party illegal. He declared them all terrorists. He killed some of them, incarcerated others, deported some, and some he bought off, and they stayed quiet. So there were only 92 of them. But he made their party illegal. And if you pretended to be or even claimed to be a Democratic Socialist, they put you in a concentration camp. Do you think that Donald Trump's that far away from doing something similar to the modern-day Democratic Socialists? I prefer that not to happen, though. But traditionally, that's what happens. Nazis rise, Democratic Socialists say, hey, not so fast, and then the Nazis kill them. But we'll see, I guess. We'll see what happens. Yeah. Missiles would beat hillbillies with a rifle. Missiles will beat hillbillies. That's really a dumb thing to say. Missiles don't beat... That's like saying missiles beat Iranians with rifles. No, you can't invade. I mean, that Afghanistan lasted 20 years and they won. We had to leave Afghanistan after 20 years. We stayed there. We had missiles. We lost. Vietnam, we lost. The English lost in the Revolutionary War. We had rifles. They had artillery. They had a bigger navy. They had cannonballs they can attack our cities with from offshore. And the colonists won. The Americans won. No, the missiles, just because you have bigger firepower doesn't mean you always win, especially when it comes to invasion. If you wanted to just go and exploit someone for resources and kill them wholesale, then maybe you're right. I mean, like colonialists did, but that's a different game. Invasion, where you're actually trying to take someone over and run their shit, very difficult to do, especially with an armed group. And they don't have to be equally on foot. Otherwise, Palestine would be gone by now, by the way. Palestine would be gone. But they have rifles and bombs and stones and slings, and the Israelis have, missiles and nuclear weapons and all iron domes and all that. Asymmetrical warfare works.
Thing or two today about devastatingly effective social media posting, exhibiting a fluency in American.
Let me give you a little hint. Let me give you a little piece of advice. So, don't ever start a sentence with so. So you ignore the murders at the hands of communists? Which ones? The Romanovs? Who are you talking about? Who did the communists kill? Who? Which communists? Which communists killed anybody? Tell me. There's enough blood to go around. Lots of blood on a lot of people's hands. Communists, capitalists, everybody's. There's been a lot of killing. So I'm just going, so you just ignore the murders at the hands of communists? It makes you sound stupid. Don't start sentences with so. It makes an assumption that I haven't. You're implying something or inferring something that I haven't applied, or you're implying something that makes no sense. Thanks, everybody. We have iPad kids. We do have iPad kids. It's been fun. They have Islam. What does Islam mean? We don't even have a religion. That's good. We don't have a religion. That's good. You don't want religious fervor running your shit. you end up like Iran. You end up like Afghanistan. You don't want religion. We have religious fervor here, and look what it's doing. You're gonna tell me we don't have religious leaders here vetting politicians like the Ayatollah does? We definitely do. Every time I've gone to a town hall with a politician, they force everybody to pray and do the flag salute and mention under God. So I don't know why you think. Yeah, we have a religion. We have a religion. It's called All Hail the Mighty Dollar Sign. It's called Mammon, and it's called the bastardization of Christianity. The twisting and perversion of Christianity in order to worship Mammon. That's what we have in this country. We have credit cards. Credit cards and crosses.
Culture that no one in the Trump White House has with Iranian culture. The Speaker of Iran's parliament actually tweeted this. Him, economic D-Day. Also him, 5 seconds later. LOL. Why would I want to blow up the global financial system? Sir, this ain't Normandy. This is improv night. And you forgot your own script.
All right, that's the show. Thank you, everybody, for joining. My name is Skyjack Morgan, independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. We're going to do a little bit of humanity before we go, because I like to leave on a note of arts and culture, just because I believe arts and culture is still important, even though we're living in a world where the MAGA nation wants to eliminate any type of art that isn't pro-state. We're in this Nazi world where any type of art that isn't pro-Donald Trump, any type of painting or joke or anything that criticizes the government is evil and needs to be burned immediately, banned immediately. I still think arts and culture are important. Art is an act of revolution. Trump's favorite leaders are communists. He loves Hitler. He does love Hitler. Hitler was not a communist, though, but he does love Hitler. He loves Hitler's speeches. It's true. He does. Yeah. Hope to listen again just soon. Just found you. Oh, thank you. Please like and subscribe. Consider becoming a Sky City Rebel. Support the channel. Sky City Rebels get extra streams, extra content, and extra love in the chat. And I'll notice you because your name will be green. Thank you, Mark Verplank. What a great name. Mark Verplank. Mark Verplank. I like it. Verplank? Yeah. All right. We're going to do just a little brief sojourn into the poetry world. The Lady by Guillaume Apollinaire, translated by Ron Padgett. The Lady. Knock, knock. He has closed his door. The garden's lilies have started to rot. So who is the corpse being carried from the house? You just knocked on his door, and trot, trot, trot goes little lady mouse. Oh, I like little minimalist poems like this very much. Knock, knock, he has closed. I like the he is capitalized. Knock, knock, he has closed his door. The garden's lilies have started to rot. Like lilies of the field, it reminds me of that that poem. So who is the corpse being carried from the house? You just knocked on his door, and trot, trot, trot goes little lady mouse. Garden's lilies have started to rot, so who is the corpse being carried from the house? But why is his not capitalized, but he is? He has closed his door. So who is the corpse being carried from the house? You just knocked on his door. And trot, trot, trot goes little lady mouse. I love it. I love it. All right. Thank you so much. Yeah, rip Dolly Parton. True. That's true. John McGee. Yeah. Yeah, Donald Trump has no clue. I mean, he thinks that Lake Ontario should be called Lake America. So, yeah, you're right. Donald Trump has no clue. You're absolutely correct. Exactly. I'm Dutch. Although I didn't know that growing up, ha ha ha. Well, gut gemacht. Was tut der Vater? Verplank. Fuck APAC. Well, yeah, everyone says fuck APAC, yeah. Yeah, fuck. How about just instead of just fuck AIPAC, how about fuck foreign money in our politics? How about fuck any money in our politics? How about fuck corporate money in our politics? How about fuck Citizens United? Without Citizens United, there's no AIPAC. It's almost like the Supreme Court was working for AIPAC before we knew what AIPAC even was. Isn't it interesting that they said it was freedom of speech for these political action committees and corporations to give as much money as they wanted to our politicians? It's funny they call that freedom of speech. Why does a political action committee or a corporation have freedom of speech? That's just for people. That's just for humans. Freedom of speech. Just humans. People. Thank you all for joining Illegitimately Non-Carborundum. Don't let the bastards grind you down. I think you're amazing. You're doing all right. I have hope and faith that you're going to do great today. Thank you, Steffelson and Adam Lomax, for contributing to the channel. I appreciate you very, very much. Yes, the Supreme Court's been bought and paid for a long time, but it's kind of disgusting to look back and be like, we didn't know it until today? Dang, it took a while for us all to catch up, huh? It's almost like they paid off the Supreme Court way back when the Citizens United happened in, what was it, 2009? When did Citizens United pass? 2010. 2010. It only took us 16 years ago to realize that AIPAC and all the corporate America, they were paying the Supreme Court to make this happen. Ain't that something? And Ted Cruz just published a book that he wrote about Clarence Thomas, who was definitely on the take. He has openly on the take, openly was being paid, openly taking money. So we'll be okay. Not great, but okay. We'll be all right. We'll be all right if we stick together. Illegitimate non-carborundum. Don't let the bastards grind you down because I need you. We need each other. The animals need us most of all. Godspeed, rebels. Don't forget to like and subscribe. If you haven't made a contribution to the channel, please consider sharing a short, sharing the channel on Discord, sharing a short video or a clip on your Facebook. Just share it on your Twitter. I don't care. Try to get the word out there about the channel. It helps a lot. If you haven't helped with a contribution, then it would be I'd be super thankful if you would help the channel if you find any value in it whatsoever. Thank you so much. Goodbye, everybody. I'll see you mañana. Maybe later today I'll do a guitar thing, but I'll definitely see you mañana for Morning Sky. This is Skyjack Morgan signing out in Albuquerque. Skyjack Morgan in Albuquerque, New Mexico, home of all of the anarchists. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.